So nice to see you on this beautiful morning. Welcome to the Alive Conference on Collective Trauma. Recovery and growth. We are honored to host this event at the Shanti Dara Retreat Center at Balawel. In the coming hours, we will explore the profound impact of collective trauma and discuss the pathways to healing and resilience.
This conference is brought to you by Transform for Life, an organization committed to empowering individuals and communities through innovative training, emotional caregiving, and holistic support.
To officially commence our conference, it is our privilege to invite Dr. Augustine Koshi to deliver the welcome address. Dr. Koshi has been an educator since 1978 with an extensive experience in sociology, theology, and leadership. He was the National Director of Transform for Life India from 2017 to 2024. Please welcome Dr. Augustine A. Koshi.
Good morning, friends. It's my great honor and privilege to welcome you to the Alive Conference, Collective Trauma, Recovery and Growth. Today, we gather to address a profound and pressing need, an issue, one that requires collective wisdom, compassion, and courage. It's my great privilege to welcome our chief guest now, Dr. Shanawaz, and we are grateful to have him. When we first Dr. Shanawaz, yes. When we first visited his office, he warmly welcomed us, and within few minutes we got the bond. And he is the Deputy General Manager of Dr. Moopen's Medical College and Aster Wayanad Hospital. Your contribution to health, education, and community well-being had transformative effect and impact, and we are honored to have your presence. Mr. Ajmal Sajid is still on the way. He is left Calcutta and he is arriving soon. He is the ward member of Mepadi Panchayat, and he has made a significant impact in the community. And he has been guiding our steps, and he has been a great instrumental to us. And he has a great impact in the community, especially in Kundambetta area, and we glad that he is coming. He will be here soon, and we welcome him in his absence. I would like to extend a warm welcome to Transform for Life Chairman, Dr. Varghese Philip. Sir, your leadership has been a pillar of support, especially for this event. Your vision, unwavering dedication to empowering individuals and communities inspires us. And we always strive for excellence, and you do the best to help us in that. Thank you so much for being here. Of course, his wife, Nirmala, also is here with him. Dr. Sunny Philip, the Executive Director and the founder of Transform for Life. His pioneering work in trauma recovery has laid the foundation for this conference. Your dedication to transforming lives through holistic healing is the cornerstone for this gathering. We are delighted to have you and looking forward to listen to you. Our other keynote speakers, Dr. Johan Ebenezer. Yes. A trailblazer in the field of trauma recovery, whose expertise and insights will set tone for this conference. Dr. Deepa Ramaswamy, whose research and practice in the holistic healing continue to inspire innovative approach to trauma care. And by the way, both of these doctors being the teachers of my younger daughter who studied in CMC, and Johan taught my elder daughter also in CMC. Thank you so much. It's great to have you. Dr. Sunita Varghese, a dedicated physician. Yes, here. Over 15 years of experience in medical missionary and has tirelessly served in remote communities across India, focusing on holistic health, women's health, and mental health, and of course, many more. Thank you for being, and we welcome you. Mrs. Valsa Augustine, where is, yes, back there. A passionate counselor whose dedication to supporting survivors. She was part of the first team that came here to visit and to help these victims. Her support to the team and to the survivors is very commendable. Thank you, Mrs. Valsa. Dr. Cami Thomas, where is she? Yes, back there. A dedicated dentist. She is based serving in Kombihan District Hospital in the rural highlands of Papua New Guinea since 2018. Through her diverse experience, she reflects on the interconnectedness of human stories and redemption amid global challenges. It's great to have you here with us today. I would like to extend a hearty welcome to the staff and students of Don Bosco Science College, Sultan Bathery. The staff and students from the Nilagiri Arts College, Talur, is still on the way. I understand they are stuck somewhere, they're on the way. 16 of them are coming and they will be joining us soon. Of course, we welcome all the participants across India. And we have one from Malaysia. Is he here? Yes. Thank you for being here, and we look forward to listen to the stories of the counselors, fire and rescue officers, ambulance drivers, and the survivors. We look forward to listen to their stories as we spend this next 2 days together. As we embark into these 2 days of journey of exploration, let us open our hearts and minds to the possibilities of healing and growth. Together, we create a safe space for dialogue, reflection, and transformation. Thank you for being here. Looking forward with the hope, compassion, and determination. May the Almighty God bless us together.
Thank you, Dr. Koshi. We will have the lamp lighting ceremony, and for that, I would like to invite all our distinguished guests, Dr. Shanavas, Dr. Sunny Philip, Dr. Varghese Philip, Dr. Augustine, and Sister Shalini to come to the dais and light the lamp. The ceremonial lamp lighting symbolizes the light of hope, knowledge, and enlightenment.
Thank you, delegates. During the late hours of 30th July, the people of Mundakai and Churalmala were hit by the roaring sounds of heavy rain, causing the hillsides to collapse, leading to the devastating landslides. This disaster was one of the deadliest in Kerala's history, with more than 250 lives lost, 400 injuries, and several people missing. Please stand as we take a moment to honor the memory of those who lost their lives in the recent landslide by observing a 1-minute silence. Thank you.
We now invite Sister Shalini Pudimattam, a devoted public servant and social worker who has served in many communities across the nation and pioneered work in Wayanad several years ago, to lead us in prayer.
Good morning, everyone. Dear friends, sisters, and brothers. I feel that the prayer has already started with us. I am privileged to have been told to begin our 2 days, 3 days program with a prayer with you. I believe in two things, many things, two important things, and both are invisible. One is God, and second one is humanity. I believe that both are present here. God in humanity and humanity in God. So we at this moment are in a very solemn kind of atmosphere with all that has gone on till now, the introductions, the lighting of the lamp, and the prayer which we have already done in some sense. So I would like to invite you to think prayer as awareness, or in other words, consciousness. That is, consciousness of the presence and the power of God and humanity. For that, let us prepare not to experience God and humanity, it is already there, but to become aware of God, the presence of God and of humanity. So I invite you to relax, first of all, because we are all at different stages of being, age-wise, experience-wise, involvement-wise, and at this moment, some are preparing for presentations, some are preparing to listen, some of us are preparing to relax, preparing to learn and to become more human beings, like more of humanness to be developed in us. So let us put all this aside. We came from long travels, some are very short travels, but taken so much risks to come here, meeting people first time, and maybe after many years, acquaintances have renewed. All that is in us. Let us put all that by our side. Let us relax. If you examine our breath, we can see that each of our breath is at different rhythm, speed. So let us take few deep breaths to relax, to be aware, to be transformed from our base feelings, thinking. So I invite you to take 3 deep breaths. Breathe deeply. Slowly let your breathing be out. Once again, breathe in deeply. Breathe out gently. Slowly. Once again, please breathe in. Breathe out gently. Just relax with your hands out instead of getting tight and tensed. I would like to invite you to pray. Prayer, as I said, awareness and transformation. In this multicultural, kind of all kinds of background, let us greet God and humanity in a friendly way. When we meet friends, what we do? Hi, hi. So that is our prayer today. We'll think of all the blessings, all the good things we have had and we have now. We'll say, thank you, God. Those who, if you are comfortable, just raise your hand and say, thank you, God. After each of our, each of my, I'll call out some of our blessing, and you say, thank you, God. If you are not comfortable, don't say, thank you, God. Okay? But God is a power in us, just as humanity is in us, in our heart. So, dear friends, let us think of all the many blessings we have had till now, especially during these days, especially before coming here in our life. Let us thank God for the air we breathe. Thank you, God. Let us thank you, God, for the friendship we have, for all the members who have gathered here, for our difference in backgrounds, beliefs, and profession, for the protection we experienced during our travel, for the success we have experienced in our lives, for the moments of pride, for the moments of achievements and successes, for the times we have experienced love and good relationship, for our good families, for our profession, for our friendships, for our relatives. Thank you, God. For the moments we have experienced that we are knowledgeable and skilled. For the moments we have influenced other people to a positive life. For the moments we have experienced our limitations and vulnerabilities. For the times we have experienced failures. For the times of heartaches. For the times we thought we need to grow. For the times of the opportunities, multitude of opportunities we have received for growth and relationship. For this moment where we are together. For the experience of the resources and the richness we have experienced here now. Thank you, God. For the opportunity, for the challenge we'll face during these days, for growth, transformation, and finally for love. Thank you, God. Thank you, God, once again for all the people who are gathered here, for the differences and the unity we have, the diversity and the possibility of different kinds of involvement in society, in our lives, in our families, in wherever we are, and also for protecting us each moment of our lives during our journeys, our travel, our meeting people, our eating food, our breathing, our body, our everything. We thank you, Lord, and praise you. Thank you for gathering us during this conference, for the knowledge, sharing, and experience we'll have. We thank you, and also we dedicate this moment, these 2 days, into your hands. Bless each one of us. Give us the enlightenment and the will to transform our lives for the sake of the other people. Thank you and praise you, Lord.
Thank you so much, Sister Shalini, for leading us in prayer. This morning, we were expecting to have with us MLA Advocate Siddiq, a respected member of the Legislative Assembly, but unfortunately, due to other commitments, he could not be here with us. But we are very privileged to have with us the ward member, Ajmal Sajid U, in our presence. We would like to welcome him in our midst. Thank you so much, sir, for coming. Mr. Ajmal Sajid is a ward member of the Mepadi Panchayat. He played an active role in the relief efforts after the landslides. He is also deeply invested in the long-term rehabilitation and welfare of the affected families of Wayanad. In addition to this, he is a firm believer in sustainable development, environment conservation, and disaster preparedness, making him a trusted and well-respected member of the community. Thank you so much, Mr. Ajmal, and we welcome you to share a few words with us.
Good morning, all. ഏറ്റവും ആദരണീയമായ സദസ്സിലിരിക്കുന്ന ഈ യോഗം നിയന്ത്രിക്കുന്ന ഡോക്ടർ അഗസ്റ്റിൻ എ കോശി, ഈ കോൺഫറൻസിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടി രാജ്യത്തിൻ്റെ വിവിധ ഭാഗങ്ങളിൽ നിന്ന് ഇവിടെ എത്തിച്ചേർന്നിരിക്കുന്ന, ഇതിന് നേതൃത്വം വഹിക്കുന്ന ആളുകൾ, ഇതിൻ്റെ പ്രതിനിധികളായിട്ട് ഇവിടെ എത്തിയിരിക്കുന്ന പ്രിയമുള്ളവരെ, നിങ്ങളെ എല്ലാവരെയും വയനാട്ടിലേക്ക് സ്വാഗതം ചെയ്യുന്നു. ഈ ചടങ്ങിൻ്റെ ആളുകളുടെ എല്ലാവരുടെയും പേരറിയാത്തത് കൊണ്ടാണ് ഓരോരുത്തരുടെയും പേരറിയാത്തത് പറയാതിരിക്കുന്നത്. എനിക്കറിയാവുന്നൊരു പേര് ഞങ്ങളുടെ വയനാട് ജില്ലയിലെ ആരോഗ്യരംഗത്തെ മികവുറ്റ സ്ഥാപനമായ ഡോക്ടർ മൂപ്പൻസ് മെഡിക്കൽ കോളേജിലെ ഡോക്ടർ ഷാനവാസ് ജിയാണ്. എന്തായാലും നിങ്ങളൊക്കെ മാധ്യമങ്ങളിലും ടെലിവിഷൻ ചാനലുകളിലുമൊക്കെ കണ്ടതുപോലെ ജൂലൈ 30 എന്ന ദിവസം ഒരു വലിയ ദുരന്തത്തെ നേരിട്ട് അനുഭവിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് അതിൽ നിന്ന് അതിജീവിക്കാനുള്ള ഒരു പോരാട്ടത്തിലാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ വയനാട്ടുകാർ, പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് മേപ്പാടിക്കാർ. മേപ്പാടിയെക്കുറിച്ച് പറയുമ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾ എത്ര പേര് മേപ്പാടിയിൽ എത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ട് എന്നെനിക്കറിയില്ല. വയനാട്ടിലെ തന്നെ ഏറ്റവും മനോഹരമായ ഒരു ഭൂപ്രദേശമാണ് മേപ്പാടി. കോവിഡിന് ശേഷം വയനാട്ടിലേക്ക് ചുരം കയറി വരുന്ന സഞ്ചാരികൾ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ എത്തുന്നത് മേപ്പാടിയുടെ മേപ്പാടിയുടെ സ്വന്തമായ സൗന്ദര്യം ആസ്വദിക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ്. 18-ാം നൂറ്റാണ്ടിൽ മേപ്പാടിയിലെ കുന്നിൻ ചെരുവുകളിൽ സ്വർണ്ണ ഖനനത്തിന് വേണ്ടി എത്തിയ ബ്രിട്ടീഷുകാരാണ് മേപ്പാടിയിലെ ആദ്യത്തെ കുടിയേറ്റ ജനത. ആ ബ്രിട്ടീഷുകാർ പിന്നീട് മേപ്പാടിയിലെ കുന്നിൻ ചെരുവുകളിലൊക്കെ തന്നെ ഏലവും കാപ്പിയും തേയിലയും പ്ലാന്റ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് ഇന്ന് കാണുന്നത് പോലെ മനോഹരമായ ഒരു തോട്ടം മേഖലയായി, ഒരു പ്ലാന്റേഷൻ മേഖലയായി മേപ്പാടിയെ മാറ്റി. ആ പ്ലാന്റേഷനുകളിൽ, തോട്ടങ്ങളിലൊക്കെ ജോലി ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടി വയനാടിൻ്റെ, കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ അയൽ സംസ്ഥാനങ്ങളായ കർണാടകയിൽ നിന്നും, കർണാടകയിലെ മധുര, തേനി, തമിഴ്നാടിൻ്റെ മധുര, തേനി, അതുപോലെ കർണാടകയിലെ മൈസൂരു പറയുന്ന പോലെയുള്ള പ്രദേശങ്ങളിൽ നിന്ന് ഒരുപാട് ആളുകളെ മേപ്പാടിയിലെ തോട്ടങ്ങളിൽ ജോലി ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടി എത്തിച്ചു. അങ്ങനെയാണ് മേപ്പാടിയിലെ 2ാം കുടിയേറ്റം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. പിന്നീട് കേരളത്തിൻ്റെ പല ജില്ലകളിൽ നിന്നും ക്രിസ്ത്യൻ, മുസ്ലിം വിഭാഗങ്ങളും മേപ്പാടിയിലേക്ക് കുടിയേറി വന്നു. അങ്ങനെ ഈ രാജ്യത്തിൻ്റെ വൈവിധ്യം പറയുന്നത് പോലെ തന്നെ ഹിന്ദുവും മുസൽമാനും ക്രിസ്ത്യാനിയും അതുപോലെ മലയാളം സംസാരിക്കുന്നവരും തമിഴ് സംസാരിക്കുന്നവരും കന്നഡം സംസാരിക്കുന്നവരുമൊക്കെ കൂടിച്ചേർന്ന ഒരു സംസ്കാരമുള്ള ഒരു ജനതയുള്ള ഒരു നാടാണ് മേപ്പാടി എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. ഈ മേപ്പാടിയിലെ മനോഹരമായ 3 ഗ്രാമങ്ങളാണ് മുണ്ടക്കൈ, ചൂരൽമല, അട്ടമല എന്ന് പറയുന്ന 3 പ്രദേശങ്ങൾ. നിങ്ങളൊക്കെ കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടാവും സൂചിപ്പാറ വാട്ടർഫോൾസ്, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ സീതമക്കുണ്ട്, അട്ടമലയിലെയും 900 കണ്ടിയിലെയും ഗ്ലാസ് ബ്രിഡ്ജ്. അങ്ങനെ ഈ പ്രദേശങ്ങളിൽ നമുക്ക് കാഴ്ചയുടെ ഒരു പുതിയൊരു അനുഭവം തരുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടി ഒരുപാട് മനോഹാരിത പ്രകൃതി തന്നെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ദൈവം നമുക്ക് വേണ്ടി ഒരുക്കിയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു നല്ല ഒരു പ്രദേശമാണ്, ഒരു മനോഹരമായ പ്രദേശമാണ് ഈ 3 പ്രദേശങ്ങളും. ഈ 3 പ്രദേശങ്ങളും ഒരു നാടിൻ്റെ ഒരറ്റത്തുള്ള അല്ലെങ്കിൽ മേപ്പാടിയിൽ നിന്ന് ചൂരൽമലയിലേക്ക് 13 കിലോമീറ്ററാണ്. ആ 13 കിലോമീറ്റർ കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഗതാഗത മാർഗം അവിടെ അവസാനിച്ചു. എന്നാൽ നമ്മളൊക്കെ കണ്ടതുപോലെ കേട്ടതുപോലെ ഒരു 3 ചെറിയ കുഗ്രാമങ്ങളാണെങ്കിൽ പോലും ഈ ഗ്രാമങ്ങളിലെ ജനങ്ങൾ ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ അവർ ചെറുകിട അവരുടെ കർഷകരുണ്ടായിരുന്നു, തോട്ടം തൊഴിലാളികളുണ്ടായിരുന്നു, പ്രവാസികളുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അവിടുത്തെ പുതിയ തലമുറ ടൂറിസം മേഖലയെ ആശ്രയിച്ച് ഉപജീവന മാർഗം കണ്ടെത്തിയിട്ട് അതിൽ വിജയം കൈവരിച്ചവരായിരുന്നു. അങ്ങനെ 3 ഗ്രാമങ്ങളിലാണെങ്കിൽ പോലും ആ 3 ഗ്രാമങ്ങളിൽ അവിടെ ഹയർ സെക്കൻഡറി വരെയുള്ള വിദ്യാലയമുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അവിടെ ഗ്രാമീൺ ബാങ്കിൻ്റെയും കേരള ബാങ്കിൻ്റെയും ബ്രാഞ്ചുകളുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അവിടെ എസ്റ്റേറ്റിൻ്റെ ആശുപത്രി ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഈ 3 ഗ്രാമങ്ങളിൽ അവർക്ക് സന്തോഷത്തോടു കൂടി ജീവിക്കാനുള്ള എല്ലാവിധ അടിസ്ഥാന സൗകര്യങ്ങളുമുള്ള, നമ്മളെക്കാളൊക്കെ ചിലപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങളൊക്കെ നഗരങ്ങളിൽ ജീവിക്കുന്നവരായിരിക്കാം, നമ്മളെക്കാളൊക്കെ മനോഹരമായ ജീവിതത്തിൽ ജീവിച്ചു പോരുന്നവരായിരുന്നു അവിടുത്തെ ആളുകളൊക്കെ തന്നെ. ഈ 3 പ്രദേശങ്ങളിലും സമൃദ്ധമായ ജീവിതമായിരുന്നു അവരൊക്കെ നയിച്ചു വന്നത്. ജൂലൈ 29 അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ജൂലൈ 30 രാവിലെ ഉണ്ടായ ഉരുൾപൊട്ടൽ. മേപ്പാടി എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഈ മുണ്ടക്കൈ, ചൂരൽമല, പുത്തുമല ഒക്കെ ഇടുന്ന പ്രദേശങ്ങൾ കേരളത്തിൽ തന്നെ ലാൻഡ് സ്ലൈഡിന് റെഡ് സോണിൽ ഉൾപ്പെടുന്ന പ്രദേശമാണ് ഈ 3 പ്രദേശങ്ങൾ. ഈ 3 പ്രദേശങ്ങൾ എന്നെല്ലാം മേപ്പാടി. 2018 മുതൽ ഞങ്ങൾ ചെറുതും വലുതുമായ വിവിധതരം പ്രകൃതി ദുരന്തങ്ങളെ അതിജീവിച്ചു വരുന്നവരാണ്. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഓർമ്മയുണ്ടാകും 2018 പുത്തുമലയിലുണ്ടായ ഉരുൾപൊട്ടൽ. പുത്തുമലയിലുണ്ടായ ഉരുൾപൊട്ടലിൽ ഒരു ഗ്രാമമാകെ ഒലിച്ചു പോയെങ്കിലും ആ മരണസംഖ്യ, അവിടുത്തെ ഡെത്ത് റേറ്റ് ഇത്രത്തോളം വർദ്ധിക്കാതിരുന്നത് അന്നത്തെ ലോക്കൽ ബോഡിയും അന്നത്തെ ഡിസ്ട്രിക്ട് അഡ്മിനിസ്ട്രേഷനും DDMAയും ഒക്കെ ഒരു ദുരന്തം മുന്നിൽ കണ്ടുകൊണ്ട് ക്രിയാത്മകമായിട്ട് ഇടപെടൽ നടത്തിയത് കൊണ്ട് മാത്രമാണ് പുത്തുമലയിൽ ഡെത്ത് റേറ്റ് വർദ്ധിക്കാതിരുന്നത്. കാരണം അന്ന് പുലർച്ചെ തന്നെ മണ്ണിടിച്ചിലിൻ്റെ ഒരു സാധ്യത കണ്ടുകൊണ്ട് അവിടുത്തെ ആളുകളെയൊക്കെ ഒരു താൽക്കാലികമായ ക്യാമ്പിലേക്ക് മാറ്റി താമസിപ്പിച്ചിരുന്നു. എന്നാൽ അന്ന് ഉച്ചയോടെ മഴയുടെ അളവ് കുറഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ കുറച്ച് ആളുകൾ തങ്ങളുടെ വീടുകളിലേക്ക് പോയി വളർത്തുമൃഗങ്ങളെയൊക്കെ പരിപാലിക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടി പോയ സമയത്താണ് വലിയൊരു ഉരുൾപൊട്ടലുണ്ടാവുകയും 18ഓളം ആളുകൾ മരണപ്പെടുകയും ചെയ്തത്. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു വലിയ ദുരന്തത്തെ നേരിൽ കണ്ടുകൊണ്ട് ആ ദുരന്തത്തിൽ നിന്ന് അതിജീവിച്ച് വരുമ്പോഴാണ് 2019 തന്നെ പുത്തുമലയുടെ തൊട്ടപ്പുറമുള്ള, ഇന്ന് നിങ്ങൾ കേട്ട് പരിചയമുള്ള പുഞ്ചിരിമട്ടത്ത് ചെറിയൊരു ഉരുൾപൊട്ടലുണ്ടാകുന്നത്. അന്ന് തന്നെ മുണ്ടക്കൈയിലെയും ചൂരൽമലയിലെയും പുഞ്ചിരിമട്ടത്തെയും ആളുകളെയൊക്കെ ലോക്കൽ ബോഡിയൊക്കെ ഇടപെട്ടുകൊണ്ട് മാറ്റി താമസിപ്പിക്കുകയും 1-2 വീടുകൾ മാത്രം തകർന്നു എന്നല്ലാതെ അന്ന് മരണസംഖ്യയൊന്നും ഉണ്ടായിട്ടില്ല. അങ്ങനെ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ഉരുൾപൊട്ടാൻ സാധ്യതയുള്ള ഇനിയുള്ള വർഷങ്ങളിലും അത്തരത്തിലൊരു സാഹചര്യത്തെ നേരിടാനുള്ള ഒരു തയ്യാറെടുപ്പോടു കൂടിയിട്ടാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ ജീവിച്ചു കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും അതിനുള്ള സാധ്യതകളും അനന്തമാണ്. അങ്ങനെ ഇത്തരത്തിലൊരു സാധ്യതയുള്ള പ്രദേശത്ത് 200 mm കൂടുതൽ റെയിൻ റിപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്താൽ അവിടുത്തെ ആളുകളെ മാറ്റി താമസിപ്പിക്കണമെന്നാണ്. ജൂലൈ 30 മുൻപ്, എനിക്ക് ഓർമ്മയുണ്ട്, ജൂലൈ 13 മുതൽ വയനാട്ടിൽ ശക്തമായ മഴ റിപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുക. ഒരാഴ്ചയായിട്ട് വയനാട്ടിലെ എല്ലാ വിദ്യാലയങ്ങൾക്കും വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ സ്ഥാപനങ്ങൾക്കുമൊക്കെ അവധി കൊടുത്തു. അങ്ങനെ വലിയൊരു ഭീകരമായ അന്തരീക്ഷമായിരുന്നു വയനാട് ജില്ലയിൽ. ഈ ഉരുൾപൊട്ടുന്ന 8 മണിക്കൂറുകൾക്ക് മുൻപ് കേരളത്തിൽ തന്നെ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ മഴ റിപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്ത പ്രദേശമാണ് മുണ്ടക്കൈ എന്ന് TV ചാനലുകളിലൊക്കെ വന്നിട്ട് പോലും അവിടെ DDMAയുടെയോ ലോക്കൽ അഡ്മിനിസ്ട്രേഷൻ്റെയോ ക്രിയാത്മകമായ ഒരു ഇടപെടൽ ഉണ്ടായിട്ടില്ല എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള ഒരു ഭീകരമായ ദുരന്തത്തിലേക്ക് ആ നാടിനെ നയിച്ചത്. പക്ഷെ എന്നിട്ട് പോലും അത്തരത്തിലേക്കൊരു ചർച്ചകളിലേക്ക് ഇവിടുത്തെ ഭരണാധികാരികളൊന്നും പോകുന്നില്ല എന്നുള്ള യാഥാർത്ഥ്യമാണ്. കാരണം വലിയൊരു ദുരന്തത്തിലേക്ക് ജനങ്ങളെ നയിക്കുന്നതിന് കാരണക്കാർ എല്ലാവർക്കും അതിൻ്റെ ഉത്തരവാദിത്വമുണ്ട്. കാരണം ഒരു മുൻകരുതൽ കൊടുത്തെങ്കിൽ, ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ 2018 പുത്തുമലയിലും 19 പുഞ്ചിരിമട്ടത്തും ഉണ്ടായ ദുരന്തത്തെ പോലെ ഒരു മുൻകരുതൽ കൊടുത്തിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ ഒരുപക്ഷെ മല പൊട്ടി വരുന്നത് നമുക്ക് തടയാൻ പറ്റിയിട്ടില്ലായിരുന്നെങ്കിലും കുറേ ആളുകളുടെ ജീവൻ രക്ഷിക്കാൻ നമുക്ക് സാധിക്കുമായിരുന്നു. എന്നാൽ അത്തരത്തിലൊരു ഇടപെടൽ ആ പ്രദേശത്ത് അന്ന് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഒരു യാഥാർത്ഥ്യം. എന്തായാലും ദുരന്തം കഴിഞ്ഞു. ദുരന്തം കഴിഞ്ഞതിന് ശേഷം അതിജീവിക്കാനുള്ള ഒരു പോരാട്ടത്തിലാണ് ആ ദുരന്തബാധിതരൊക്കെ തന്നെ. അത് 300ഓളം ആളുകളാണ് മരണപ്പെട്ടത്. അതിൽ 260ഓളം ബോഡികൾ ഐഡൻറ്റിഫൈ ചെയ്തു. ഇനി 39ഓളം ബോഡികളാണ് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് തിരിച്ചു കിട്ടാനുള്ളത്. 500ലധികം വീടുകൾ തകർന്നു. മുണ്ടക്കൈ എന്ന ഒരു വാർഡ് തന്നെ പൂർണ്ണമായി താമസ യോഗ്യമല്ലാതായി. ചൂരൽമലയിലെ ഭൂരിപക്ഷ പ്രദേശങ്ങളും അട്ടമലയുടെ ഭൂരിപക്ഷ പ്രദേശങ്ങളും താമസ യോഗ്യതമല്ലാതായി. അടുത്ത ദിവസം തന്നെ ഭൗതിക ശാസ്ത്രജ്ഞന്മാരുടെ നേതൃത്വത്തിലുള്ള സംഘം അവിടെ പരിശോധനയും പഠനവും നടത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് അവിടുത്തെ ഗോസോണും നോ ഗോസോണും തിട്ടപ്പെടുത്തിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇത്തരത്തിലൊരു സാഹചര്യത്തിൽ കടന്നു പോകുന്ന ഒരു ജനത, അവരനുഭവിച്ച ആ വിക്ടിംസ് അനുഭവിച്ചു കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന മാനസികാവസ്ഥ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് നമ്മളൊക്കെ സങ്കല്പിക്കുന്നതിലും അപ്പുറമാണ്. നമ്മുടെ ഭാവനകൾക്കപ്പുറമാണ്, നമ്മുടെ ചിന്തകൾക്കപ്പുറമാണ്. അത്രത്തോളം വലിയ ഒരു മാനസിക ആഘാതം അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു വലിയ ദുരന്തത്തിൻ്റെ ആഘാതം നേരിട്ട ആളുകൾ, അവരൊക്കെ തന്നെ ജീവിതത്തിലേക്ക് തിരിച്ചു കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ നമ്മളൊക്കെ ചിന്തിക്കുന്നതിലും നമ്മുടെ ഒക്കെ എത്രയോ അപ്പുറമാണ് അവർ ഇന്ന് ജീവിച്ചു കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഇന്ന് നമ്മൾ പല ചർച്ചകളും കാണുന്നുണ്ട്. അവരുടെ പുനരധിവാസവുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് വലിയ ആശങ്കകൾ ഉണർത്തുന്ന ചർച്ചകളാണ് ഇന്ന് നമ്മുടെ ടെലിവിഷൻ ചാനലുകളും രാഷ്ട്രീയ പാർട്ടികളുമൊക്കെ നടത്തിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. ശരിക്കും ആ വിക്ടിംസിൻ്റെയൊക്കെ മാനസികാവസ്ഥ എന്താണെന്ന് മനസ്സിലാക്കാതെയാണ് ഇവിടുത്തെ സമൂഹം ഇന്ന് പ്രവർത്തിച്ചു കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഇത്തരത്തിൽ ഒരു വലിയ ദുരന്തത്തെ നേരിട്ട് മുന്നോട്ട് വരാനുള്ള തയ്യാറെടുപ്പ് നടത്തുമ്പോൾ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ആ ദുരന്ത ദിവസം മറന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന സമയത്ത്, കാരണം അവർ ജീവിതകാലം ആകെ സമ്പാദിച്ച് കൂട്ടിയ സമ്പാദ്യങ്ങളെല്ലാം നഷ്ടപ്പെടുകയാണ്. അവരുടെ കുടുംബത്തിലെ അവരുടെ വേണ്ടപ്പെട്ടവരൊക്കെ നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടു. ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ അവരൊക്കെ പല ജാതി മത വിശ്വാസങ്ങളിലുള്ളവരാണെങ്കിൽ പോലും അവരൊക്കെ ഒരുമിച്ച് സന്തോഷത്തോടു കൂടി ജീവിക്കുന്ന ഒരു സമൂഹമാണ് ചൂരൽമലയിലും മുണ്ടക്കൈയിലൊക്കെ. അപ്പോൾ അവരെ ഏറ്റവും വേണ്ടപ്പെട്ട ആളുകൾ, അവരുടെ സുഹൃത്തുക്കൾ, അവരുടെ അയൽവാസികൾ, അവരുടെ ബന്ധുക്കൾ, അങ്ങനെ അവർക്ക് അവരുടെ ചെറുപ്പം മുതൽ അവരുടെ ജീവിതകാലം അത്രയും അവർക്ക് ഏറ്റവും വേണ്ടപ്പെട്ടവരായി അവരുടെ കൂടെ ജീവിച്ച പല ആളുകളും നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടു. ഒരു കുടുംബത്തിൽ എല്ലാം നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട 35ഓളം ആളുകളുണ്ട്. അതായത് ഒറ്റപ്പെട്ടു പോയ 35ഓളം ആളുകൾ ഇന്നുമുണ്ട്. കാരണം അവരുടെ കുടുംബത്തിൽ അച്ഛൻ പോയി, അമ്മ പോയി, അവരുടെ സഹോദരങ്ങൾ പോയി, അവരുടെ ഭാര്യമാർ പോയി, മക്കൾ പോയി. രക്ഷപ്പെട്ടവരിൽ പലരും ആ ദിവസങ്ങളിൽ ആ പ്രദേശത്തില്ലാത്തത് കൊണ്ട് പ്രവാസികളായിട്ടുള്ളവരാണ്. അതുപോലെ തന്നെ മറ്റു സ്ഥലങ്ങളിൽ ജോലി തേടി പോയവരൊക്കെയാണ് രക്ഷപ്പെട്ടവരിൽ പലരും. അപ്പോൾ ഇങ്ങനെ വലിയ നഷ്ടം സഹിച്ച് ജീവിക്കുന്ന അവരെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം ഇന്ന് നമ്മുടെ സമൂഹം ഉയർത്തിക്കൊണ്ടുവരുന്ന പല ചർച്ചകളും അവരുടെ ദുരന്തത്തേക്കാൾ വലിയ ആഘാതമാണ് അവരുടെ മനസ്സിനെ ഏൽപ്പിക്കുന്നത് എന്നതിൽ യാതൊരു സംശയവുമില്ല. അപ്പോൾ അത്തരമൊരു സാഹചര്യത്തിലാണ് നമ്മൾ എത്ര വലിയ ടൗൺഷിപ്പ് പണിതാലും, നമ്മൾ എത്ര വലിയ മോഡൽ ഗ്രാമങ്ങൾ ഉണ്ടാക്കി കൊടുത്താലും, കാരണം നിങ്ങളൊക്കെ നഗരങ്ങളിൽ ജീവിക്കുന്നവരായിരിക്കാം, പക്ഷേ ഒരു ഗ്രാമത്തിൻ്റെ എല്ലാ സൗന്ദര്യങ്ങളും എല്ലാ ആഘോഷങ്ങളും എല്ലാം അറിഞ്ഞ് ജീവിച്ച ഒരു ഗ്രാമീണ ജനത എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്, ഗ്രാമത്തിൽ ജനിച്ചു വളർന്ന ആളുകൾ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്, അവരൊക്കെ ആ ഗ്രാമത്തിൽ നിന്ന് വേറൊരു നാട്ടിലേക്ക് പറിച്ചു നട്ടാൽ അത് എത്ര കാലം കഴിഞ്ഞാലും മനസ്സുകൊണ്ട് അംഗീകരിക്കാൻ തയ്യാറാകാത്ത ആളുകളായിരിക്കാം. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ എത്രയൊക്കെ സൗകര്യങ്ങൾ അവർക്ക് ചെയ്തു കൊടുത്താലും ഈ ദുരന്തത്തെ മറക്കാനോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇതിൽ നിന്നൊരു മോചനം അവർക്ക് ജീവിതകാലമാകെയും ഉണ്ടാകുമെന്ന് നമുക്ക് ഉറപ്പില്ല. എന്നിരുന്നാലും നമ്മളെ കൊണ്ടാകുന്നത് പോലെ നമ്മൾ പറയും, ഒരു ദുരന്തമുണ്ടാകുമ്പോൾ ആ ദുരന്തത്തിൽപ്പെട്ട ആളുകളെ ചേർത്ത് പിടിക്കേണ്ട ഉത്തരവാദിത്വം നമ്മളിൽ പലരും പറയുന്നത് പോലെ അത് കേവലം ഒരു സർക്കാരിന് മാത്രമുള്ള ഉത്തരവാദിത്വമല്ല, അതൊരു ലോക്കൽ ബോഡിക്ക് മാത്രമുള്ള ഉത്തരവാദിത്വമല്ല, അത് ഈ നാട്ടിലെ നമ്മൾ ഓരോരുത്തരും അടങ്ങുന്ന ഓരോ പൊതുസമൂഹത്തിലെ ഓരോ ഘടകങ്ങൾക്കും, നമ്മൾ ഓരോരുത്തർക്കും ആ കുടുംബങ്ങളെ ചേർത്ത് പിടിക്കേണ്ട ഉത്തരവാദിത്വമുണ്ട്. ഞാൻ ആ മുണ്ടക്കയിലെയും ചൂരൽമലയിലെയും ഒക്കെ തകർന്ന വീടുകളുടെ കണക്കെടുക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടി ഞങ്ങൾ ഒരു 10ഓളം ഗ്രൂപ്പുകളുണ്ടാക്കി അവിടെ പരിശോധനകൾ നടത്തിയിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ അതിലൊരു ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ അംഗം ഞാനായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ പല വീടുകളിലും പോയപ്പോൾ ഒരാൾ അയാൾ വർഷങ്ങളോളം പ്രവാസ ലോകത്ത് കഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട് അധ്വാനിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഒരു വലിയ സ്വപ്നമായിക്കൊണ്ട് ഒരു വലിയ വീട് പണിതു. ആ വലിയ വീട്ടിൽ 2 മാസങ്ങൾക്ക് മുൻപാണ് അവർ വീട്ടിൽ താമസം ആക്കിയത്. എന്നാൽ അയാൾക്ക് ആ 2 മാസത്തിന് മുൻപ് ആ ചടങ്ങിൽ അയാൾക്ക് എത്താത്തത് കൊണ്ട് സ്വന്തം സ്വപ്ന ഭവനത്തിൽ ആ കയറി കൂടുന്ന ആ ചടങ്ങിൽ ആ ദിവസത്തിൽ അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് പങ്കെടുക്കാൻ പറ്റിയിരുന്നില്ല. അദ്ദേഹം ഒരു 3-4 മാസം കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ തിരിച്ചു വന്ന് സന്തോഷത്തോടു കൂടി കുടുംബത്തോടൊപ്പം ആ ഭവനത്തിൽ ജീവിക്കണമെന്ന് വിചാരിച്ചിരുന്നത്. എന്നാൽ അദ്ദേഹം തിരിച്ചു വരുവാൻ തീരുമാനിച്ച സമയത്താണ് ഇത്തരത്തിലൊരു വലിയ ദുരന്തമുണ്ടായിട്ട് ആ വീടിൻ്റെ അടയാളം പോലും ഇല്ലാതെ ആ പ്രദേശമാകെ മാറിയത്. അങ്ങനെ ഒരുപാട് ആളുകൾ ജീവിതകാലം മൊത്തം തങ്ങളുടെ സമ്പാദ്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ, ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ അവർ ചെറുകിട ഏലം കർഷകരാണ് കൂടുതൽ, കാപ്പി കർഷകരുണ്ടായിരുന്നു, തേയില കർഷകരുണ്ടായിരുന്നു, തോട്ടം മേഖലയിൽ പണിയെടുക്കുന്ന തോട്ടം തൊഴിലാളികളുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അവരൊക്കെ തന്നെ വലിയ, ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ നല്ല ജീവിത സാഹചര്യത്തിൽ ജീവിച്ചവരായിരുന്നു. അവർ പരിപൂർണ തൃപ്തിയോടുകൂടി പരിപൂർണ സന്തോഷത്തോടു കൂടി ജീവിച്ചവരായിരുന്നു. അങ്ങനെ തങ്ങളുടെ സമ്പാദ്യങ്ങളെല്ലാം ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ് ചെയ്ത ഒരു പ്രദേശം, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ തങ്ങളുടെ കൃഷിയിടങ്ങൾ, തങ്ങളുടെ ഭവനങ്ങൾ, അങ്ങനെ എല്ലാം തകർന്ന ആളുകളാണ് ചൂരൽമലയിൽ കൂടുതലും, ചൂരൽമലയിലും മുണ്ടക്കയിലും ഒക്കെയുള്ളത്. പിന്നെ ഞാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞ ദിവസം നിങ്ങളൊക്കെ മാധ്യമങ്ങളിലൂടെ ഒരു വാർത്ത കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. ഒരു ഭാര്യയും ഭർത്താവും പുത്തുമലയിൽ എല്ലാവരെയും കൂട്ടമായിട്ട് സംസ്കരിച്ച പുത്തുമല എന്ന് പറയുന്ന സ്ഥലത്ത് തങ്ങളുടെ 3 പിഞ്ചോമനകൾ, ആ പിഞ്ചോമനകളെ ദുരന്തത്തിൽ നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട, ആദ്യമായിട്ട് ഈ സംഭവം കാണുന്നത് ഞാനാണ് പിന്നീട് മാധ്യമങ്ങളിലേക്ക് ഇത് അറിയിച്ചത്. ആ 3 പിഞ്ചോമനകളുടെ കല്ലറയിൽ ഞങ്ങളൊരു ദിവസം, ഞാൻ മാതൃഭൂമി ആഴ്ച പതിപ്പിൻ്റെ റിപ്പോർട്ടറുടെ കൂടെ പോയ സമയത്താണ് ഈ സംഭവം കാണുന്നത്. ആ 3 കല്ലറയിൽ 3 ചോക്ലേറ്റുകൾ, ആ 3 ചോക്ലേറ്റുകൾ വെച്ച് പോയിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ഞാനിത് ആരുടെ കല്ലറയാണെന്ന് അന്വേഷിച്ചു. അങ്ങനെ ഇവിടെ അച്ഛനെയും അമ്മയെയും ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടു. ആ അച്ഛനും അമ്മയും മേപ്പാടിക്കടുത്ത് തന്നെ ഒരു കോട്ടേഴ്സിലാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ വാടകയ്ക്ക് താമസിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അവരോട് ഞാൻ നേരിട്ട് കാണാൻ പറ്റുമോ എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു. അങ്ങനെ അവരെ നേരിട്ട് പോയി കണ്ടു. കാരണം അവർ പറയും, അവർ ഈ 3 കുട്ടികളും ഒരിക്കലും ഒരുമിച്ചല്ലാതെ ജീവിച്ചിട്ടില്ല. അവർ വേർപിരിയുമ്പോഴും ഒരുമിച്ച് തന്നെയാണ് പോയത്. ഈ കുട്ടികൾ ഇവരെപ്പോൾ വീട്ടിലേക്ക് പോവുകയാണെങ്കിലും ആ വീട്ടിലേക്ക് പോകുന്ന സമയത്ത് അച്ഛനും അമ്മയും ചോക്ലേറ്റ് ഇല്ലാതെ വീട്ടിലേക്ക് കയറി ചെല്ലാൻ പറ്റില്ല. കാരണം അവർക്ക് നിർബന്ധമായിരുന്നു എന്തെങ്കിലുമൊക്കെ മിഠായികൾ, ചോക്ലേറ്റ് അവർക്ക് വേണമെന്നുള്ളത്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ 3 കുട്ടികളും ഈ ദുരന്തത്തിൽ നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടു പോയപ്പോൾ ഈ മൂന്ന് കുട്ടികൾ ഒരുമിച്ചാണ് സംസ്കരിച്ചത്. അപ്രതീക്ഷിതമായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ഐഡൻറ്റിഫൈ ചെയ്യാത്ത ബോഡികളൊക്കെ സംസ്കരിച്ച കൂട്ടത്തിൽ അതിൽ 2 കുട്ടികളുടെ ബോഡി ഒരുമിച്ചായിരുന്നു, തൊട്ടടുത്ത് തന്നെയായിരുന്നു. ഒരു കുട്ടി പിന്നെ DNA ടെസ്റ്റിൽ തിരിച്ചറിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ ആ കുട്ടിയുടെ കൂടി ബോഡി അതിനോട് ചേർന്ന് സംസ്കരിച്ചു. അങ്ങനെ 3 കുട്ടികൾ, 3 പിഞ്ചോമനകൾ, 12 വയസ്സും 8 വയസ്സും 5 വയസ്സും പ്രായമുള്ള 3 പിഞ്ചോമനകൾ. ആ 3 പിഞ്ചോമനകളെ സംസ്കരിച്ചു. അതിന് തൊട്ടടുത്ത് തന്നെ ഈ കുട്ടികളുടെ രക്ഷിതാവിൻ്റെ അമ്മയെയും കൂടി സംസ്കരിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ അമ്മ, ഇവർ പറയും രാത്രി ഇവർ കിടന്നുറങ്ങുമ്പോൾ ഈ അമ്മയുടെ കൂടിയാണ് ഈ 3 കുട്ടികളും കിടന്നുറങ്ങുകയെന്ന്. ഈ അമ്മയുടെ ബോഡിയും തൊട്ടടുത്ത് തന്നെ എത്തിയത് അപ്രതീക്ഷിതമായിട്ടാണ്. അങ്ങനെ ഇവർ ഈ കല്ലറ സന്ദർശിക്കാൻ എല്ലാ ദിവസവും പോവും. എല്ലാ ദിവസവും കയ്യിൽ 3 ചോക്ലേറ്റും കരുതിയിട്ടാണ് ഇവർ ആ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളുടെ കല്ലറ കാണാൻ പോവുക. ഈ ക്രിസ്മസ് ദിനത്തിൽ അവർ പുൽക്കൂടുണ്ടാക്കി. കാരണം കഴിഞ്ഞ തവണ ക്രിസ്മസ് ആഘോഷത്തിനിടയ്ക്ക് ഇവരുണ്ടാക്കിയ പുൽക്കൂട് കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷത്തെ കത്തി നശിച്ചപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് അടുത്ത ക്രിസ്തുമസിന് മനോഹരമായ പുൽക്കൂടുണ്ടാക്കാൻ, നമുക്ക് അടിപൊളിയാക്കാമെന്നൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞ് കുട്ടികളെ സമാധാനിപ്പിച്ചിരുന്നു. ഈ ക്രിസ്മസ് ദിനത്തിൽ അവർ ആ കുട്ടികളുടെ കല്ലറയ്ക്ക് മുകളിൽ മനോഹരമായ പുൽക്കൂടുകളുമൊക്കെയായി ആ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി ഒരു ക്രിസ്തുമസ് രാവ് ഒരുക്കി. ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത്, ഈ കഥ പറയാൻ ഞാൻ കാരണം, ഇങ്ങനെയാണ് ആ മുണ്ടക്കയിലെയും ചൂരൽമലയിലെയും അട്ടമലയിലെയും ഓരോരുത്തരുടെയും ജീവിത സാഹചര്യം. നമ്മൾ എല്ലാം നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട ശ്രുതിയെക്കുറിച്ച് നമ്മൾ ചാനലുകളിലും സോഷ്യൽ മീഡിയകളിലൊക്കെ ചർച്ച ചെയ്ത ശ്രുതിയെക്കുറിച്ച്. ശ്രുതിയുടെ അമ്മ ഞങ്ങളുടെ മേപ്പാടി ഗ്രാമപഞ്ചായത്തിൻ്റെ മുൻ മെമ്പറായിരുന്നു. ശ്രുതി കോഴിക്കോട് തന്നെ ഒരു ആരോഗ്യ സ്ഥാപനത്തിൽ വിംസിലായിരുന്നു ജോലി ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. എന്നതുകൊണ്ട് മാത്രമാണ് ശ്രുതി നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടത്. ശ്രുതിയുടെ അമ്മ പോയി, ശ്രുതിയുടെ അച്ഛൻ പോയി, ശ്രുതിയുടെ ഏക അനിയത്തി പോയി, ശ്രുതിയുടെ ഏറ്റവും അടുത്ത ബന്ധുക്കളൊക്കെ ആ ദുരന്തത്തിൽ അകപ്പെട്ടു പോയി. അങ്ങനെ ശ്രുതിക്ക് ആശ്വാസമായിരുന്ന ചെറുപ്പക്കാരൻ 8 വർഷത്തോളം പ്രണയിച്ച് ഒരുമിച്ച് ജീവിക്കാൻ ആഗ്രഹിച്ച് ഈ ദുരന്തമുണ്ടാകുന്ന 1 മാസങ്ങൾക്ക് മുൻപാണ് അവരുടെ എൻഗേജ്മെൻറ്റ് നടന്നത്. അങ്ങനെ ഈ എല്ലാവരും നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട ശ്രുതി പിന്നെ ഒരു താങ്ങായി, ഒരു തണലായി. കാരണം 8 വർഷത്തെ 10 വർഷത്തെ പ്രണയം എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുമ്പോൾ അത് എത്രത്തോളം മാനസികമായിട്ട് ഉണ്ടാകുന്ന ഒരു അടുപ്പം ഉണ്ടാകുമെന്ന് നമുക്കൊക്കെ അറിയാവുന്ന കാര്യമാണ്. അങ്ങനെ ശ്രുതി അയാളോടുമൊത്ത് ജീവിതത്തിലേക്ക് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒന്ന് സന്തോഷിച്ച് വരുന്ന സമയത്താണ് ശ്രുതിയുടെ ഈ എല്ലാം ആയ ഈ സഹോദരനെയും മറ്റൊരു ദുരന്തം കൊണ്ടുപോകുന്നത്. ആ ദുരന്തത്തിൽ ശ്രുതിക്കും അപകടം സംഭവിച്ചു, ശ്രുതിയുടെ പരിക്ക് സംഭവിക്കുകയുണ്ടായി. ശ്രുതിക്കിപ്പോൾ സർക്കാർ ജോലി കൊടുത്തെങ്കിൽ പോലും ശ്രുതിയുടെ മാനസികാവസ്ഥ എന്തായിരിക്കും? നമ്മളൊക്കെ എത്ര ആലോചിച്ചാലും എത്ര ചിന്തിച്ചാലും ഇങ്ങനെ ആയിരിക്കുമെന്ന് വിചാരിച്ചാൽ പോലും നമുക്കൊക്കെ ചിന്തിക്കാവുന്നതിലും അപ്പുറമായിരിക്കും ശ്രുതിയുടെയൊക്കെ മാനസികാവസ്ഥ. അങ്ങനെ ഒരുപാട് പേരുണ്ട്. ഞാൻ ഈ 29-ന് വൈകുന്നേരം 29-ന് ഉച്ചയ്ക്ക് ശേഷം മുണ്ടക്കയിൽ ശക്തമായ റെയിൻ റിപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്ത സമയത്ത് ചൂരൽമലയിലെയും മുണ്ടക്കയിലെയും സ്കൂളുകൾക്ക് അവിടെ പ്രാദേശികമായിട്ടുള്ള അവധി അവിടുത്തെ പ്രധാന അധ്യാപകർ കൊടുത്തു. ഇപ്പം ഞങ്ങൾ പഞ്ചായത്തിലെ പ്രസിഡൻറ്റിൻ അടക്കമുള്ള ആളുകൾ പുഞ്ചിരിമട്ടത്ത് പോയി, ഒരു ദുരന്തം ഉണ്ടാവുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ആദ്യം പുഞ്ചിരിമട്ടത്ത് ബാധിക്കാൻ സാധ്യതയുള്ള ഒരു 5 ട്രൈബൽ ഫാമിലി, ആ കുടുംബങ്ങളെ വെള്ളാർമല സ്കൂളിലേക്ക് മാറ്റി താമസിപ്പിച്ചു. ഞാൻ മാതൃഭൂമിയിൽ ജോലി ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ഞാൻ ഞങ്ങളുടെ ചാനലിലെ വയനാട് റിപ്പോർട്ടറെ വിളിച്ചു. അദ്ദേഹത്തോട് പറഞ്ഞു, മുണ്ടക്കൈയിൽ മഴ കൂടുതലാണ്, നമുക്കൊന്ന് ആ പ്രദേശത്ത് പോയാലോ എന്ന്. അപ്പോൾ അവർ ബാണാസുരയിൽ പോയി തിരിച്ചു വരികയായിരുന്നു. അങ്ങനെ അവരോടൊപ്പം ഞാൻ മുണ്ടക്കൈയിലേക്ക് പോയി. മുണ്ടക്കൈയിൽ പോകുന്ന സമയത്ത് വയനാട്ടിലെ ഒട്ടുമിക്ക മാധ്യമങ്ങളും TV ചാനൽ റിപ്പോർട്ടർമാരും പുത്തുമലയിലിരുന്ന് ഷൂട്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പം ഞങ്ങൾ അവരോട് പുഞ്ചിരിമട്ടം എന്ന് പറയുന്നൊരു സ്ഥലം കാണിച്ചു തരാമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് ഞാൻ അവരെല്ലാവരെയും കൂട്ടി പുഞ്ചിരിമട്ടത്തേക്ക് പോയി. പുഞ്ചിരിമട്ടത്ത് പോയപ്പോൾ അതിഭീകരമായിരുന്നു അവിടുത്തെ സാഹചര്യം എന്ന് പറയും. അങ്ങനെ ചാനലുകാരൊക്കെ റിപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്തു. അപ്പോൾ ഒരു പ്രായമായ ഒരു ചേട്ടൻ, രാമസ്വാമി എന്നാണ് അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ പേര്, അദ്ദേഹം ആ പാലം കടന്ന് വരുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു, കുളിച്ചൊരുങ്ങി കുടയൊക്കെ ചൂടി വരുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ രാമസ്വാമിയേട്ടനോട് ചോദിച്ചു ഇവിടുത്തെ ഒരു സാഹചര്യം ഈ മാധ്യമ പ്രവർത്തകർക്കൊന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കൊടുക്കുക. അപ്പോൾ രാമസ്വാമിയേട്ടൻ മാധ്യമപ്രവർത്തകരോട് പറഞ്ഞു, ഇവിടെ ഉരുൾ പൊട്ടിയിട്ടുണ്ട് ഇന്ന് രാവിലെ. എന്നിട്ടൊരു മരം കാണിച്ചത്, ഒരു മരം അവിടെ തോട്ടിൽ തങ്ങി നിൽക്കുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ആ മരം ഇന്ന് രാവിലെ പൊട്ടി വീണതാണെന്ന്, ഉരുൾ പൊട്ടിയപ്പോൾ പൊട്ടി വന്നതാണ്. സത്യത്തിൽ അദ്ദേഹം ഉരുൾ പൊട്ടിയെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങൾ ആരും വിശ്വസിച്ചിരുന്നില്ല. അങ്ങനെ തലേ ദിവസം ദുരന്തത്തിൻ്റെ തൊട്ട് മണിക്കൂറുകൾക്ക് മുൻപ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ മാധ്യമങ്ങളിൽ നിങ്ങൾ വന്ന വാർത്തകളൊക്കെ നിങ്ങൾ കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ടാവും. അത് ആ രാമസ്വാമിയേട്ടൻ പറഞ്ഞിരുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങളാണ്. രാമസ്വാമിയേട്ടൻ പറഞ്ഞു ഞങ്ങളോടൊക്കെ ഇവിടുന്ന് മാറി താമസിക്കാൻ പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്, കാരണം അവർ ആ തോടിനോട് ചേർന്ന് താമസിക്കുന്നവരാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ കുടുംബങ്ങളെ വെള്ളാരമല സ്കൂളിലേക്ക് മാറ്റിയതുപോലെ രാമസ്വാമിയേട്ടൻ പറഞ്ഞു ഞാൻ ക്യാമ്പിലേക്ക് പോവുകയാണ്, വെള്ളം കൂടിയാൽ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഈ പാലം മുറിച്ച് കിടക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല, അതുകൊണ്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ ഇവിടുന്ന് മാറി താമസിക്കുകയാണെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അങ്ങനെ രാമസ്വാമിയേട്ടൻ പോയി. ഞാൻ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ മുണ്ടക്കൈയിലെ തകർന്ന വീടുകളുടെ കണക്കെടുക്കാൻ ഞാൻ പോയപ്പോൾ ഈ പാലമില്ല. ഇപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങൾ ഈ തോടിൻ്റെ അക്കരെ പോയപ്പോൾ രാമസ്വാമിയേട്ടൻ്റെ വീടിനും രാമസ്വാമിയേട്ടൻ താമസിച്ച വീടുകൾക്കൊന്നും ഒരു കേടുപാടും സംഭവിച്ചിട്ടില്ല. കാരണം അതിലല്ല പോയത്. നമ്മളൊക്കെ പ്രതീക്ഷിച്ചത് ആദ്യം ബാധിക്കുന്ന കുടുംബങ്ങൾ അവരായിരിക്കുമെന്നാണ്. ഒന്നും സംഭവിച്ചിട്ടില്ല. പക്ഷേ രാമസ്വാമിയേട്ടൻ മരിച്ചു. കാരണം അവിടുന്ന് മാറി താമസിച്ച രാമസ്വാമിയേട്ടൻ്റെ തൊട്ടടുത്തുള്ള ഒരു SC ഉന്നതി എന്ന് പറയും, ആ ഉന്നതിയിൽ താമസിക്കുന്ന 5-6 കുടുംബങ്ങൾ അവിടെ വീട് മാത്രം അനാഥമാക്കിക്കൊണ്ട്, കാരണം രാമസ്വാമിയേട്ടൻ സ്കൂളിലെ ക്യാമ്പിലേക്ക് പോയി തിരിച്ച് അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ മകൻ താമസിക്കുന്ന എസ്റ്റേറ്റ് പാടിയിൽ താമസിച്ചു. അങ്ങനെ ഒരുപാട് ആളുകൾ ഈ പാലം മുറിച്ചു കിടക്കാനുള്ള ബുദ്ധിമുട്ട് കൊണ്ട് വെള്ളം കൂടിയാൽ മുറിച്ചെടുക്കാനുള്ള ബുദ്ധിമുട്ട് പാലത്തിനക്കരെയുള്ള വീടുകളിൽ പാടികളിൽ താമസിച്ചു. പക്ഷെ അവരെയൊക്കെ ഉരുളെടുത്ത് കൊണ്ടുപോയി. രാമസ്വാമിയേട്ടനും ഉരുളെടുത്ത് കൊണ്ടുപോയി. പക്ഷേ രാമസ്വാമിയേട്ടൻ താമസിച്ച വീട്ടിലാണ് രാമസ്വാമിയേട്ടൻ താമസിച്ചിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ ഒന്നും സംഭവിക്കില്ലായിരുന്നു. അതുപോലെ അവിടുത്തെ ഒരുപാട് വീടുകൾ മാത്രം അനാഥമാക്കിക്കൊണ്ട് 2-3 ഫാമിലി പൂർണ്ണമായിട്ടും അങ്ങനെ വലിയൊരു ഭീകരമായിട്ടുള്ള അന്തരീക്ഷത്തിലാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ അവരൊക്കെ ഈ വയനാടിൻ്റെ വിവിധ പഞ്ചായത്തുകളിലായിട്ട് പറിച്ചു നട്ട് വാടകയ്ക്ക് താമസിക്കുകയാണ്. സർക്കാർ അവർക്ക് ചെറിയ സഹായങ്ങളൊക്കെ, ഇപ്പോൾ അവർക്ക് 2000 രൂപയുടെ ഫുഡ് പാക്കേജ് എല്ലാ മാസവും കൊടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. 300 രൂപ വെച്ച് ഒരു കുടുംബത്തിലെ 2 പേർക്ക് 300 രൂപ വെച്ച് ഡെയിലി വേജായിട്ട് അവർക്ക് കൊടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അവർക്കുള്ള ടൗൺഷിപ്പ് തയ്യാറാക്കാനുള്ള ശ്രമത്തിലാണ്. എന്നാലും അവരൊക്കെ വലിയ ആശങ്കയിലാണ് ജീവിച്ചു കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. അവരൊക്കെ വിവിധ പ്രദേശങ്ങളിൽ മാറി. ഇപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ വാർഡിൽ തന്നെ 30ഓളം, എൻ്റെ വാർഡെന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഞാൻ മേപ്പാടി പഞ്ചായത്ത് മെമ്പറാണെങ്കിൽ പോലും ചൂരൽമലയിൽ നിന്ന് 23 കിലോമീറ്റർ അകലെയാണ് എൻ്റെ വാർഡ്. ഞങ്ങളുടെ മേപ്പാടി പഞ്ചായത്ത് ഒരു സമയത്ത് കേരളത്തിലെ തന്നെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ പഞ്ചായത്തായിരുന്നു. വലിയ ദൂരപരിധിയുള്ള ഒരു പഞ്ചായത്താണ് മേപ്പാടി പഞ്ചായത്ത് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. 30ഓളം കുടുംബങ്ങൾ എൻ്റെ വാർഡിലും താമസിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അവരൊക്കെ ആയിട്ട് ദൈനംദിനം ബന്ധപ്പെടുമ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഈ കാണുന്നതൊന്നുമല്ല അവരനുഭവിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നതൊക്കെ. അപ്പോൾ എന്തായാലും ഞാൻ ദീർഘിപ്പിക്കുന്നില്ല. നിങ്ങൾ ഈ സമ്മേളനത്തിൽ വളരെ ആധികാരികമായിട്ട് ഈ വിഷയത്തെക്കുറിച്ചൊക്കെ ചർച്ച ചെയ്യുമെന്ന് നമുക്കറിയാം. എന്തായാലും നിങ്ങൾ ഓരോരുത്തരെ കൊണ്ടും നിങ്ങളുടെ നല്ല മനസ്സ് ആണ് നിങ്ങളെ വയനാട്ടിലേക്ക് എത്തിച്ചത്. ആ ദുരന്തം കണ്ട ആളുകളൊക്കെ, നമ്മൾ നേരത്തെ ആ ദുരന്തമുണ്ടായ സമയത്ത് ചുരം കയറി ഒരുപാട് ആളുകൾ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഒരുപാട് ആളുകൾ ചുരം കയറി ഞങ്ങളെ സഹായിക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടി വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. ദുരിതാശ്വാസ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങളിലും ക്യാമ്പുകളിലും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ആ ദുരന്തമുണ്ടായ സമയത്ത് രക്ഷാപ്രവർത്തനത്തിനുമൊക്കെ നിങ്ങൾ കുറേ പേര് യൂണിഫോമൊക്കെ അണിഞ്ഞ് അവിടെ ഇല്ലേ, ചാനലുകളിലൊക്കെ കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ടാകും. ഓരോ സംഘടനകൾ യൂണിഫോമുകളൊക്കെ ധരിച്ച് അവിടെ തിരച്ചിലൊക്കെ നടത്തുന്നത്. അവരൊക്കെ നന്നായി പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ നടത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ അവരെക്കാൾ ഉപരി അവിടെ 100 കണക്കിന് ആളുകൾ ഈ ദുരന്തം കേട്ടറിഞ്ഞത് മുതൽ ഒരു യൂണിഫോമും ഇല്ലാതെ, ഒരു ഐഡൻറ്റിറ്റിയും ഇല്ലാതെ, മയക്കോട്ടുകൾ മാത്രം ധരിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഓടിയെത്തി യഥാർത്ഥ രക്ഷാപ്രവർത്തനം നടത്തിയ ഒരുപാട് ആളുകളുണ്ട്. അവരൊന്നും ചിലപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾ ചാനൽ ഫ്രെയിമുകളിലും മാധ്യമങ്ങളിലൊന്നും കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ടാവില്ല. അങ്ങനെ ഒരുപാട് മനുഷ്യഹൃദയമുള്ള ഒരുപാട് ആളുകൾ ഈ ദുരന്തം കേട്ടറിഞ്ഞതു മുതൽ ഇന്ന് വരെയും ആ നാടിനെ ചേർത്ത് പിടിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ഭാഗമാകാൻ തയ്യാറായ നിങ്ങൾക്കെല്ലാവർക്കും ഞങ്ങളുടെ പേരിൽ, മേപ്പാടിയുടെ ജനങ്ങളുടെ പേരിൽ, ഹൃദയത്തിൻ്റെ പേരിൽ നന്ദി പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് ഈ ഒരു കോൺഫറൻസിന് എല്ലാവിധ ആശംസകളും നേർന്നുകൊണ്ട് എൻ്റെ വാക്കുകൾ നിർത്തുന്നു. നന്ദി, നമസ്കാരം.
Thank you, Mr. Ajmal Sajid, for spending your valuable time. We invited you for a few words of felicitation, but we were so blessed and privileged to hear from you as you shared the heartbeat of Mundakai Churalmala places, the history of that region, and how he shared soul-stirring stories from the affected area. He has emphasized on the need of collective efforts from the government, NGOs, and also all stakeholders and citizens. ശ്രീ അജ്മൽ സജിദിനോടുള്ള നന്ദി ഈ സമയത്ത് ട്രാൻസ്ഫോം ഫോർ ലൈഫിൻ്റെ പേരിലും അലൈവ് കോൺഫറൻസിൻ്റെ പേരിലും ഞങ്ങൾ അറിയിക്കുന്നു. സമയമെടുത്ത് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഇടയിൽ നിങ്ങൾ കടന്നു വന്നു. ആ പ്രദേശത്തിൻ്റെ ചരിത്രം, ആ പ്രദേശത്തിൻ്റെ ജനത്തിൻ്റെയും ആ മണ്ണിൻ്റെ ഹൃദയസ്പന്ദനം, അതുപോലെ അവിടുത്തെ മനസ്സിനെ അലിയിക്കുന്ന കഥകളൊക്കെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഇടയിൽ വന്ന് പങ്കുവെച്ച് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഈ കോൺഫറൻസിനെ ഏറ്റവും ധന്യമാക്കിയ നിങ്ങളുടെ പ്രവർത്തനത്തെ ഓർത്ത് നന്ദി അറിയിക്കുകയും നിങ്ങളുടെ എല്ലാ പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾക്ക് ഞങ്ങളുടെ നല്ല ആശംസകൾ നേരുകയും ചെയ്യുന്നു. താങ്ക് യു. We would like to take this time to release a very special souvenir. Eva Ipan, who is sitting along with me as the MC for this conference, and Dr. Sunny Philip have worked very hard on this along with the team.
I'd just like to share a few words about the souvenir before we invite Dr. VP to release the souvenir. It has been an honor. It's been a good journey to travel through the eyes of the artists behind this souvenir. So while Jibi said that Sunny Uncle and I have worked hard behind the release of this, the true artists behind this souvenir are two of our participants of some of our programs that we conducted. And both of them, they have journeyed through mental health challenges and emotional trauma, and they use art to share their expression of healing. That is how they heal. And it's been a beautiful journey. They've shared their gift of their art with us. In fact, we had sketchbooks from the artists themselves. The original sketchbooks were shared with me in order to take these photographs and share it in the form of this book that we are very privileged to release. We have put in key themes about emotional trauma and healing in the book as well. And so we really hope that you are touched by the themes in this book. We would like to invite Dr. Verghese Philip, our chairman, to release this book. Can I please request Dr. Shanawaz to please receive the book from Mr. Verghese Philip.
While Dr. Verghese Philip is on the dais, we will request him to give a gift to Mr. Ajmal Sajid as a token of our love. കോൺഫറൻസിൻ്റെ പേരിലുള്ള ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഒരു ചെറിയൊരു ഉപഹാരം ഡോക്ടർ വർഗീസ് ഫിലിപ്പ് മിസ്റ്റർ അജ്മലിന് നൽകുന്നു. We will take a short tea break for 15 minutes and then we will convene again and continue with our conference. Hope you can interact with each other and also get to know new people. The tea will be served in the dining area. Thank you for coming back. As we resume our session, we are here because of that fateful night which destroyed the lives of many people in Mundakai Churalmala region. One aspect of trauma, whether it happens to individuals or a community, is that it fails to get words and language, and it often gets buried as days go by. It is there, but not spoken. It is felt, but not uttered. That is why this conference is relevant, so that what happened in Wayanad some months ago does not get buried in the archives of newspapers or libraries, but we take it up, give those images words and a language, and that story is upheld so that we learn from what has happened. We are so privileged to have with us Dr. Shanavas Palliyal, who is Deputy General Manager at Dr. Moopens Medical College and Aster Wayanad Hospital. He is a Senate member of Kerala University of Health Sciences. He is a key healthcare leader. During the Wayanad landslides, he led critical medical responses. Under his leadership, Aster WIMS provided high-quality, compassionate care, which reflects the vision of Dr. Azad Moopen, who is the chairman and founder of Aster DM Healthcare. So we will have this time to listen to Dr. Shanavas Palliyal, who will be sharing his first-hand experiences in seeing and responding to that crisis situation. Over to you, Dr. Shanavas.
Thank you. It is a great privilege to be part of this very important conference, Alive conference. I would like to thank all the organizers and the people behind the Transform for Life organization for the opportunity has given to me as well as the institution where I come from, Dr. Moopens Medical College. Actually, being a public health specialist, I'm basically a dentist. I'm specialized in public health dentistry. So while going through the Transform for Life and your activities, it is more into community engagement. So happy to see that. And we also doing so many activities in the community level, and I think we can associate with it many areas. And also happy to hear that many of our CMC Vellore alumni is here. We have more than 20 doctors from CMC Vellore. Our PMR headed by Dr. Babish Chako is a good friend of Johan's, and he was telling about all your, when I was sitting, he's messaging me. So that's nice to hear. So before going to my talk, I would like to give a brief introduction about this institution, because very important when I talk about my this particular topic. It's Dr. Moopens Medical College, formerly known as DM Wayanad Institute of Medical Sciences, established in the year 2012. This institution is a dream of a one person. When he was doing his MBBS, he wanted to badly have a medical college in a remote part of Kerala. He decided it was in Wayanad. He could not do it in early growth of his career. Then he went to Dubai and he settled his. He acquired a lot of pharmacy outlets and clinics. Then he started investing in the hospitals. He became one of the renowned business in the field of healthcare. Then at the age of 60, he decided to build a medical college in his pocket, and he made as a trust. Okay, so he is one, whether his company is listed in the share market, but still he wanted to serve the most underprivileged community. He pumped 650 crores in Thare Arapeta, Mepadi, that is in Wayanad, and still I still feel people don't realize the importance of one person can change that. And many of these consultants told that it is not financially viable, don't invest there. But he followed his dream, and he, with all the obstacles, he invested there in that remotest part of Kerala, and remotest part in Wayanad, I can say that is in Thare Arapeta. The person I'm talking about is none other than Padma Shri Dr. Azad Moopan. He's in the healthcare profession, he's one of the most respected person in the world. His company, that's Aster DM Healthcare, is now operational in 6 countries, and it is the only medical college. And I would like to invite you all to our campus. It's a 50 acres of land with 16 lakh square foot built-up area, and we didn't touch the terrain or destroyed any hills, and we made in that such a way. Then maybe you will, why I talked about an institution, you will come to know later. Change it. This no, this one. Yeah. I put my topic name as a code green. We have hospitals every time we have a codes. When an emergency situation comes, for example, code blue is nothing but when a cardiac emergency happens, we specifically mention code blue in second floor ward 2. So whoever knows CPR or trained on CPR, they have to be there. Code red is fire, and code green rarely used when an emergency situation where a mass casualty, especially in a natural calamity. Next. I want to talk about 3 things on entire presentation. One is about the Mundakai and Churalmala landslide timeline from my perspective. I was there from the beginning. Maybe you have read your stories from the media, and just one from my side. The second thing, how we saved 440 lives, victims who came for treatment in badly injured shape in our hospital. And third, what lesson we learned, and we have something to say to you. Okay, so Ajmal was informing about these things. We had anybody from Wayanad? All students might be in Wayanad, yes. So the July month, we experienced very heavy rain from the first week itself. Every day there was schools on leave, but we found that, and particularly in the after July 22nd, the rain style is increased, and in that area, Attamala, Churalmala, Mundakai region, we received more rain. That is a 572 millimeter of rain in just 48 hours. That's why Ajmal pointed out that there was the warning system was wrong. Actually, it was orange alert on that day, on 30th. It was supposed to be a red alert. Then later, after that, every rain, government started issuing the red alert, and that is that is a debatable discussion required later on, how the warning system works. Now the timeline of events, the same day, ward member Ajmal was talking about the rain was too much, and the media persons on the 29th, and that visuals I've seen. My good friend Kamal is in Madhubhumi. He was giving a live news coverage that the Mundakai river stream is become like a river and is very furious. So there is a landslide by the Locklite, they were selling. So that night, I felt that something going to happen, I may get a call. I get a call when a confusion happens in the operation. By the way, I'm heading the operations of this hospital, Nashua Hospital. So whenever the person who cannot manage any critical situation, they will come to me. So I was expecting a call in the night. So I could not sleep also because the rain is too much. Exactly by 1:40, I received a call from my good colleague, Neetu. She said, "Sir, landslide and the water is gushing inside and please save me." I asked them, "Neetu, are you okay? How many are there in the house?" They said, "All the neighbors, especially women and children, are there in the house." Then just tell me, I asked her, "Describe yourself." Then she said, "Kadalu pole." If you see outside, only can see like a sea, water flowing. It's in the middle of the night. She was crying. She said, "Please help." I told, "We will be there in 40 minutes time. That's a running time. Before that will reach, I'll send you the ambulance, I'll send you the fire force, don't worry about it." That was the first call. And then I checked WhatsApp, I checked social media, nothing. There is no reported case. Then I thought only for the Needu. But I gone to Needu's place, Needu's house before. It was very crowded area. So if landslide happened to Needu's house, that means it's more than 50 to 60 houses might have affected. So then I tried calling the police stations, Mepadi, Kalpetta police station, don't know any idea. Then I called 100, then I called the Fire Force. Fire Force person also said that I got a call and we are planning to go that side. Then I decided to put a message by 2:20 a.m. In our WhatsApp group. In my social media, our own staff has a WhatsApp group. We have 2,200 staffs in our hospital. So that is the first message I put. Then I'll just give you a screenshot of the WhatsApp. These are the events happened. So the first person was responding was a Pramesh. He was there in Churalmala. He was describing how the situation was, giving the videos, sending details. I can see here the people giving WhatsApp voice messages, screaming for help. Our own staffs and relatives are there. And the worst thing is the night duty staff's relatives are stuck in that area and they are calling me to help. So my WhatsApp and calls flooded with SOS messages. Then I started getting police, people are all on the way. So even Neetu's voice message said, she's also in the WhatsApp group, please help. Next. Then the real news came at 3 o'clock that there is a massive landslide happened, 2 villages washed away. Then we realized what we are witnessing is one of the worst natural calamity in the recent history of India. Then first patient came, head injury, 3:30 a.m. we received first head injury cases. Then we started getting, by 5 o'clock, we started getting all the injured patients. So we told them, write down in the board, whoever is coming and display outside. Because media people asking me who are coming and missing. I'm getting all the photos of missing persons. So they especially the relatives from outside that area. Just wanted to show you, this is a Reuters satellite picture, shows Mundakai and Churalmala, the 2 cities. And here it is the Punjiri Matam. The landslide happened exactly here, Punjiri Matam region. It acted like a dam. When the water gushed in, it is like a ballooning effect. And all the rocks and woods went to one place and started collecting the entire water body. Then actually landslide happened only once, but the real impact came at 4 a.m. That's how we lost many of my friends and colleagues in Churalmala. Next. Yeah. So 4 a.m. code green we activated and mass casualty protocol we activated, and all the on-duty personnel mobilized to emergency department. And ED triage. I just wanted to put a triage. I'll explain what is triage. Tarantirikkalana, how patients divided. So we have put decontamination room is very, very important because every person injured or a body coming to our department is with mud and all. Their mud went inside their mouth, and it's not visible which age, which gender it is. So we have kept a separate room, but that was not enough. So we have identified a place where we wash first and get into it. So decontamination room was set up, and we know that more number of 2 villages washed away, and our bed strength is 950. We expect more numbers. We don't know what to do. Slowly leaders are coming there. So I was live coordinating from my house with the WhatsApp and calls. So I called the medical superintendent, and Paul Peter is the head of the emergency department, to come there. They are already activated, and by 6 a.m. I reached, and I could able to see that 15 injured patients already, victims are already arrived. We started slowly getting the dead bodies. That is by 6:30 a.m. Next. 7 a.m. This is something we could able to do something remarkable job. We formed a disaster cell, and we convened a meeting, and all the surgeons, that is neurosurgeon, maxillofacial surgeons, ENT, plastic surgeon, all surgeons are being called, and all the special critical care specialists, all the intensivists or the emergency department doctors, heads are being called, and nurses team, and the heads like management heads and dean and vice principals called, and everybody we are given a duties. I was given a responsibility of briefing the media and coordinating with the government officials. And we all decided to stay back, and the ED is, the first day ED is very important, emergency department. And we need, the main problem was our ICU was full, and we have 100 bed ICU, almost 82 number of ICU beds already used, and our ventilators are full. So we little worried what to do. Now patients are coming with need ventilators, what to do. So I called the district administration. They convened a meeting. They said they are on the way. Next. By almost 8 o'clock, the people, the outside world came. No more deaths started coming. And Bijesh, who was there in the active live in the WhatsApp, and he was sending messages, and he was saying many lives. Suddenly we heard he's no more, and his body recovered. And he was one of the first body came to our hospital. His family, entire family died on the incident. Then by noon, 150 injured victims. The main problem was the connectivity with the Churalmala and Mundakai. The bridge was broken. So only army can build. Army was on the way. So we cannot get the injured persons from the Mundakai ride. All the injured and dead bodies are coming from the Churalmala town. By 2 a.m., media cell established, an online meeting held with the district administration. This is a beautiful meeting. First time I felt that it's a humanity in front of anything else. There is no private, public, nothing else. It's just we are together. So DC told, it is one team, what you need. And you are the only tertiary care center, only infrastructure. Just tell us what you want. I said, we need ventilators, we need monitors, we need all the HFNC, all the life-saving equipments required. We don't know the numbers, but we need right now. And we have patients who are undergone surgeries, cath lab is full, and okay. So Collector said all the heads of the nearby private hospitals and government hospitals collected, and some of the patient can be shifted if needed from our hospital. So our hospital declared only these 2 village people to victims to allocate. Then we started receiving all the ventilators and the equipments of the government. We received from the Kozhikode Beach Hospital, Kozhikode Government Medical College. That was something remarkable example how a public-private partnership can save lives. Needu was no more. We realized after 2 days because her phone was switched off after 4 a.m. The worst part was when we have another WhatsApp group where all the unidentified bodies photos keep on sending. Unfortunately, I have to see every photo and see who is something similar to her. She has, and only thing is some ornament or a ring she was wearing. That is only identity mark. And we recovered her body near Sujipara waterfall. And that's the first recorded call from first. She was the first person to inform the world about this calamity. And there is a house, next photo. We lost these 4 important staffs. They were all there in the WhatsApp and trying to asking for a request. We never thought they'll die. We wanted to help them, but we could not. We sent the ambulance at that time itself by 2:45, but the ambulance could not reach that area mainly because more of elephants on that road, and especially so much trees are fell on the road, it's blocked. And by 3:30 we were there, but in front of a natural fury we are less helpless. Just watching is only thing we can do. These are the data. Finally, we have 445 patients came, and in that we have done 37 major surgeries. We have head injury right away from the day one. It is not done just by us. We have a support of the patient. The doctors came from the Apollo also. Doctors came from the Astra MIMS Kozhikode. And they performed a continuous surgery all night. A few of them, we thought will die. They never come back. But we were not ready. The doctors were not ready. As a team and support of the government system and life-saving equipments, we saved everyone. There is whoever came with one pulse, they were alive today. And next, yeah. This is Punjiri Matam, my friend's photo taken. This is a starting point. Next. This is a Churalmala just after 1 week time, and no, this is during the Bailey Bridge they are going to construct. That's during that time. This is next to Neetu's house. These are the photos I have taken while going there. I was checking all the houses who were there. So after 2 weeks time of taking all the photos, yes, just took some few photos to know how impact it was. Next. On 2nd of August, our chairman came. Our chairman had a stroke, and he was not supposed to go outside and meet people. But still he wanted to come here. He always say that this institution is not for the profit. This institution is there for that if I die, it has to remember that I built it. That's it. So whenever we have a board meeting, he tell that whatever money collected, don't give to me. It's just back to the institution. He believes in research. He believes in quality healthcare, and for the most underprivileged community. We told them many times, we give you a quality healthcare. Financially never be viable in India, especially in Kerala. But he never listened. He wanted NABH, he wanted NAC, he wanted NABL, all the accredited body to be registered. And we are in loss. But he is now also, we need at least 7 crores rupees per month for the salary. The 50% of the salary come from his pocket. That's much passionate here. It's only one person driving force. And that's why even though doctors are denied him not to go to the public, he was there. Next slide. Then he gave 4 crores to Chief Minister Disaster Fund, and visited his family visited during that time. Next. Next. I'll give you Opposition Minister Mr. Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi, our MP, was there at the time. Then on 10th, our Prime Minister visited our campus and they paid homage to the people who we lost. Next. Next. Then he visited all the patients. We had 3 wards. Each ward has a strength of 90. And many of them don't want to go back home also. They were there. And thanks to the beautifully managed, we have a very good support from the community NGOs. The food was supported by many of the NGOs, and they are with the trauma. Many of them from ICUs, and Prime Minister took, he was only scheduled to time, he was only 30 minutes, but he spent 1 hour 30 minutes in the hospital. That was, many people told this is the first time he is staying back this much time and spending too much time in the hospital. He was accompanied by our Chief Minister, Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan, and also then Governor Arif Mohammad Khan, and Suresh Gopi, Minister of State, and also Dr. Venu, Chief Secretary. Her story is different. Dr. Sruthi, she was a tourist, and she came with her husband to celebrate her honeymoon. She was there in Mundakai region in a resort, and she came with another friend, Priyadarshini, and her husband. Only Priyadarshini and Sruthi saved her life, and both of their husbands died on that day. She came as a very badly injured condition, multiple rib injuries, fractures, all over polytrauma. Mud went inside the lungs, and we thought that she'll never make it. And we got a lot of Orissa officials coming and their relatives. She's a doctor. She's a PG student, third year physician. And they wanted to shift. But after coming here, seeing our infrastructure, they said, no, Orissa, we won't get this kind of support. So they wanted to continue here. All the surgeries, after 2 months of treatment and 14 days of ventilator, she finally left us. And she also said that after her PG, she's going to come back and join this institution. How we saved 440 lives. Just, it is from my perspective, what I witnessed. I am just put some few points. Next. It is about teamwork. When I say teamwork, it's doctors, nurses. When we talk about only the doctors and nurses, but there are people who are behind laundry team. I don't know how they got. We need lot of clothes, nylon clothes. They were ready, and everything was on site. And we never told that you bring that. Housekeeping staffs, because everywhere the landslide mud was there. They were cleaning everything, because the operation, we need emergency cases. We have to shift entire patient. We did some 10 surgeries together. Everything was flooded with mud and dirty water, and housekeeping staffs done a wonderful job. Like that, entire team. We have students is the one thing, one area we found very effective, especially finding that documenting the datas. And entire media, public and relatives asking us who's there. So we have made a special attention to capturing the data. From the day one, how many patients are with gender, details. Whoever is conscious, we'll take more information from them. Try to get more information. Who are their relatives? We'll start writing like a story. So each patient we had a file, and initially we had also make sure that come with the ornaments has to be in one place. Hand over who is the first person got them, which ambulance driver, how many ornaments were there, and it is being photographed, sealed and handed over to them. Everything from the day one, from the beginning itself, that data is being captured. Their belongings are clearly kept, and so that there is nothing lost in our hospital. Then public-private partnership is one important area. We need more This example is being telecasted in few of the international news channels, especially Al Jazeera. They came, as BBC also reported, how important is this partnership. A private, always we have apprehension that private is always expensive, don't go there. Government has all the facility, but government is helpless. I want to tell you that government don't have any facility there. There are, I can even say that there are ventilators, but they don't have people to operate also. There are people to, some oxygen plant, they don't have an oxygen plant. There are deficiency of oxygen cylinders, but they have a new equipments. That is another part of this thing. So all the equipment came to us. We need a good leadership to join us. So I feel we did a wonderful job of getting together all the stakeholders so that we could able to save lives. Triage system, one of the beautiful thing I witnessed in my hospital. The first triage happened in the site of the landslide, where we have a WhatsApp group where what kind of patient is they are bringing. So they prioritized head injury, prioritized. So all the specialized doctors are ready here before they coming only, we'll ready with the treatment so that there won't be any delay. And priority 1, 2, 3, 4, it's clearly demarcated in the ED, and we make sure that all the non-sick patients never stay in the ED. We have directly transport to the landslide ward, and that's what 3 wards we have opened. Then mock drill. I think community participation is every time because of NABH hospital, we have a mock drill, and I personally sometimes feel why all this I needed. When fire drill is there, I had to run around. When we have a Code Green mock drill, then I had to run around. So, but I felt everybody that day don't have to explain what to do, because of we all trained what each one's responsibility it is. So mock drill is, I feel, not only the hospital staffs, all the NGOs and community has to be, especially in the area like Wayanad. We will witness more this kind of natural fury, landslides. We will expect it. This rain not going to end here. Because of the climate change, it's more number of aggressive rain we are going to witness. Only thing is, we should be prepared for it. And finally, I would like to thank our chairman again, the great gratitude, because of the infrastructure he has given to us. That's the only reason we could able to accommodate that much number. The district collector asked me, if 1,000 patient comes, can you manage? Yes, we could able to manage it. That's just because of the infra, what he developed. He has a foresight of 50 years. That's what we told every time. Most of the localite, we think about 5 years, because our politician only 5 years elected. So, but because of great people, he's the one person, he was thinking that after 50 years, what will happen? That's why he has a courage to invest in that area. So thanks to him, because of infrastructure, we could able to cut everyone. We don't have to send anyone to Kozhikode. I would like to say I've lost many of my relatives and friends on the way to Kozhikode previously. My grandmother died just because of a lack of stroke medicine. Thrombolysis medicine was not available in 2002. We had to run to one hospital to another hospital. There's no medicine available. And ultimately, when we reached Kozhikode, they said, you are late by 30 minutes. So that is the scenario of Wayanad. If you are in a Wayanad, you will be, that is very common. Death on the way to Ghat, it's very common. Any head injury, you're gone. No treatment. But now situation has changed. We always forget things. Just because one person's investment, it's changed a lot. Because of his infrastructure, we could able to create this service to these landslide victims. Some lessons, this is little debatable topic. I don't want to criticize some areas, but some things I should be telling. Media. If you search Needu landslide in YouTube, you will hear Needu's desperate call, voice. Actually, it was not given to any media persons. A media person came to our manager, our PRO, and asked, can you show us the complete voice, what Needu said. He showed, listened, he was recording without any consent. The problem was Needu's husband and son is still alive. We don't want, see, they are increasing their TRP, and they have millions of viewers. I pleaded them, News 18 channel, I asked him, just don't telecast, stop it. He said, no, we can't, because it's already crossed 1 lakh viewers. That is the time, maybe people taking benefit out of all this landslide. So, this area we were trying to support the humanity, other side they are increasing their business. That is the one thing I noticed, even though we can't forget the role of media. Media has done a wonderful job. From the day one, before the government is issuing a red alert, they were there. Okay, they were showing the warning sign to the people. But what I have witnessed, every day, they show only the stories. They want crooked stories. They asked me to tell like this. No, I said, we can't say like that. And there are so many things to say, but I feel it should be a regulator, especially during the natural calamity. Especially victims are there, relatives are there still. So we should be very careful managing that kind of a situation. Social media is also one important area. I feel we should be educated how to use social media. That is also very, very important. I think it's just a free. Anybody can post anything. So one area, from the first beginning, it is most helpful thing, because before any media could able to record social media, it was there. Because of WhatsApp, Facebook, we could able to save many lives. we could support financially support many individuals. I could able to support many of the education, education only by Facebook. So I feel we need to, the NGOs, or when we focus, the young generation are there in social media, especially Instagram and Facebook and all these new age platforms. So we need to find a solution to how to penetrate into that area, and maybe all these awareness programs can be managed through these platforms. Politicians, they did a wonderful job. They are the people who are supporting locally. But again, there is also, we had a lot of issue because we don't want people to visit. But that nobody know. They are like a shopping mall. They started coming in. I am not pointing at the politician. Just I'm telling what lesson I learned. I put forth to the government also, the restriction should be very strong. Okay, and one more important area, we found that we had a 4 or 5 ambulance, including all our Aster Group's ambulance was there. We found delay in carrying shifting patients because of political VIPs are there blocking the roads. We don't need leaders on site. We need leaders to want to sit in a neutral zone and giving an instruction. That is enough. Everybody wanted to be in the limelight and take photographs. That is a situation. We delayed a lot of things. Maybe that delay could have been avoided. That's one thing we need a discussion on that. It's a debatable topic. That just I gave you an idea on that. Data is the one thing. Johan sir, our doctor, I was talking about data. We are meticulously kept a data from the beginning itself. Detailed report. That's the only data available now at present with the government. I feel I am low. I thought that government is doing a lot of things, but government is doing, but scattered. Revenue is doing their own kind of a data. Police is doing something different. They are never connected each other. I once told DC that please connect with something like a new Google Sheet or something, but they never do that. I don't know why they're not doing it. They're all. I get every day. Every 10 minutes I get a call from district administration, DMO office and revenue, police, asking for the same data. How many died, how many injured, what is their condition. So we kept a different staff. Then I realized this data is very, very important. And with this data only, Prime Minister announced a relief of 50,000 immediately. So they want their data. Government didn't have data about that time. So they used our data to release that fund. Not criticizing things, maybe area we may need to improve is that side. I think I took a lot of time. Anything else? Next. Social media, I just wanted to, one video I have informed that time, social media, that is, this was taken by the Al Jazeera and BBC telecast again, and just wanted to show you social media, the power of social media, how important it is, because everyone, we should be more focusing on how effectively can utilize this platform. Next, yeah. That's all from my side, and I would like to invite you all to our institution anytime. We have a beautiful campus. We have a research wing, separate research wing is there. Aster, entire Aster, world over Aster is kept one separate research wing, and we have one beautiful PMR department. It's wholly supported by CMC Vellore. We have 140 staffs in PMR, and all 140 staffs are CMC Vellore, including all trained from the CMC Vellore. And we get referral from all the Aster hospital outside Kerala. That's all from side. Any questions are welcome. Thank you. Ade. Ade. I am not that person has to do. I am from the hospital side. I gave already. Yes, I told DC about that. There is a delay always from the district administration. You know, right? They have to go to many hurdles. They cannot decide immediately. But one thing lacking from the government side, I felt is one strong leadership. They should break the barrier and come out and do the things fast. These data I've already shared with the DC. Now they have to act upon it. Relevant. I've been invited in many areas. I told them. Yes. I didn't tell you that. See, when Puttumala incident happened, that was on daytime. 20 people died. It's very near. So that time I could able to call, directly chairman called me and said one thing. Shanawaz, when a landslide and a natural issue happens, don't ask money. No more, nothing. Don't ask any document. Whoever, just open our door and do the treatment. Okay. That is a one incident I could, because when this incident happened at 1:40 a.m., one message I sent to my team that no money, no bills, nothing, no document, just treat. We spent 38 lakhs for the surgery and cross roughly around 50 lakhs for this entire community. But we received a lot of support from the community because we were giving, first day we were giving food for them from our canteen, but next day onwards the food was from outside. They were competing to give the food and clothes and they're supporting things.
No, exactly at that moment we cannot ask, but I'm asking after you finished everything and you sent the patients with good reports, whether was the government, because you said Modi had released so much of money immediately after seeing all the data. So did you get?
No, we didn't ask any money to the government. That is from already decided. We didn't ask. Now also that is our support to the humanity. 50,000 was a relief fund given by the central government. That's the first initial. I've just told that our data they took to send that fund.
Allah sir, like without you asking, generally we don't ask because we do it as a charity at that point. Without you asking, were they willing to give?
Yes,
because they know that you have spent so much of money on that.
They have a disaster fund is there. During COVID time we received. Okay.
That's all.
Just it is, we have to just give them bills. They will release.
Okay.
But this time we were very clear.
Okay.
We informed in prior that we don't need money.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that. I become L, sorry.
If there are no other questions, can we please give a big round of applause for Dr. Shanawaz.
Good. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you.
As a token of our love, we would like to give a small gift to you, sir, for taking your precious time to be with us today. Thank you.
Dr. Shanawaz, your passion towards the medical care as well as emotional care was very evident in your talk with us today, and we really thank you for taking this time and also highlighting the emotional sensitivity that we as a community need to have. And so thank you for this precious gift that you've shared with us. We are privileged to have with us today Dr. Sunny Philip, the Executive Director and the founder of Transform for Life. Dr. Sunny Philip is a human relations specialist with a doctorate in burnout among medical doctors. He's trained in leadership, conflict management, and various other counseling techniques. His experience includes lecturing in Australia, 9 years as a senior chaplain at the Christian Medical College, Vellore. Can we put our hands together to welcome Dr. Sunny Philip for his keynote address on collective trauma, recovery, and growth.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Eva, and also for the welcome. But more than that, thank you so much for coming. And Dr. Shanawaz, we are absolutely delighted that you could be here. And on behalf of Transform for Life and all those who are present here. We congratulate you, and I think we stand back and admire you. Thank you very much. The power of the media, I thought I'll give one example. My mother-in-law in Australia, in Melbourne, watched the program on television, and she went and sold her car and gave the entire money for Wayanad. And actually, this conference is mostly sponsored by some of that. Yeah, so she saw it on television, and then she heard me talk about Wayanad. She said, I want the money, I'm going to sell my car because I'm 93, I can't drive anymore. So the money is coming to you. So that was so wonderful. So there is power, but it's just sometimes so misused. I'm going to look at a small area of trauma. We've been specializing in emotional trauma care for some time. So we look at a little bit about the trauma, the terminologies, because I don't know if everyone here is familiar with the idea of trauma. So these are some of the things I want to do. I'll try to do all this in about half an hour. So, and then you can go for lunch. Lunch is very important. We've got to get our priorities right. Adversities is one of the first words that I want to introduce. What's an adversity? Adversity is an obstacle. It is a misfortune. It is a disturbing experience. But adversities are not trauma, because every day we have adversities. For instance, this morning the generator we had was not enough. That's an adversity. So somebody has to go and get another generator. Then everything needs to be reconnected. Therefore the delay in starting the program. And getting here is quite adverse for a lot of people. So what is emotional trauma? When our adversities overwhelm and confuse us, two things. We feel overwhelmed. You heard Doctor talking about the phone calls. These were people who did not have just adversities, but they were overwhelmed and they were confused. So that's the second part of it. You just don't know what to do. Confusion is a major part of it. Those of you who are psychology students, you probably heard of the trauma neurobiology, the fight, flight, freeze and all that sort of things. So basically that's what it is. It is a kind of, you feel overwhelmed. But what it does to you is it alters your perception. See, every part of our life is about perception. But it alters it when you're traumatized. You can't think straight. In classic, I was going to say classic Malayalam, but I don't know classic Malayalam. So it alters our perception, our perspectives of life, what is important. People do stupid things that they wouldn't do normally. People do crazy things that they wouldn't do normally. Because our perspectives of life gets changed. And even our core beliefs, we begin to act against our own beliefs. What we know to be wrong, we do. Sometimes, because it challenges our core beliefs as well. There is no time to activate. Thirdly, it creates vulnerability. We become extremely vulnerable and we lose control. We have no control over what to do and how we do it. And probably the most significant feature of emotional trauma is, I don't know what is going on. Please help. Even if I have the power to do something, I freeze. And this is a major part of trauma. Sorry, I have a lolly in my mouth because I am suffering from some form of allergy. You probably saw me coughing my brains out. And thank you for the person who offered me a lolly just before. It was very nice of you. I'm stewing on that. I'm not being disrespectful. And it's not chewing gum. The third word I would like to introduce is grief. So we have adversities, we have emotional trauma, then eventually it produces grief. But grief happens much later. not at that time. We have no time to grieve anything. So grief is a long-term process, and sometimes people grieve much, much later than we think. I've heard people say, "Ayo, അവരുടെ മോൻ ചത്തിട്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ ഒത്തിരി നാളായില്ലേ, അവരെന്തിനാ പിന്നെ മോങ്ങിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്?" മലയാളം എൻ്റെ. Why is she crying now? Her son died so many months ago. You don't know. Please stop being silly. People grieve differently. Grief is a strong, overwhelming feeling. It's an emotion related to grief has to do with loss. You cannot grieve something that you haven't lost. It's always to do with loss. So we can grieve over many things. If you lost your mobile phone, most of us will grieve more than many other things. It is also unpredictable grief. You don't know when it is going to flood in. Sometimes at the most unexpected times, you are overwhelmed by grief. I have seen people do this while they are having a jolly good time at dinner, and suddenly grief comes. So it is unpredictable. And second lastly, it is part of the trauma healing journey. In our training, we encourage people to experience grief because that is part of the journey that we are on. Trauma healing is not an event, it is a journey. It is a journey of different lengths and experiences for different people. Not all of us do the journey the same way. Am I making any sense? See, at least this group I can honestly ask, Manasilayo. When I do these classes in other countries, I first teach them the word Manasilayo. And then I tell them what to answer. They must all say Manasilai. So I ask them Manasilayo, I'm in Indonesia or South Sudan or something, I say Manasilayo, and they will say, "Oh, Manasilai." But I don't know whether they understood or not. But that's the only word they know. So, but I can't do that with you folks because you know what it means. And complicated grief is when symptoms of grief go on for a long period of time. You know, it is there, it lingers, and it keeps appearing, disappearing, and reappearing. Is it okay if I move on? You're welcome to take a photo of the screen if you ever wanted, if you are dying to take notes. So don't feel offended. I mean, I don't feel offended if you took a photo. But meanwhile, you're also welcome to take a photo of me if you want, which probably is better than the screen. I thought I'll leave this quote on the screen for you to reflect on. Peter Levin is an authority on trauma, especially trauma and the brain and trauma and memory. So this is a quote that he gives. Trauma shocks the brain. In fact, Sunitha, can you read it for me? So give me a rest for my throat. Just read it loud. There's George coming with the mic.
Trauma shocks the brain, stuns the mind, and freezes the body. It overwhelms its unfortunate victims and hurls them adrift in a raging sea of torment, helplessness, and despair.
I tell you what, since there are quite a number of students here, why don't you turn to the person next to you and tell them what it means to you? I'll give you 42 seconds to do that. Okay? Quickly. Only 42 seconds. What does this mean to you? Okay? That's all it is. Quickly, just turn to the person. If you don't have a person next to you, don't bother. Thank you for that. I'll keep going. So, putting it all in a grid form, an adversity is an event. It is something that happens. But because of the event, we experience trauma, which is, it disrupts our normal life. We can't live normally. And this is what happened through this episode that doctor was narrating to us from Churalmalai and Mundakai and so on. The second is, adversity is a perception. It is something that I perceive. An event itself need not create trauma. It is my perception of that event. I sometimes do this in my training. I touch a young lady sitting next to me. Now this is an event. What is the event? I touched her. But it is Eva's perception of my touch that creates trauma for her. You see, if she thinks that this is a wrong touch, then it is traumatic for her. It is not necessarily my touch. It is, some events are by nature traumatic, so don't get me wrong, but most times it is a perception of that event. Manasilayo? So it creates vulnerability. Suddenly this young lady feels vulnerable in front of all these people. Third, it is a response. So I touch this young lady. She perceives it to be a wrong touch. She turns around and slaps me. No. So that is her response. Or she can just shrink and just become numb and carry it home and brood over it and chew over it, and it becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. And then it is not what I did, it is a lot more that is happening. So 3 things: event, perception, and my response. And that response, if it is creating inability to cope and creating imbalance in my thinking and life, then it is traumatic. So trauma can be a single event, it can be repetitive, it can be cumulative in the sense that it adds up. We are looking at, in some ways, a single event collective trauma, but it has repetitive and cumulative impact, as we heard from Doctor. I'm going to give you a little exercise. We don't have a lot of time, but let us say I'll tell you a story. This is a story of a young lady named Priya. Priya has been married for 20 years. 2 children. This morning, as she was getting dressed to go to work, she heard the news that her husband got run over by a bus on the road on his way to work. He was riding a motorcycle. Question: is it traumatic? Certainly. Remember, trauma is an event, it is a perception, it is a response. Priya, after hearing this news, continues her dressing up. She picks up her bag, goes to work, and she's at work all day. What is your opinion of Priya, both socially and clinically? She is in shock and denial. Very good. That is a clinical answer. Socially, like common wisdom says, she's gone mad. Has she gone mad? Yes, she doesn't care probably. She's trying to show off that she's not affected. She's probably tough. Now, Priya has been married for 18 years. And those, out of the 18, 17 years were the worst years of her life. She was abused, victimized, raped in marriage, and there was no love. And this husband, she was wishing almost every day of those 17 years that he would die, so he could honorably be free. Do you understand what I'm saying? I have had women tell me, Sonny, I stand at that door every morning and I say goodbye to my husband and I just pray to God that he will not come back. We are so prone to judge these people. So remember, trauma is not an event. It is an event, but it is more than an event. We don't know Priya's story. Until then, everything we do is working on misunderstanding rather than understanding. So in trauma care, one of the first things we need to do is to listen to understand. We need to listen and listen and listen. So 3 things must happen for trauma to happen. First, normality must change. Yes, for Priya, the normality has changed, but for her, it has changed for the better, not for the worse. In fact, suddenly she is thinking, oh, this is not such a bad thing. Secondly, feeling of vulnerability. Priya is not feeling vulnerable. In fact, she is feeling a little bit empowered. Suddenly she thinks, I can do things my way. I don't have to come home to be shouted at and abused and thrown things at. Thirdly, feeling out of balance. And Priya is obviously not feeling out of balance. Am I confusing you? No? At least there is one person in the back who says vigorously, I like what you're saying, Sonny. I mean, that's how I interpreted it, because I'm a positive sort of person. So, adversity is the event that has the potential to create trauma, but adversity is not necessarily traumatic. It can be fantastic opportunities. And as you heard from Dr. Mupana's Medical College had adversity, but it gave them a new vision and purpose in many ways. And this is going to be a role model. Theories are going to come out of that presentation. We need people to study this and create. Of course, Doctor himself has given us several protocols. So it is an opportunity to learn and grow as well. We won't spend any more time with Priya. So what happens when I am facing with adversity and moving into trauma? In trauma, coherence is the most important thing. That is, do I know what is going on? So what is coherence? Understandable. Do I comprehend what is happening? The confusion is the main thing. Not knowing is the main thing. So if I understand what is happening, it is not bad. Secondly, is it manageable? So what happened in Churalmala and Mundakai was not manageable, and it was not understandable. And thirdly, what is the meaning? These are the 3 things that give us coherence. It's on the screen, but let me say this again. It is understandable, manageable, and meaningful. Friedman, a researcher in the area, says, what gives meaning beyond all this? I may not be in control, but knowing that nature or a divine force is in charge, even though I'm not in control, is sometimes gives personal control. This is why we look to God when things go wrong. God, where are you? Are you in control? How could this be? By the way, Friedman is not a religious person. He is a humanist existentialist. So, but the research says that an external force, and we will come to that in a minute. So it is not, am I in control, but am I coherent? Do I know what is going on? 3 things about coherence, I said. What are the 3 things? Understandable, Oh, okay, you are all students. I mean, you all get A grade. So no, not you guys, but somebody who is not a student currently, someone who is very old and the brains are degraded. What are the... So knowing that somebody is in control is very important. So I have here, I call it Kim's house. It's just a story that I made up. Kim's house collapsed. So it is an event. Sorry. Oh. It's an event. But Kim is not worried because he knows why it happened. He knows that the build is not because of the fault of the builder. It is not because they left the gas on in the house and the gas caught fire and the house burned down. It is not because somebody put a bomb under it. It is because there was a strong wind and a tree fell on it or whatever it is. So knowability, that's the first thing. You remember? Knowability. What's the second one? And this time not the geriatrics but the others. What's the second one? Manageability. Very good. So the insurance company rings him and says, Kim, by the way, we're very sorry that you lost your house. By the way, your insurance will cover. When you come back from your holiday, we will put you up in an accommodation and then we will build your house for you. Manageability. Third, meaning. Now, Kim still hasn't got the answer. Why did this happen? So, tomorrow, I will probably lead you through the search for meaning. What is the meaning of all this? Okay, I know what happened. I can manage it, but the meaning, why? Why did this happen to me? So, in trauma recovery, we have to reconstruct perception, perspectives, and core beliefs. This is what we are trying to do. If you are a therapist, if you are a friend who is caring for a friend, if you are a counselor, whatever you are, a pastor, a priest somewhere, what you are trying to do is you are trying to rebuild the perception of the event, recreate some perspectives, different perspectives. Unfortunately, the way we do it is wrong. Sometimes what we say is, നിനക്ക് 3-4 പിള്ളേരുണ്ടായിരുന്നു ഒരെണ്ണമല്ല ചത്തുപോയുള്ളൂ. That's a perspective we give. അല്ലേലേ ഒരു കാലല്ല ഓടിഞ്ഞുള്ളൂ, ഒരു കാലൂടെ ഉണ്ടല്ലോ ഏതായാലും. See, this is how we try to comfort people, but that's not the perspective we are talking about. We have to be very careful about providing solution when you don't know what the problem is. And the third is core beliefs. Again, one of the wrong things that we do is, ദൈവം എല്ലാം നോക്കിക്കോളും, നിങ്ങൾ ആരും ഒന്നും വിഷമിക്കേണ്ട കാര്യമില്ല, എല്ലാം ദൈവത്തിൻ്റെ കയ്യിലാണ് മക്കളെ, കടവുൾ കാത്തിടുവാർ. No, it doesn't work like that. We have to recreate core beliefs. We have to work with them, travel with them, as long as it takes. And sometimes it will take a long time. I think I will not comment on this because Priya's story explains this in some ways. Priya's assumptions of life was shattered when she got married, not when her husband died. See, this is something we need to understand. Do you understand what I mean? See, she thought marriage was going to be something wonderful. She was thinking of Ooty and Wayanad, holiday, honeymoons and new saris and all those wonderful things and nice little children running around. So her assumption of life was not shattered when her husband died. It was shattered 17 years ago, or about 18 years ago. So keep that in mind. So is the event wished for? Well, in Priya's case, that's what she was wished for. So she's not traumatized. So she has no need to reconstruct anything. But she will still need support. There's no emotional attachment to what she lost, so she is not going to grieve over it. You see, that's another difference. She lost her husband, but she's not going to grieve. Why? Because there was no emotional attachment to it. I lost this wedding ring long time ago in Paris when I was traveling with my daughter. I tell you, you have no idea. It's my wedding ring, the only ring I have. And I looked for it all over the place. We traced our steps through the markets everywhere. 2 days looked for it, because this has got a lot of emotional value. It's my wedding ring. I made it and gave it to my wife to give it to me. You see? So it's very special. Very special. But fortunately for me, the last day I had a bag that I wanted to throw out because too much luggage. So just to see if there was anything else in it, I put my hand in it and did this. And the wedding ring just fell on my finger. Would you believe it? I would have thrown that bag out. So it's an amazing discovery. But anyway, unless there is an emotional attachment, you won't feel the loss. Then there is a personal existential reality. And as I said, searching for... So it depends on our worldviews, our compelling realities, the current life. For example, do you think a beggar in the street who is a mother of 6 who lost one of her children will grieve over the loss? Would she be sad and miserable? You will see her the following morning back in the street begging. Now, I want you to imagine a woman who has been wanting to have a baby, finally had a baby through IVF, but that child died. Do you think she will grieve? The reality is both women will grieve, but the beggar in the street doesn't have the luxury of grieving. Do you understand what I'm talking about? Because she has to be back at work. Otherwise, the other 5 children will starve to death. So this is what I meant by the existential realities of life. Then of course our own religious affiliation. Sometimes people tell us that don't worry, you only lost 1 child. When you go to heaven, you will have 500 children and all kinds of things that people teach us. Or, Jesus, sorry about this, for those who are Christians here, Jesus wanted your son more than you needed it. Total nonsense. I have imagined some mothers saying, if that is Jesus, when I don't want to have anything to do with this Jesus. So, we must be very careful how we comfort people. The last one is pre-trauma orientation. That is, what was our state before this trauma happened? So for a lot of people, even in a collective trauma such as Churalmalai and Mundakai, I don't know, those are the only 2 words I know, but there may be other places as well. If they were already in distress, their problem will be further accentuated. It will be greater. And that's what I want to say. So put the whole thing in a small diagram and then I will finish. Then you don't have to worry about me. Until tomorrow, that's right. So a single event, natural disaster such as flood, landslides and earthquakes. The pre-disaster state of the person or the community is very important. If the community was already vulnerable, I don't know if you ever heard the Malayalam saying, Kuninmel Kuru. Ketundo? Endo and Artha, any Garitilla, won't use it. Yam Partil Artha, any Garitilla. Diva, do you know? One prashna in the male were prashna. So there is already a kuna. Adinda porta I kuru another. So this is the do you like my Malayalam? Yes. It's hard work. A pre-disaster state. And secondly, the very happening of it, the peri-disaster stage, that is as it happens. Experiencing it now. And the 2 together, how much am I exposed, the direct impact of it? To what level am I exposed to danger? And the temporary displacement, I think again Doctor mentioned, and the local panchayat, the board member also mentioned that. That is the displacement. Later on, probably tomorrow, we will look at the nature of the displacement if we have time. Because we are displaced in many ways, not just physically. We are displaced from our rituals, our everyday activities, connections, all sorts of things. There is a displacement. Then there is a post-disaster stage, after the disaster. Again, the loss and damage that is incurred, that is the indirect part of it. And then the ability to recover, how quickly and how well can be recovered. That is the other part of it. All these things together, put together, creates what is known as post-traumatic stress disorder, or depression, or anxiety, or whichever way it goes. But this is how it works. Let me finish there. Is that okay if I finish now? Yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Actually, can I do just one more slide and finish? I think that will give probably a better conclusion to what I was saying. When these things happen, we look for an explanation. So there's a number of studies, but a fantastic study in South Africa has come up with seven explanatory strategies that we use. But I have condensed it as follows. Belief about the world. So the trauma happened due to random chance, bad luck, I happened to be there. If I was 3 inches away, the car wouldn't have hit me. Bad luck for me, kind of thing. That's one thing. Secondly, we say that trauma was part of God's plan. So this is how the world is. The next major thing is belief about the person who did it, especially if it is done by a person. So it would say they are bad, they are greedy, but then probably they are poor, that's why they broke into my house and stole things. They are probably greedy, that's why they did. They didn't need it, but they are greedy. So we explain things away. This one, I want to spend 30 seconds. Self-blame, there are 2 kinds of self-blame. The first one is called, do you remember? Self-blaming my character. This is called character. In other words, ഞാൻ എവിടെ പോയാലും ഇതിങ്ങനെ. ഞാൻ പകൽ 2 മണിക്ക് പോയാലും രാത്രി 2 മണിക്ക് പോയാലും എന്നെ ആരേലും വന്ന് ആക്രമിക്കും. So you are blaming your character. The second kind of self-blame is behavioral self-blame. That is, you are blaming your behavior. So that is where you say, ഞാൻ കാറെ പോയാൽ മതിയായിരുന്നു, മോട്ടോർ സൈക്കിളിൽ പോകണ്ടായിരുന്നു, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ വീട് പൂട്ടിയിട്ട് പോകണ്ടായിരുന്നു, തുറന്നിട്ട് വെച്ച് പോകണ്ടായിരുന്നു. So behavioral self-blame can be helped. But characterological self-blame we can't help, because it is a person. And many times we prefer a character blame, self-blame, rather than a behavior self-blame, because behavior self-blame puts responsibility onto me to lock my house. Whereas if I'm blaming my character, I can immediately get away by saying, ayyo enno cheyana veedu thorannittalum pootittalum idu thanne ende gathi. So just keep in mind as you talk to people, you may feel very empathetic to a person who says, ende gathi ida. But the reason why they are saying is something we need to ask. And the fourth is redefining the event. It could have been worse. At least I can afford it. I can afford to buy a new car. I can afford to buy a watch, whatever it is. I can afford to build a house. Oh, thank God, I only lost my house. I got my children. So this is another way we explain away an event. And the last, which is actually not a coping strategy, is denial. You deny. everything that happened. It's a bit of a delusion. Okay, so these are the ways that people cope when things go wrong, by explaining things away. We don't have time for questions, so you can't ask any questions. Okay? Thank you. Escape.
Dr. Sunny Philip's classes are always so full of life and fun. Thank you, Dr. Sunny Philip, for introducing us to key words in relation to trauma, both at the individual and collective level. This will definitely help us to understand the disaster that happened in Wayanad in its proper context. We would like to give you a small gift as a token of our love. I request Mrs. Shantama to come forward and, representing Wayanad, the people of Wayanad, the community here, give this token of love, a gift to our first keynote speaker, Dr. Sunny Philip. Before we go for lunch, hope you have enough energy to have one more session. So we started late, apologies for that, technical glitches. Next, we would like to welcome Dr. Deepa Ramaswamy. She is a professor of psychiatry at Christian Medical College, Vellore. She supervises postgraduate students, doctoral and postdoctoral researchers in their research work besides being a clinician. From the time she has come yesterday, she has added so much energy and life to all the group who are present here. We would take this time to invite you, Dr. Deepa, to lead us in your keynote address.
Thank you so much. I won't use the mic. I'm also not going to use the... I'm a bit powerless and pointless when I make these things. If you could switch this off, that would be nice. The live streaming might not pick up if you don't use the mic. If I don't use the mic? Okay. At least the mic. You can use the cordless one. I want to thank the organizers. Wayanad is such a beautiful place. It's part of my history, not my personal history. My mother grew up in Kozhikode, and as a child we used to come for summer vacations, and we used to pass through Wayanad. I have memories of the dense forests and the lush greenery, which comes as such a sight for the eyes when you come from drier areas. Why did you put me after Sunny? It's such a hard act to follow, and that too just before lunch. All right, we'll try. A little bit about the work I do and what I'm going to speak about. I'm a psychiatrist. I work in CMC Vellore. I work with adult patients, which is people who are above the age of 18 years. As any clinical, I've had the fortune to teach Johan, wonderful student. As we were talking about it this morning, it's not that I have any great experience with collective trauma, with these kind of natural disasters and this massive, overwhelming, some terrible thing which happens, because they don't come to us, you know. But then what is it that I have to offer over here? I think if you come at it from the angle of adversity and suffering, there are many common things which will apply in this situation as well. So, as Sunny already said, in psychological terms, trauma is an internal experience. It's not the
event happens outside, but what we refer to trauma is what happens inside. And as he also already said, it's about being in danger. Danger of being hurt, danger of being damaged, danger of having pain. And side by side, the sense of helplessness and lack of control. These two elements of being in danger but being helpless is this potent combination which results in the experience of trauma. Now, what does that do to us? As many of my students know, somehow my brain always thinks of things in terms of examples. So, one of the examples that pops into my head is to look at it from the concept of what does a bacteria do to the body? Bacteria or germ, okay? So, germs are all around us. Everywhere around us, you'll see horrible videos on YouTube where, for example, now if someone took a slow motion video of me speaking, you will see germs coming out of my mouth like that, disgusting. If you do samples of bacteria present in the hand or in the mouth or around where we pass stools from, do you know there are more bacteria in the mouth than the area around where we pass stools from? Interesting fact. True, true. Now, sometimes they make us ill. A lot of the time they don't. Now, why is that? Why do, in spite of the problem being around us all the time, now if you look at as Sunny, I'm repeating what Sunny said, bad things are happening all the time. It's part of life. They may be small bad things, they may be very big bad things, and a lot of the time they are in between, right? Sorry. So, let us take the example of 4 people who go to a hotel to have a meal. They say, let's order common and let's share, like we often do. Okay. Now, the next day, one person is fine. One person has little bit tummy up, this thing. The third person is a little sick, and the fourth person is very sick. Is this possible? Yes, it's possible. In fact, they all had exactly the same experience, but they all 4 reacted in 4 different ways. Now, why is that? Why do you think that they all shared the same food? They all had the same. Why did they have a different reaction? What might be the reasons? I'm at heart a teacher, so this is what I do in class. All the students who look down, I'll say, you. You in the brown. Yes. Why do they have different reactions? Because? Very good. So there are many, and is it just one, what is it about the person? So there are many things about the individual which also decide what happens to them when they are exposed to this bad thing, right? Now, in science, many of you might, when you study, there is something called the bottom-up approach and the top-down approach. Are you familiar with this concept? Many of you are. The bottoms-up approach is to analyze something with its details and then build up the picture and then understand it. Or start, it's like how we teach children a language. We start with A, B, C, D, then we say A-T, at, C-A-T, cat, B-A-T, bat. So we start putting the bits together until they can learn how to put words, then sentences, then paragraphs, then stories. So this is a bottoms-up approach. Now, parents also do a top-down approach, which is the other way around, where you present the whole thing and then you start breaking it down into detail. Like how in this example of teaching a children language, what is a top-down approach? Can you guess? Say again? You talk to them. You talk to them. You read books to them. They might not know those individual words or things. So you read the stories to them. And slowly, somehow, magically, they learn those. And then you combine the top-down with the bottoms-up to create a very comprehensive picture. So it's useful to look at the effect of trauma, and the combination of bottom up and top down approaches. So, as one of you correctly said, why did only 2 fall ill and 1 fell ill mildly and 1 had a more serious illness? The first is how much bacteria went in. Although they all ordered the same food and they all had the same components, one person might have had more of the contaminated one and another person would have had less. So that could explain why one person got more ill than the other. So even within the same experience, there are different levels of exposure to the whole thing. If you listen, I mean, Dr. Shanawaz's account was so moving. I cannot imagine the horror of what those people were going through, ringing up, watching. And there were people I know who were asleep in their bed when it happened and it happened. So the experiences of the same disaster would have been different for different people. The next question to ask is, did the person have a delicate digestion to start with? We all have, our bodies are different. Like you said, immunity. We may have a delicate diet. Some people, anything, you go eat this on samosa, pani puri, anything, iron stomach, nothing happens. Yeah? Some people will take one taste and after that they'll be behind some door toothifying, as my friend says. So your innate capacity to tolerate some of these may be inbuilt into our system. We do know that there was an earlier concept, some of you might have heard, of tabula, children being born as blank slates. Have you heard this concept, tabula rasa? Actually, today we know that there is no tabula rasa. Children are born. And if there are mothers and grandmothers over here, you will know for sure that this is true. Children are born with certain, there are easy babies, there are tough babies, there are cranky babies. So these temperaments are inborn and probably come to us through our genes. So some of the ability to tolerate adverse events may be also inborn in us. Now the question also to ask is, has this person had this infection before? Okay. So supposing they had this infection before, what would it do to their system? What could it do? Non-doctors, please reply. Because I'm scared I'm scared you'll give the wrong answer and you're not. So, if you have had this infection before, how might your response be? Scared. This is a doctor speaking, I think. Sorry. No, what I mean is that, see, the bacteria was in the food. You don't know that it's there. I'm just talking about how would the typhoid, if supposing you had typhoid before, how will it affect your system? Any idea? What is the concept of vaccination? What is the concept of vaccination? You expose the person to the germ so that their immune system learns to recognize this is bad and it builds up the immune system. That is the basis of vaccination. So sometimes it can be that you have had this infection before and therefore you are protected against a second infection. Is that clear? So sometimes if you have had a trauma before, adversity which has affected you badly and you have overcome it, you may be able to face it better. In your own life this might have happened. How many of you have ever failed in a test or exam? If I had to put up a number of fingers and toes for how many times, I don't have enough. Have we all failed? Okay. Remember how the first time was? Right? After the fifth time, it's like, how can I get a signature without telling Appa? right? Yeah, so what I mean is you learn how to deal with some of these things, and therefore the exposure is not so bad. On the other hand, if the first time you failed, you had a very bad, you were a topper always, and then finally 10 standard, you're expected to win gold medal in the boy. But, what do we see these things about this in the papers? What happens? Sometimes it causes an extremely bad. We have young people committing suicide because they cannot bear the shame and sorrow of failing in that stupid 10 standard exam. Correct? You agree or not? Yes? So, adversity can either immunize you to it, or it can make you, give you a very, very severely bad experience. So, a person who failed in an important exam, ever after that can't face exams with confidence, and it affects a lot of their lives. So, was there anything that protected the person? So sometimes when we have bad things happen to us, there are things which shield us and protect us. Like what? So in this case, the person who was less affected, from a child they have been told, don't drink water when you go out. Don't drink the water if it is not from a safe source. So the person took only a sip. So what protected that person from getting a severe infection? His mother. Like this thing over there who used to irritate him, but because of that nagging, that person did not. Or so in that way you may be protected by some other experience which protects you in this adversity. Now this example which I used for typhoid can be applied for emotional trauma as well. When you are exposed to bad things happen in life. But when you are exposed to it, your innate makeup, the circumstances in which it happens, your experience before, the level of support that you have, all these will modify the level to which it affects you and the level of helplessness and lack of control that it produces. Now in actual practice, when people come to us who are ill, the sick patient comes into hospital. What do we do? What does anybody, if you go into a hospital when you are sick, what is the first thing that is any sensible, what does common sense say that a doctor should do? Check BP, check if you're breathing, check what your pulse is, check what your, meaning basically what are they trying to get under understanding of? How ill are you right now? So at that time it doesn't matter, did you have typhoid before? Has your stomach, have you had a good digestion before? All that the doctor is not asking you at that point. So what the person needs at that particular point in time is for an understanding of what their state is and for the comfort and safety and care to be begun. Does that make sense? Yes? So if a person has come through in a trauma, what do they need at that time? To answer this question, all you need to do is go back and think about a time when you were in a great deal of distress. A lot of the time when we are in distress, do we go to doctors? Do we go to doctors or psychiatrists like myself? Please don't. We can't cope because everybody has, who has not had trauma? Or who has had trauma? Which of you would say you have had trauma in your lives? I personally know at least 10 people in this room who have undergone severe trauma. Okay. But we've all had trauma. Who do you go to when you're unhappy or upset or worried? Who? Who do we go to? We go to a friend, yes. Very often it's a friend. Who else? Do you go to your mother? The answer may be definitely yes or definitely no, depending on the kind of relationship that you have. It's not a bad thing in itself. You know, you may go to a friend, you may go to, who else would you go to? Spouse. And the quality of that person, what is, you don't just choose randomly and go. What is the nature of the person who you choose to go to with your troubles? So, somebody who will listen to you. Even before that, someone whom you trust. And trust for what? What do you trust them to? What is that trust? Support. What do you mean by support? It's correct. What does that constitute? Someone who will understand you, isn't it? Will understand you. What else do you need from that person? Someone who cares about you. Automatically, we don't think these things. Oh, let me see, I've got 5 friends. Who cares for me the most? Who understands me? You know. We know this is the top-down approach. You know in your time of trouble who you will go to. You will go to someone whom you trust to care for you, to think about your comfort and your priority first. You'll also choose somebody who doesn't judge you. What did you say? Sorry? Judgmental, who doesn't, well, that's where the understanding, but someone who doesn't come and say, hey, you know who? She just came and told me she broke up with her boyfriend. Did you know this? So you want somebody who will keep confidential and not go and treat it like a piece of gossip. So we choose the people that we care about. And why I am bringing this to your awareness is because if we are in this room about the business of how can we help others, then we need to think of some of the qualities that we need to create in that relationship, which will help us to truly help that person emotionally. While we are listening to the person and trying to understand their position, and here is a word which you will hear often in context of psychological thing, is empathy. Do you know what that means? As different from sympathy. Now, what is sympathy? I don't want you to answer. Young lady, yes? What do you think sympathy is? Look, if you know the right answer, then I am useless over here. So I hope you say the wrong answer. So just say the answer. What is sympathy? Anybody? മലയാളത്തിൽ പറഞ്ഞാലും ഞാൻ ചിലപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് മനസ്സിലാവും. Anybody? Sympathy എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ എന്താ? So you feel sorry for that person. Okay? Empathy എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ എന്താ? അത് So you not only imagine, so for example, a person who does not have children, can she feel sympathy for somebody who has lost their child? Yes, definitely. Can you feel empathy? You can, but it's more difficult because not only do you have to imagine what it is like to have you have to imagine what it's like to have a child and then to lose the child. So empathy is feeling what that other person is feeling. It's not like that person is crying, so I also feel I'll also start crying. It's not like that. That imagination to feel what they are going through, that is what is empathy. So empathy will allow us to be comforting, to understand their problem and then give them what they need. much time do I have? 10 minutes? I'm trying to speed it up. Yeah, that's okay. I'm speeding through actually. So if we look at the trauma, the experience, as my topic was, what are the layers of the, see, if you look at the layers of what is the experience of trauma, we know that like bacteria, bad things happen in real life. Traumatic breakdown is a product of interaction of so many factors, from genetic predisposition to early experiences. I think Sunny already alluded to the fact that if in the community you are already carrying unresolved grief of other things, then grief is going to hit you harder the second time. Have they learned how to cope? Have you had chances to overcome adversity and learn good coping strategies? Do you have a bank balance of emotional things? So if you have faith, faith is an enormous support. If you believe that there is a plan which is larger than yourself, then you, even though the pain doesn't go away, you have a larger meaning. Maybe this has some meaning which I cannot understand, but I have enough faith that this is happening to me. But you have to check whether that person has it or not. Does this person have family support which you can pull in? Family, in our country particularly, the family is we are all much closer together than in certain other societies. So family support, those kind of issues can be factored in the management. Did they learn? Did they have good, even if they did not go through that adversity, did they have good role models? So for example, the woman who is married to an abusive alcoholic husband and 2 children, and she determines, and we see many women like this, ordinary people who are struggling and who earn and who send their children to school. And what do the children watch their mother and learn? That in spite of everything, she has stood steady like a rock for me. And they learn that it is possible, that even in the face of very bad situation, you can be determined and focused and do good. And they learn that by watching, not from experiencing. So just like the shared meal that I said, in trauma, when we see the person who's ill, what does he need right now? Now, I'm sort of in a way oversimplifying. Yesterday, Jibi was talking about the fact that in psychological trauma, you come across a certain paradoxical. People say, no, I'm fine, I don't need anything. They don't want to show. We all want to keep up the front. So maybe mayhem going on at home, but at work we are like this, or at class we are like this. It's only when you go home that you face the terrible thing, that is the loneliness or the abuse or the worries or the financial thing, and we don't want to share. So how do we get past that? That is a big challenge which I think some of the other speakers will also talk about. But can we be there for people? Can we pick up signals that a person is upset or unhappy and needs some help? Sometimes we can see, someone's looking korchu mood out ananna. They just say, hey, what happened? You're not looking, you say, are you okay? Now, sometimes remember that person, hey, unnilla, I'm fine. But remember that concern definitely has an effect. If the person, we only have to look back at our own experiences. If someone who truly is looking caring, hey, what happened? What's up? You're looking upset. At least you have the feeling somebody noticed, somebody cares. And the next time that person makes an overture, you might say, I need to talk. And that. So as individuals, we need to actually be there for each other and show that we are there. It may not work immediately, but it will, over time, it will work. Sometimes people ask me, don't you get tired of listening to people's problems all day long? Because in my work, I see a lot of sadness, I see a lot of misery, I see a lot of unkindness, people talking about what happens to them, sadness. But I have one thing which gives me very great joy, and that has sustained me in my work all these years. And that is this wonderful, almost miraculous effect of if one human being talks to another in this atmosphere of caring and understanding, nothing changes. The event has not changed, the circumstances have not changed, but you feel better. Have you not felt that? And to me, I don't know, no CT scan, no MRI scan, no PET scan, nothing, no blood test can explain why this happens. This is something uniquely and wonderfully human. In the 80s, they tried to create a computer model of a therapist. So that you type in, Eliza, she was called. And Eliza would be trained to pick up keywords and respond to you. So, how are you feeling today? I'm feeling sad. Oh, tell me about it. Exactly the kind of phrases that one would use in a therapy kind of situation. It was a total flop. Of course it was a total flop. Because the most important ingredient, the human ingredient, was not there. And never has that model of an artificial intelligence being able to provide counseling services, has it taken off. Because if the moment you remove the human element from it, the magic is gone. In counseling, sometimes you may say the wrong thing. It doesn't matter. As long as the person can feel that this person is concerned, really cares. That is the magic ingredient. So, concern and caring, which is a uniquely human and powerful thing, is the one thing that it's not rocket science, it's not something. We can all feel it, we can all use it. All of us have various kinds of jobs or occupations, right? Would you agree with me that 95% of it is kind of boring and repetitive? Anybody is joyfully in their job all day long? Please come, I will treat you for mania, which is a condition where you have excess. Yeah? A student or a housewife or this thing. But there are moments which I like to call sparks of joy. Okay? Sparks of joy, which are memories which keep you, when you think of it, it makes you happy, it makes you smile, it makes you think. And if you think of your one spark of joy in your life, it will 99.99%, I guarantee you, it relates to an event that occurred between people. Am I correct? Yes, you got your degree, you're very happy. But the one you remember is actually almost always about an interaction with people. My mother was a teacher in school. And even now the things she talks about was, I remember that girl. She rang me up. She was in 7th standard. She was not good at anything much. She was an average little student. One day she did her English essay very well. So I said, come and stand and read out. And she read out her essay and I told the class, see what a good essay. And then 2 years later she came back and she said, Miss, you changed my life. She said, how? I said, you made me do that. So sometimes the good we do, we don't even know the impact of, acts of kindness or goodness. But for my mother, that girl coming back and telling her, Miss, every year on Teacher's Day, Amma will remember that. My mother's 87 now. She's got some memory decline, but that she has not forgotten. You know. My aunt, who's a housewife, she always felt bad among her other sisters-in-law because, you know, someone was this profession, one was that. She said, I am only a housewife. But she's a fantastic cook, and everybody would tell her, she says, anybody can cook like that. But one day her little granddaughter came up to her and said, Mama, come to our house and be my cooker, no? Ding! So these interactions, this quality of human interaction is something very, very special and very, very unique. And we all have the power for that, to make connections and we talk. Now there is another thing that I wish to say. When I was a first year PG, there was a Dr. Abraham Verghese in psychiatry in CMC. I think of him as my guru. Dr. Abraham Verghese, of course, Malayali, and after millions of years in Vellore, he still could not speak Tamil. His extent of Tamil was, Anna, Anna, eppade, he'd say. And the rest of it would all be Malayalam. And as a first year, I had to do a seminar on a topic called psychotherapy. Now, psychotherapy is like such a huge topic. It's like saying surgery or something like that. And I sat up nights, I didn't know much, I read all the books, wrote. And I said, you know, psychotherapy, you can do it like this, like that, like that. One boring lecture, one boring seminar I gave. At the end of it, he asked me, AV, you know, when he was bored, his fingers would start tapping like that. That was danger sign. Within 5 minutes into my topic, so I said it very fast. Anyway, at the end of it, he asked one question. He said, can psychotherapy do harm? I'd read so much. Not one this thing talked about this thing. And then he said something. He said, anything that has the power to do good has an equal power to do harm. I don't think that significance of that sank in at that time, and we've all had that experience when, you know, a teacher would, you would have learned something and suddenly, ting, the bulb will come on 20 years later, there's still hope. Huh? Oh, that's what they meant. Okay. But, so what I talked about confidentiality, trust, these are all skills that you need to develop to tame this power of this human connection that we have. You do it wrong, you can do harm. So you must learn to do it the right way. It's not rocket science, but you must learn to do it the right way. And I'm sure that some of the continuing sessions will talk about those also. So the human connection, you know, human beings can be incredibly cruel to each other, but we can also be incredibly kind. And I think that is what that power that we have is what has brought everyone here in this room together, and the hope that we can develop that. When you do it well, you will feel tired. Any job well done will make you tired, but there's also incredible joy in it. Are we running late? Okay. I do want to share a story with you about a lady called Chandra, and I have her permission to tell you the story. And it's about, the story illustrates so many different things. She's from Sri Lanka. I met her in 2014, I think, or 12, when she had a daughter who was 10 years old. She had brought her husband from Sri Lanka who was ill and needed a liver transplant. Chandra's story was like this. She grew up in a very loving family in Jaffna in Sri Lanka. When she was 10 years old, that was 1983, and in July 1983, there was a very terrible pogrom in Sri Lanka where feelings of anti-Tamils and anti-Sinhalese and this thing, and there were people who were massacred, and people were set ablaze in their homes. Terrible things happened over there. When the mob arrived at her house, her mother, to whom she was deeply attached, whom she remembers as this thing, bundled her up in one sheet and threw her out of the window. And she rolled down the thing, and then she became unconscious and she doesn't remember. When she woke up, the house had burned down and there was nobody left alive of her family. She was taken by some relatives and this thing, who unfortunately did not, who were interested in her only as a source of the economic aid poured in. So they would use her as a thing to get money, but they treated her very badly. When she turned 16, they married her off to a man who was an alcoholic and who abused her, and the stories of her abuse are quite terrible. He used to take her by the hair and bang her head on the wall, and terrible, terrible things. She could not conceive. Then 10 years after marriage, miraculously, she became pregnant and her baby girl was born. Through this time, somehow, she's a very talented person, lots of very handy with her hand, arts and crafts. She learned to bake. She had a good, she was in a school, the teachers and all liked her. She was a good student, so she had a lot of support from school, a lot of friends, mothers who would treat her like a child. So she remembers them with great fondness. She then, somehow this man drank his liver to death, so she brought him all the way here for treatment. And eventually she did everything and then he died. And just like in Kripa's case, there was a sense of relief when this man died. And she had this, but she said, "Doctor, I have the satisfaction of knowing that I did everything that I possibly could to save him and to make recover." But the next 2 years, she was happy. She did not go back to Sri Lanka. She relocated to India, put her daughter into a school. And then a year and a half later, her daughter developed schizophrenia. And I tell you, schizophrenia is a very severe mental illness. And she had one of the most severe forms that I've ever seen. And she stayed in our hospital for nearly 6 months. This woman she's a lovely person. She has the ability to connect with human beings. And a lot of other families, the staff, everybody grew very fond of her. And took care. When she ran out of money, the hospital helped her. And then the daughter got discharged and she went off to Chennai and started living there. And then COVID hit. When COVID hit, this girl fell ill. And you won't believe this unless I swear to you this is a true story. The girl died. Died in 2020 because he could not go to hospital. Now, just look at this woman. Hit after hit after hit after hit after hit. And yet, she comes back to our hospital. She is still alive. She tells me sometimes, "Doctor, I don't know why I don't want to commit suicide. Maybe there is some meaning in my life. I don't know." She struggles. She fights with God. She'll reject. Then she'll come back to it. But to watch this another human being suffer like this and yet battle through it. And today she says, "I want to do something in Bushi's memory." The girl's name was Puashagi. They call her Bushi. "I want to do something to help others like me in Bushi's memory." And today we are working out a plan. It's not like a linear story. There are days when she is plunged into despair. But there are days also where she will see the joy of life. I have on my phone some pictures she drew for her neighbor. She made a Christmas rangoli for this thing. And she sent me a picture. And it's beautiful. So, when you see human beings who, and what has kept her going has been, one is the memory of her mother. She remembers being beloved, a beloved child. Her mother's died, but mother's in her heart. She remembers her friends' mothers who gave her love. She remembers the hospital staff. She comes back to us. So, through all this, you see the worst of humanity and you also see the best of humanity. And you see the resilience. And she is a shining example of how, in spite of everything, love can actually keep people going. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Deepa. Now you know why we strategically placed your address just after Dr. Sunny Phillips. You have done total justice to the job, and thank you so much. Your presentation was filled with power as well as points. And you helped us to understand in such simple terms the importance and relevance of human connection and the different layers to trauma. Thank you so much. Please accept this token of our appreciation presented to you by Dr. Augustine Koshi.
The last sari she gave. So when I go for any speaking things, I
We have a short time for Q&A because the content has been delivered, and any question that is there in your mind, we'll take a few.
If you have anything, since it was so good, if you have anything.
So please take this time to ask questions, both Sunny Uncle and Dr. Deepa. Any of the keynote speakers from the sessions that they shared. So we'll take this time to take a few questions.
Let me take, thank you, Dr. Deepa. Can I take this time to just share a little bit about the gifts that we've been giving out? It's been locally sourced from Wayanad, from the Gandhi Gramam. So it's, they're spice boxes. We fill them with different Wayanad local spices. And we just thought that we'd share a little bit of Wayanad with the speakers who've traveled from so far away and taken their time off their busy schedules to come and speak with us. So thank you so much. We've also distributed some of our books to the speakers who came earlier in these lovely cotton bags. These are handcrafted by people from different communities from Karigiri, from the Shefflin Institute of Health Research and Leprosy, where one of our key facilitators, Dr. Valsa Augustine, she is a member of our trustee as well. Valsanti, can you stand, please? Thank you. So these are hand-printed bags from Karigiri, very sweetly brought to us from Dr. Valsa. Thank you so much. Any further questions? So next we have with us a story shared to us by one of the survivors of the landslide. His name is Andrew, and we'd just like to acknowledge everything that he's gone through, and let us be sensitive to their stories. We heard that there were people who were trying to take pictures with the survivors. They may not be too comfortable with it, so they've requested us to not have their photographs taken or put on the screen, which is why we've withheld that. But as we hear the voice of Andrew as a survivor, let's just walk with him on his journey of what he's been through. Andrew, we can have yours.
എൻ്റെ പേര് ആൻഡ്രൂസ്. ഞാൻ താമസിച്ചിരുന്നത് മുണ്ടക്കൈ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ സ്ഥലത്താണ്.
My name is Andrew. I reside in a place called Mundakai.
അന്ന് രാവിലെ മുതൽ നല്ല മഴ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. പ്രത്യേകിച്ചൊരു ഇരുണ്ട് മൂടിയ കാലാവസ്ഥയായിരുന്നു.
On that particular day, right from the morning, it was very cloudy, the skies were overcast.
അന്ന് ഞാൻ അച്ഛനും അമ്മേനോട് പറഞ്ഞു, നമുക്ക് ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് പോവാം, നല്ല മഴയാണ്. ഞങ്ങളൊരു പുഴയോരത്തിരുന്ന് താമസിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ അന്ന് രാത്രി മലവെള്ളപ്പാച്ചിലൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അന്ന്
Living by the riverside, previous evening I had seen the waters running off from the mountains. And I was telling my father and mother, let us go away. The rains are too hard. Let us go away from this place.
ഞാനങ്ങനെ അമ്മേനും അച്ഛനോടും ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് പോകാമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞെങ്കിലും അതിന് അവർ കൂട്ടാക്കിയിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. അങ്ങനെ രാത്രി നല്ല മഴയായിരുന്നു.
I kept telling my parents, let us go from this place, but they did not listen to me.
അങ്ങനെ ഒരു വൈകിട്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ മഴയൊക്കെ കുറച്ച് ശാന്തമായി.
And by evening the rains had reduced a bit.
പിന്നെ ഒരു 7 മണിയൊക്കെ ആയപ്പോൾ പിന്നെയും മഴ ശക്തമായി, പുഴയിലൊക്കെ വെള്ളം കൂടി. അങ്ങനെ ഭക്ഷണമൊക്കെ കഴിച്ച് ഞങ്ങൾ രാത്രി കടന്നതായിരുന്നു.
But by 7 p.m. The rains became more intense. Waters started swelling in the river and we had our food and we were going to go to bed.
അങ്ങനെ ഭക്ഷണമൊക്കെ കഴിച്ച് കടന്ന് രാത്രി ഞാൻ പെട്ടെന്ന് ഇങ്ങനെ എണീച്ച് നോക്കുമ്പോൾ അമ്മയും അച്ഛനും എണീച്ചിരിക്കുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. നല്ല മഴയുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. എനിക്കും നല്ല പേടിയുണ്ടായതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാനും അങ്ങനെ ഉറങ്ങിയിട്ടില്ലായിരുന്നു.
In the night, my mother woke up and found me awake. She asked me, you have not slept? I could not sleep that night because the rains were indeed very intense.
അങ്ങനെ ഞങ്ങൾ തൊട്ടടുത്ത് അയൽവാസികളുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അവരെയൊക്കെ ഫോൺ വിളിച്ച് പറഞ്ഞു, നല്ല മഴയാണ്, എല്ലാം ശ്രദ്ധിക്കണം. ഞങ്ങൾ തൊട്ടടുത്തുള്ള അയൽവാസിയുടെ മോള് പ്രസവിച്ചിട്ട് ഒരു 13 ദിവസമായൊരു കുട്ടിയൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങൾ അവരോട് വിളിച്ചു പറഞ്ഞു, ശ്രദ്ധിക്കണം, നല്ല മഴയാണ്, നല്ല സൗണ്ടൊക്കെ കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ട്.
So we also called up all our neighbors, waking them up and telling, be careful, the rains are very bad. There was a neighbor where the person had delivered a baby just 13 days ago. So there was a 13-day-old baby also in that home. So we called them up and also told them, be careful, the rains are very intense, very hard.
അങ്ങനെ അച്ഛനും അമ്മയും ടോയ്ലറ്റിൽ പോയിട്ട് അകത്തോട്ട് വരുമ്പോഴാണ് സൗണ്ട് കേൾക്കുന്നത്. അടുത്തെത്തിയപ്പോഴാണ് സൗണ്ട് കേൾക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു, ഇറങ്ങി ഓടിക്കുമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ അങ്ങനെ ഞങ്ങൾ ഇറങ്ങി ഓടിയിരുന്നു വീട്ടിൽ.
My parents had woken up, they used the washroom, they came back, and by that time we heard a noise and I just said, let us run, and we escaped from that place.
അങ്ങനെ വീടിൻ്റെ പുറകുവശത്തു കൂടി ഇറങ്ങി ഓടി കുറച്ച് മുന്നോട്ടെത്തിയപ്പോഴത്തേനും ഉരുളോട്ടൽ വന്നു. അങ്ങനെ അച്ഛനും അമ്മയും ഒലിച്ചുപോയി. അപ്പോൾ ഞാനാകെ ടെൻഷനായി അവരെ കാണാത്തതുകൊണ്ട്.
We started escaping from the back side through the back door, but by that time the landslide happened and my father and my mother were swept away in the water. I was really scared for everyone. I was really scared for them too.
അങ്ങനെ അടുത്തുള്ളൊരു ചേച്ചീനെ അങ്ങനെ പോയി വീട്, ചേച്ചി വാതിൽ തുറന്ന ഒരു വീടങ്ങനെ ഇടിഞ്ഞു വീഴിയിരുന്നു. ചേച്ചീൻ്റെ മോനകത്തുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. പിന്നെ ഞങ്ങൾ കുറേ വിളിച്ചിട്ടാ ചേച്ചീൻ്റെ മോനെ കണ്ടേ. അവർ കുടുങ്ങി കിടക്കിയിരുന്നു. ഞങ്ങൾ കുറേ രക്ഷപ്പെടുത്താൻ നോക്കി, പക്ഷേ സാധിച്ചില്ലായിരുന്നു.
I also remember one chechi who opened the door, but that house was just swept away in front of my eyes. They were all trapped. We tried our best to save them.
പിന്നെ എനിക്കാകെ പേടി, ഞാൻ ഒറ്റപ്പെട്ട പോലെ ഒരു സ്ഥലത്ത് അച്ഛനമ്മനെ കാണാൻ ആകെ ടെൻഷനായി. അങ്ങനെ കസിനെ വിളിച്ചപ്പോൾ കസിൻ പറഞ്ഞു, ഇങ്ങോട്ട് ഇപ്പോൾ വരാൻ പറ്റില്ല, രക്ഷിക്കാൻ വരാൻ പറ്റില്ല, അങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു സാഹചര്യമാണെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു.
So I was so scared that night. I thought I had lost everyone. I thought I had lost my parents. I did not know what to do. I was calling my cousin and my cousin said, can you come here? I said, that's not the situation. I don't think I can go anywhere. That's what I responded to my cousin.
അങ്ങനെ ഞാൻ അടുത്തുള്ള ചേട്ടനെ കുറേ രക്ഷിക്കാൻ നോക്കി, പറ്റിയില്ല. അങ്ങനെ ഞാൻ മേലോട്ട് ഓടി. വഴിയൊന്നുമില്ല, എന്നാലും കയ്യിൽ ഫോണിൻ്റെ വെളിച്ചമുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ആ വെളിച്ചടിച്ചിട്ട് മേലോട്ട് പോയി നോക്കുമ്പോൾ ഞാൻ വിചാരിച്ചു അവിടെ ഒന്നും ആയിട്ടില്ല എന്ന്, കാരണം മേലൊക്കെ എല്ലാം പോയിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു.
So I tried to save people. I could not do much. I tried to climb up. There was no way, but with the mobile I had, the little light that I could get from it, There is no way, but I just tried to go uphill, thinking that things will be better there, but everything had gone even there. It was total destruction, even where I was heading.
അങ്ങനെ ഞാൻ മേലോട്ട് പോയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുമ്പോഴാണ് പെട്ടെന്ന് അച്ഛനെ കണ്ട. അച്ഛൻ താഴെ വരെ ഒലിച്ചു പോയി ഇങ്ങനെ രക്ഷപ്പെട്ടത്. അച്ഛൻ്റെ മേത്ത് ഫുള്ള് മുറിയായിരുന്നു, ബ്ലഡ് വരുന്നുണ്ട്. അങ്ങനെ അച്ഛനെ കണ്ടപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് കുറച്ച് സമാധാനമായി. അങ്ങനെ ഞാനും അച്ഛനും കൂടി മേലോട്ട് പോകുമ്പോഴാണ് ഒരു 7 വയസ്സുള്ളൊരു പെൺകുട്ടീനെ കണ്ടത്, ചെറിയ കുട്ടി, അവന്തിക എന്ന് പേരുള്ള ഒരു കുട്ടീനെ കണ്ടത്.
So as I was managing to climb up, I saw my father. He had bruises and wounds all over his body. He was badly injured, but I saw him coming up there, and I was a bit relieved because I saw my father. And it was at that point that we saw a 7-year-old girl called Radhika.
അവന്തിക.
So
അങ്ങനെ അവന്തികേനെ രക്ഷപ്പെടുത്താൻ നോക്കുമ്പോൾ അവന്തികേൻ്റെ ഒരു റിലേറ്റീവ് മണ്ണിൽ കുടുങ്ങി കിടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അവരെ രക്ഷപ്പെടുത്താൻ നോക്കി, അവർ രക്ഷപ്പെടുത്താൻ പറ്റിയില്ല, അവർ പിന്നെ മരണപ്പെട്ടു.
So we were trying to save Avantika. At that time we saw Avantika's relative also stuck in the mud, and we tried to save her, but we could not save that relative of Avantika. We were not able to do that.
അങ്ങനെ അവന്തികേനെ ഞങ്ങളെടുത്ത് മുന്നോട്ട് പോകാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ലായിരുന്നു, ഫുള്ള് ചളിയായിരുന്നു, കാലും കൈയെല്ലാം അങ്ങനെ മണ്ണിൽ താന്നു പോവുക, അങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു അവസ്ഥയിലായിരുന്നു. അങ്ങനെ അവന്തികേനെ എങ്ങനെയോ ഞങ്ങളെടുത്ത് കൊണ്ടുപോയി സേഫായൊരു സ്ഥലത്ത് അമ്മേൻ്റെ ചേച്ചീൻ്റെ വീടിൻ്റെ അവിടെ എത്തിയപ്പോൾ അവിടെ നോക്കുമ്പോൾ അവരെല്ലാം അവിടെ വീടിൻ്റെ അകത്ത് മണ്ണിടിഞ്ഞ് വീണിട്ട് അവരും അതിൻ്റെ അകത്ത് കുടുങ്ങി കിടക്കുക. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു 2 മക്കൾ മാത്രമാണ് രക്ഷപ്പെട്ടത്. അങ്ങനെ കുറച്ച് രക്ഷപ്പെട്ടവരൊക്കെ കൂടി ഒരു മേലെ സേഫായ സ്ഥലത്തേക്ക് പോയപ്പോൾ പിന്നെ എല്ലാവരും കൂടെ അവിടെ നിന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു നമ്മൾ വേറെ ഒരു സ്ഥലത്തേക്ക് പോവാം, സേഫായ സ്ഥലത്തേക്ക്. ഫാക്ടറി ഉണ്ട് കുറച്ച് താഴെയായിട്ട്, ഫാക്ടറീൻ്റെ അങ്ങോട്ട് പോകാമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് മേലോട്ട് പോയപ്പോൾ ഒരു ജീപ്പുള്ളൊരു ഏട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അവർ ജീപ്പിൽ കയറിയിട്ട് അവിടെ ഉള്ള കുറച്ച് രക്ഷപ്പെട്ട ആൾക്കാരൊക്കെ കൊണ്ട് താഴെ ഒരു സേഫായ സ്ഥലത്തെത്തിയത്.
So taking Avantika in the arms, we were not able to walk because it was all slush, mud everywhere. It was not easy to walk, but we barely managed to escape. We went to my mother's sister's place. The house was totally collapsed. Only 2 children survived. Others were all gone. We tried to go to a safer place, and we managed to go to a place, and on the way we found a jeep that were transporting the survivors, and that took us down to a safer place.
അങ്ങനെ ഞങ്ങൾ സേഫായ സ്ഥലത്തെത്തി. അവിടെ കുറച്ച് ലൈൻസിൽ ആളുകൾ താമസിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അവിടെ എത്തി ഞങ്ങൾ മേത്ത് ഫുള്ള് ചളിയായിരുന്നു. അങ്ങനെ മേത്ത് കുറച്ച് വെള്ളമൊക്കെ ഒഴിച്ചു. അപ്പോൾ നല്ല തണുപ്പായിരുന്നു. അങ്ങനെ തണുപ്പ് മാറ്റാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് പുതപ്പിൻ്റെ ഉള്ളിൽ ഇങ്ങനെ ഇരിക്കുമ്പോഴാണ് പിന്നെ കുറച്ച് നേരം കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ രണ്ടാമത്തെ ഉരുളോട്ടലിരുന്നത്. അവിടെ നിന്ന് ഇങ്ങനെ ഭയങ്കര ഒരു ശബ്ദം കേട്ടിട്ട് എല്ലാവരും കൂടെ ഇറങ്ങി ഓടി അവിടെ നിന്ന്.
So we were in a place, it was near a tea factory. We felt relatively safe. There was dirt all over our body, so we poured water just to get rid of the dirt, and it was very cold that night, and we were all huddled in that place, and that time the second landslide happened, and then we had to run again to a safer place.
പിന്നെ താഴോട്ട് വന്നപ്പോൾ അമ്മേനെയും കൊണ്ടു. അമ്മ എങ്ങനെയോ രക്ഷപ്പെട്ടിട്ട് അമ്മ അവിടെ നിൽക്കുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അങ്ങനെ എല്ലാവരും കൂടെ ഓടി ഒരു എസ്റ്റേറ്റിലെ ഒരു കുന്നിൻ്റെ മേലെ ഞങ്ങൾ കയറി നിന്നു. ഒരു 1.5 മണിക്കൂറോളം ആ കുന്നിൻ്റെ മേലെ ഞങ്ങൾ മഴയും കൊണ്ട് അങ്ങനെ നിന്നു.
As we escaped again and going down, we found my mother. So happy to see her. And then all of us, we went to a hilltop, and in that wet rainy night we spent more than 1.5 hours getting drenched in that pitch darkness in the night.
പിന്നെ ഞങ്ങൾ ആ രണ്ടാമത്തെ ഉരുളോട്ടലൊന്ന് ശാന്തമായപ്പോൾ അവിടെ മാനേജറിൻ്റെ ബംഗ്ലാവുണ്ട്. എസ്റ്റേറ്റിലെ മാനേജറിൻ്റെ ബംഗ്ലാവിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ കുറേ പേരുണ്ട്. അവിടെ പരിക്ക് പറ്റിയവരും അങ്ങനെ എല്ലാ ആൾക്കാരും അവിടെ നിന്നു. നേരം വെളുത്തപ്പോഴാണ് അറിയുന്നത് 2 ഗ്രാമങ്ങളില്ല, മുണ്ടക്കായി, ചൂരൽമല ഒന്നുമില്ല. നമ്മളെ ഫ്രണ്ട്സ്, കുടുംബക്കാർ, നാട്ടുകാർ എല്ലാവരും മരണപ്പെട്ടു. നമ്മൾ കുറച്ച് പേര് മാത്രം ബാക്കിയായി രാവിലെ അറിയുന്നത്.
So then we made our way to the manager's bungalow. So I'm talking about the tea estate there. So a lot of people who had survived, injured, and otherwise were staying were gathered in that bungalow. And it was in the morning that we came to know that 2 villages, Mundakai and Churalmala, the 2 villages are no more. Many of my friends, many of my relatives, many of the people with whom we were living and shared our lives, are no more, and few of us are destined to continue our lives on this earth.
കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ വല്ലാത്തൊരു അവസ്ഥയായിരുന്നു. എന്താ ചെയ്യേണ്ടതെന്ന് അറിയില്ല, ആരോടെന്താ പറയേണ്ടതെന്ന് അറിയില്ല. അങ്ങനെ ഞങ്ങൾ താഴോട്ട് കുറച്ച് പുഴേൻ്റെ സൈഡിലോട്ട് പോയപ്പോൾ അവിടെ റോപ്പ് ഇടുന്നുണ്ട് ആർമി. നല്ല പരിക്ക് പറ്റിയവരെയൊക്കെ ഹോസ്പിറ്റലിൽ കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് അവരെ അങ്ങോട്ട് കടത്തുന്നുണ്ട്. അവിടെ പോയപ്പോൾ കുറേ ബോഡികൾ ഇങ്ങനെ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ട്. ആരതാണെന്ന് തിരിച്ചറിയില്ല, മുഖങ്ങൾ തിരിച്ചറിയില്ല. അങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു സാഹചര്യമായിരുന്നു.
Those were not easy hours or easy days. I did not know what to do. I did not know what to say to anyone who were asking questions. I also remember going down that night and people were trying to save people with a ropeway or something, and I could see a lot of dead bodies. None of those bodies could be identified. And
അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടായിരുന്നു പിന്നെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ട്. രാത്രി ഉറക്കല്ല, ഭയങ്കര ബുദ്ധിമുട്ട് ഉറങ്ങാനായിട്ട്.
For following that incident, the biggest struggle I have had is I could not sleep in the night. I could not sleep at all.
ഇപ്പോഴും ചെറിയ വിഷയങ്ങളൊക്കെ ഉണ്ട്. രാത്രി സ്വപ്നം കാണുക, ഫ്രണ്ട്സിനെയൊക്കെ കാണുക, അങ്ങനെ.
Even now it's not easy. I do have nightmares. I do get images of my friends when I'm sleeping in front of my eyes. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Andrew, for your willingness to share your story with us. This journey was a powerful reminder of the hope and the healing that can emerge from even the darkest times. And let us remember to be sensitive and caring, and let's build caring communities together. Please accept this token of our appreciation. Again, these bags have been printed by people who have undergone trauma themselves. So it is a representation of a trauma-filled community that has come out stronger. And we hope the same for you. We hope this resilience will touch you.
ഈ ഉപഹാരം ഞങ്ങളുടെ സ്നേഹത്തിൻ്റെ പ്രതീകമായി തരുന്നു. ഈ ബാഗ് ഉണ്ടാക്കിയതും വേദന സഹിച്ച ഒരു സമൂഹം ഉണ്ടാക്കിയ ഒരു ബാഗാണ്. അപ്പം പരസ്പരം ജീവിതാനുഭവങ്ങൾ പങ്കുവെക്കുന്നതിൻ്റെ ഒരു പ്രതീകമായിട്ടാണ് ഈ ഒരു ഉപഹാരം തരുന്നത്. സ്നേഹത്തോടെ സ്വീകരിക്കണം.
We will now break for lunch. Kindly cooperate with us. We're running a little late. We're running behind schedule, so we'd want you to come back in exactly 40 minutes. As early as possible, please move to the dining hall, have your lunch, and come back here. Please move inside and take your seats. Can we have a group photograph with everyone? Please come forward and we'll take a group picture with everyone. Those who are outside the hall, kindly make your way inside for a group picture. Everyone who's standing outside the hall, please make your way inside. We need to take a group photograph. Can I request the volunteers to please round up the participants?
make your way forward so that we can take a group photograph with all the participants.
Good afternoon, friends. So happy to see you all back here. Hope you are enjoying the day, and thank you for being part of this conference. Each one of us, we add so much to what is happening here. Next, we are privileged to have Dr. Johan Ebenezer with us. Dr. Johan is a psychiatrist and co-founder of Health Soch Academy, which you can definitely find on the website, on internet, Health Soch Academy, offering innovative health courses. He also developed the Shifa project at Padar Hospital, an acclaimed rural mental health model. His interests include online psychotherapy and the intersection of religion and mental health. And for those of us who were here yesterday, we discovered and we also came to know that he is such a great musician and an avid reader. So he will be talking on the keynote topic, collective trauma and child development. Welcoming you, sir, to lead us in the session. And as we definitely need to explore how trauma can have its impact on children. Yes. Let us give him a round of applause.
Yeah, sure. Okay, sure. Do you want cordless? Anything is fine. Yeah, cordless is. Yeah, can you all hear me? Okay. Yeah, so thanks very much for calling me, and I'm so happy to be here. There's been some change in the schedule, so I had some mini trauma also today. Yeah, so we'll see. Okay, so yeah, so I'm Johan, and I've gotten to meet quite a few of you. We couldn't see you yesterday. Yeah, and thanks Jibi for the introduction. And when the MC, I've also been MC for many programs, so I know how difficult it is to get everything correct. And MC usually puts a little bit of extra juice to make it sound very nice. So anyway, thanks for introducing all of us so well. And yeah, and it was nice to have Dr. Sunny and also Dr. Deepa, who was my teacher. And it's really nice to be presenting along with her. And again, you have put me exactly behind her. So, so you've given me also a little bit of a challenge. So that's good. I have to tell you this story. I didn't take permission from her, but so when I was a PG, and you know, in psychiatry, there are not many psychiatrists here, I think, but there are a lot of psychologists and psychology students here, so you know this. So we have long case presentations, right? So this thing, one of our things was we had to keep doing these long case presentations. And I used to actually like doing them. I was a little crazy, so I used to like doing these long presentations. And when other people didn't want to do, they would say, you do it. So I would like to go and take a few. And one particular day on one grand rounds, I remember I did one presentation. It was okay. It was not so great, but it was there. And Dr. Deepa said something. I've come to expect something better from you. And after that, I was so upset. And I was like, okay, what did I do wrong? How bad was it really? And this and that and all. And then she told me after the rounds, don't be so upset. When I give you something like that, it's called an inverted compliment. So I don't know. I don't know if anyone's heard that before. It was new for me. So it means that if I say you can do better, it means actually you're pretty good. So So I'm still trying to work that out. So, so you can see if the complement is inverted or not. Yeah. So my topic is on collective trauma and child development. And just before I go into that, I've got some brochures here which anyone who's interested can pick up. You can find out some about the courses and workshops and training programs that we offer in Health Soch Academy. And so I bring greetings from all of them. And you can have a look at that. And the info is, I'm not going to tell much because all the info is there in that and on the website as well. You can also contact us via email. So all of that is there, and that's fine. All right, so I have a confession to make. Just like already Dr. Deepa also said this, trauma is not my area of work. In the sense that, of course, we all psychiatrists and psychologists deal with people who are struggling and people who have traumas of different sorts, but not, the kind of trauma that this conference is focusing on is not really an area of expertise. I've not actually been in any major trauma. Of course, COVID was a trauma for everyone, so that doesn't count. But I've not actually been in a natural disaster. So I can't really speak exactly with authority on this, so it's with a lot of humility that I say this. But I do have experience with community mental health, which is, obviously there are overlaps, but that I can speak from that experience. And of late, we've been doing a lot of work with schools. So one of the focus areas of Health Soch Academy is actually on schools and colleges. So we have been doing a lot of work, especially with teachers. So I think that's where this new interest of ours in working with children of different developmental ages, and more than the children, teachers and parents, how to deal with kids at different ages and in different settings and all, has become an interest area for us now. So in that very, very tenuous way, I have some expertise which I think I can bring here. But I'm happy to learn, and what I share is basically from what I've learned, and I'm hoping to take you on a little bit of a journey today. It is about childhood, so we are going to have a lot of pictures, and I'm going to make you do some thinking, and we're going to do a little bit of a journey here. Okay, we can go to the next slide. Is there some way to control that, or you want to control it for me? Can I add to the trauma? Okay, sure, no problem. You can just go to yeah, so very quickly. Yeah, so today what we're going to look at, we're going to a little bit elaborate the topic, the title. There's a couple of words there: collective, there's trauma, and there's childhood development. So trauma, already Dr. Sunny has done a great job of explaining that, so I don't have to break down what is trauma. He's done that so well. The other one, collective. So collective is one thing we need to understand, that it's different from individual trauma. And I think that's one little bit of a concept which I think we can touch on. And the other key thing is, I didn't put this. Yeah. Sure. The other thing is childhood development. So I know there are students here, so this presentation is slightly tilted towards the students, because I want you guys to really fall in love with this area of childhood development. It's actually very, very fascinating. And we often read these things in a very boring way and sleep off while reading it, and we just go for the exam and vomit out whatever we've read. But I think it needs a little bit of looking at this and try and making these theories and these ideas come alive. And I think that's very important, because it has tremendous impact on how we view children. So we are going to look a little bit at childhood development first before we go into trauma, because we are talking about how children process trauma. Until now, a lot of the things we were talking about were how adults do it. So children, it is a little different, and those are the kind of things we're going to be focusing on. All right. So yes, we can go to the next slide. All right. So, like I said, we are going to take a journey through development. Okay, and I want you to think with me about these things which we are going to look at. If it's knowledge you already have, wonderful. If it's new knowledge, great. But either way, I think it's nice to have a fresh look at development. And we need to think of development in terms of different layers. It's like an onion. All of you have seen onion? Ulli. Yes. Yeah, I won't speak much Malayalam because that will be very traumatic for you. So, yeah, all right. Okay, yeah, so an onion has different layers, right, which you have to go through. But each layer is still part of the onion, right? It's not that each layer is a separate thing, and we can't say we've taken out the third layer of onion and I made a curry of the third layer of onion. Doesn't happen, right? So it's the entire onion that gives us the qualities of an onion. And development is like that. You know, we have different layers which we need to unpack while we do development. So the most simple and basic one, it's very intuitive and we're not going to go into that, is the neurological development, the development of the brain and the nervous system. This is what most people learn when they learn about development. All doctors and nurses here especially, you would have learned this very well, what time the baby holds its head, what time the baby rolls. Does rolling come first or the smiling come first? I also forgot. But, remember we did all this and we were tested on all these things. And it's very important to understand that the brain develops. And there was an understanding that the brain stops developing at certain age in childhood. That has now changed. And now there's lots of research to show that there are some changes that happen in our brain and nervous system almost throughout life. So that's something new. Much earlier, that was not what was the understanding. So yeah, there is brain development. Obviously, a little child's brain is little less developed than a bigger child's brain, and obviously that's different from an adult's brain. So that's happening. But more interesting for us are some of these other things. A nice complicated word there. Intrapsychic. Anyone wants to tell me what that is? Students here. Intra. What is intra? Intra. Inside. And what is psyche? You're doing psychology, right? How many psychology students here? Oh, great. That's majority of you. What is psyche? Sorry? Somebody? I have to tell your teachers you don't know what is psyche. Thank you. I'm glad nobody said mind. It's actually soul. Okay, psyche is the Greek, or suke is the Greek word for soul. All right, so when we talk about psychology, it's actually the study of the soul as per the original meaning of the word. All right, and psychiatry is so the medical discipline that deals with that. So anyway, so inside, basically the internal experience of someone, how we experience things internally, got it, inside us. That is different from what happens outside us. All right, so there's development inside, how the child experiences the world from himself, from inside. That's intrapsychic development. Then there's something else. What's the next one? Psycho. What do you think that means? Two words. Social is what? What is social? Sorry? Yes. That's other people. Other people and other communities around you. So psycho is what's inside and social is what is outside. So how this relationship between your internal thing, each of us experiences the world internally. My experience is not shared by you. Yes, you can describe, okay, he's standing there, he's holding a mic, he's doing something, he's talking some weird stuff. All that you can observe from outside, but you can't really experience what I'm experiencing. That's the beauty of intrapsychic experience. Inside, the internal experience is only experienced by each person. But social is something that is common. So psychosocial is the interaction between these two things, how the person deals with his environment, and that changes over time. Okay, next word, again for our psychology students here. What is that? Yes, what is that? Yeah, thank you. Thought. Okay, so it's basically how the child thinks. Okay, the development of the capacity to think. All right. Other words are simpler. Cultural is what's happening around you. And now we move to another level which we don't often talk about, which is one's worldview. Right? The philosophical and theological aspects of what they believe. Now, did you notice something's happening here? You're moving from, very basic, simple things to higher and higher things, right? You're moving from the center of the onion all the way to the outside, okay? And that's important to remember. If we only look at one or two of these levels without looking at the others, we're missing something. And that is why it's useful to have this concept that all of this is changing. It's not just that the child can walk and run and, play a swing. Yeah, that's important. But at each of these levels, children are different. And of course, even adults are different. All right, so we're going to go very quick overview of some of the important developmental theories and the ideas behind this. I think that's the key thing. Yes, we got some nice pictures for you. Okay, you all must be knowing these guys. Yes? I'm not going to go into details, but if you don't know this guy, you should fail your psychology exams. Yeah? If you don't know the others, I'll forgive you, but him you got to know. Okay, yeah. Freud, and who's the next guy next to him? Erikson. And interestingly, we study these all separately, but they actually knew each other. Okay? And Erikson actually studied with Freud for some time. And Freud had a huge influence on his theory. And I will come to that, but we're not going to go much into the detail. Did you notice this picture here? What's in his hand? What's that? Paintbrush. And this? Yeah. So what do you think he's doing? Yeah. Erikson was actually a painter. He had no background in medicine or psychology or psychiatry or anything. He was a painter. He failed. He was a very poor student. His father was a pediatrician who wanted to make him go and do medicine, but the fellow just couldn't get the marks. And he was a painter. But then somewhere along the way, he ran into Freud. That's a big story. And that's how he got inspired. But he was very good with working with children. So Erikson was a painting tutor, actually. And that's how he in a roundabout way ended up meeting Freud. Now, why am I saying all this? Because Erikson, throughout his life, had a lot of confusions about who he was. Okay, I'm not going to go into his full family history and all, but there was a problem with his, he wasn't really sure who his father was. And his mom was Jewish, his father was a German, and all sorts of confusion was there. So he grew up with a lot of identity issues and not very clear. That all shaped very nicely into the theory he's talking about, and you need to know this background if you want to really appreciate the theory. Okay, let's move to the next slide. Okay. Yes, this table I'm sure will be in all of your books, so don't worry, but we are going to just briefly look at some of this because I think it's crucial to help us really understand what's going on in the world of the child. Not in whether he can walk and run and all, but how he processes what happens. This is psychosocial development, remember, in what's happening inside as well as how the child relates to others. And interestingly, 3 columns here. This column is very simple, don't have to worry. Yeah. This column and this column. Okay. These are 2 interesting things you need to look at. This middle column of crisis and conflict is very interesting because Erikson puts it this way, that every child at his or her stage of development has some major conflict or struggle which is part of his normal development. All right, these are not abnormal things. These are part of their normal development. Some conflicts or issues that they have to navigate through in every stage, right from the beginning till the time they grow old. And he's very nice. He takes development all the way to, what's this? Old age. So it doesn't stop here. His teacher Freud stopped here, but Erikson took it all the way to old age. And he actually gives this out very nicely. And he says, and it is important to get this, if the child successfully navigates this conflict, successfully gets through this conflict, he resolves that and develops certain, what is this? What is virtue? Character traits or characters or virtues, basically. So this is the idea. Through struggle and by successfully navigating struggle, one attains virtue or characteristics or characters rather. Okay, and this is really important because this theme is going to come again and again in what we're going to talk today. So keep this in mind. Struggle, go through the struggle, build character as part of normal development. We have not talked about trauma, we have not talked about suffering. We're talking about normal development. And we don't have time to go through everything, but just to give you an idea of what we are looking at. Okay, the first stage. Okay, and here it's very helpful to remember what Erikson's teacher said about this first stage. Okay, Freud called it the oral stage. Now, why is it called that? I'm not going to go into all the details, but just think about it. 0 to 18 months, what's the main work of a child? Eating. Yeah, initially breastfeeding and then so feeding. Feeding is the primary activity of the child. Not only of the child, it's also the primary activity of all the caregivers of the child. Correct? Everything is centered around feeding, right? And if the mom is not able to manage that well, the child cries. And the child, how does the child express his irritation? Again, through his mouth, through crying. So that's why it makes a lot of sense to call it the oral stage. So anyway, so the idea there is, what's the conflict there? The child has to learn to trust his mother. Okay, at this stage it's primarily the mother, not so much the father, but it can be any caregiver. Okay, so the idea is, will this person meet my needs or not? Because the child is completely dependent. He can't do anything on his own. He needs, the feeding is just one thing, everything, protection, cleaning, looking after, all of that, he is completely dependent, right? Correct? Okay, so he has to learn this thing of trusting another person. And if he hasn't navigated this properly, he will not develop the idea of trust. So on and so forth. So if you go through the next one is, okay, now let's move to the next one. Okay, think about a kid who's about 2 years old. What is the primary activity parents are busy with at that stage? 2-year-old kid? Thank you. Toilet training. So toilet training is the biggest activity of the house. Correct? So anyone who's been a parent knows this. So again, that's the time when the kid starts developing some autonomy, what he calls. He's trying to assert himself and he's developing his own little personality as opposed to his parents and this sort of thing. All right. So we're not going to go through all of them, but you get the idea here. The idea is that as the child grows, there are different primary areas which are conflicts. And those conflicts may not be just limited to what Erikson says. There are other things also. So it's really important to understand the struggle and develop and going through struggle as a means of getting character. So just keep this idea in mind. Okay, let's move to the next one. Okay. Nice picture? Yes. Okay. So who wants to describe this picture? What do you see here? What animal is it? Let's start with that. We're doubting that also. Okay. Yeah. Good question. It's chimps, I think. I think they're chimpanzees. All right. Yeah. So what are they doing? What's happening here? What are you seeing here? The little one is? Yeah, the little one is, displaying bonding with the bigger one. So this is something that's not only with human thing. We have seen it with even other animals as well. The idea of bonding or attachment. And this is something that needs to be developed, that happens with, as the child grows, the child gradually gets attached to his mother and later the father. And this attachment is very important, because if they don't have good attachment and they don't feel secure, they can't really explore the world outside. They have difficulty with other kinds of relationships and other kinds of challenges. So what happens when you don't have this? There can be problems. So that's the idea. And this is all based on a lot of research even in animals. So John Bowlby is the name to remember there. Okay, we'll move to the next one. Okay. What's this? Yeah. So I told you what cognitive development is talking about, right? What is cognitive development talking about? It's about how the child learns to think. So one of the important things is children don't all think the same. Okay. A child who's below 2 years old, how does he process information? Everything is what he experiences through his senses. If something is hot, he doesn't know what is hot. He's not thinking it's hot. He goes and touches it and ow! Correct? Has that happened to anyone? It happened to me. I went and touched the stove one day and got nicely burnt, and my mom was obviously very happy with me after that. So it happens. That's how we explore, and kids explore and then they realize that's hot. So like this, they start experiencing things and start developing certain concepts. So they don't yet have some concepts that older children have. Why is this important? When we talk about big things like, this accident happened or somebody died, the kid who's less than 2 years old doesn't yet have a concept of accident and doesn't yet have a concept of death. Death and sleep are pretty much the same. If the mother is outside the room, it's as good as she's dead. So that's why they're extremely anxious when the parents are not there. So they haven't yet developed this capacity to think, okay, even if my mom and dad are not in the room, it doesn't mean they're dead. So they still haven't got these very clear. Then as the child grows up a bit more, he's able to deal with slightly bigger concepts. He's able to understand, oh, this is big, this is small, this is good, this is good and bad is coming later, so I won't come there. Yeah. So big and small, this is what to say. This is hot and cold. This is tasty and not tasty. This is useful and not useful. These sorts of things gradually start coming. But still, they're very basic concepts. They can't really do very abstract kind of things. Then by the time you reach an older kid, as they grow, their ability to deal with concepts improves. And by the time they're adolescents, most kids are able to do really, really big things. And so the importance is children think differently at different age groups, and we need to be little aware of this fact. All right. Yes, let's move to the next one. Okay. So that was Piaget. Okay, he was a Swiss psychologist. Next fellow, Lawrence Kohlberg. Okay, he was an American psychologist, and he built on what Piaget was telling about this whole thing of how the thinking process develops. But he narrowed down his thinking to his focus on, what is this? What is right and wrong? How the child develops moral reasoning. How do they think this thing is right, this thing is wrong? So that was Kohlberg's contribution, and it's very, very similar to Piaget. A little child, okay, think of it this way. When you are very small and you do something wrong, what are you more worried about? That you committed a big sin, or that your mom is going to take a stick and whack you? The stick, correct. Some adults also are like that now also, but I'm saying generally speaking, it's normal for a child to work out that at that level. They understand what is wrong basically when they're punished about it, when they do something wrong. All right. Or as they grow a little bit higher, it changes to They want to do something right so that their mom says, good boy, or good girl. Again, there are lots of adults like this also. Some of us are still like that. We're just waiting for our... I still enjoy it when my wife says good boy to me. If I do something right. If I do something wrong, I hear something else. But it's still there. So it becomes more about pleasing the other person. And only later on, it becomes more about conforming to what other people want. And finally, only when they're much older, when they're about maybe close to adolescence, they start having an internal moral thing. That they're fully much clearer about what's right and wrong internally. Again, this is very important to understand. So when we talk to children and we expect a 2-year-old to make the same choices as we give a 15-year-old, something is wrong. So we have to learn how to deal with children in these sorts of things. Okay, we'll move to the next one. Okay, and now we get to some interesting things. Okay, this is important again, and I'll tell you why. Okay, how many have heard of this guy's name? Okay, he's probably not as famous as some of the others, but I think there's a lot of interesting things to learn from Carl Jung. So if you're psychology students, you should go and look at Carl Jung. And I'm not going to talk about everything he said, but there's some interesting things I want you to just think about because they're important for what we're going to talk about when we get to trauma and collective trauma. Okay, so for what to say? These 3 words. Can you see those 3 words there? Actually, both Dr. Sunny and Dr. Deepa already touched on this. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to explain it in a slightly more, what to say, a picturesque way. And Jung is very good at this. He takes things that we know very well and he puts them in nice pictures and nice picturesque way of understanding things, and it's very easy to understand. It's also very easy to talk to patients about these things, even kids, because they get this. Okay? It's much easier than talking about very difficult things. So what he says is, there is something inside you which is the self. That's who you are. But there is something called the persona. Persona is basically something like a mask. So in the ancient Greek plays, how many of you like theaters and drama? Nobody likes drama, yeah? Okay. I can see some people putting up. Old people all like drama. New people only like Instagram. Okay, correct. Okay, but even on Instagram there are nice dramas. Okay, so the ancient Greeks, okay, they used to, how their actors used to do, instead of doing big costume changes, they would have these masks. So they would change the role. Sometimes the same actor would play multiple roles. All they would do is change the mask. That mask was called persona. So he takes that idea and he says, all of us are something inside, but when we go to work, we put on a special persona for work. Very nice we are there. Then we come home, and when we are with our kids and our spouse, different persona. Then when we go to our friends or we go to the church or the temple or something, that's a different persona. And so on and so forth. So the persona is not real, or at least it's less real than the self. It's something you're putting on for the sake of others. And there's one final one over here. Okay. That is the part of ourselves that we don't like. We all have bits in ourselves that we don't like, including little kids. Kids often know that there are some things not right in them, and they're not happy about it. They don't want to talk about it, but they know that something is wrong, and they're not comfortable with it. And they don't like to talk about it, and they often think that those problems are the problems everyone else also has. Now, for example, I'm always late for school, say. Okay, I don't like the fact that I'm always late to school, but I don't like to admit it. Or I'm a very angry person all the time and fighting with everyone, and I don't like that part of me, but I don't want to admit it. On the other hand, I'm always blaming my friends for being angry and fighting. And I'm always blaming everyone else for coming late. So those are the sorts of things Jung calls the shadow. And he says in counseling, one of the important things to build your personality is to integrate the shadow. We have to learn to accept some of the things we don't like about ourselves and tame them. And that's why he loves using these examples of, what is this? Okay. So the shadow can sometimes be like a dragon, like a beast we have to tame. Because it's not that all of these things are necessarily bad, they can be put to good use also. Correct. So that's the idea of taming the shadow. He doesn't say kill the dragon. He says tame the dragon, integrate the shadow. And he says everyone's life story is like a, what's that last word? Hero. Okay. So if you read stories from all over the world, you will find some similar themes, correct? Now if you watch Netflix series also, you will see some similar themes, correct? There are some stories which are basically the same story told 100 times and we'll still watch it. We all love stories where there's a hero who's nobody, he goes and he has to go and fight one big dragon or some big enemy or something, and he's useless, he can't do it, but he learns something, destroys the dragon, and then go. We all love watching it. We'll watch it 100 times in 100 different names. So that story is the hero story. And he says each of our lives is like a hero's story. And each child's growth is like a hero's growth, because he has to go and figure out how to deal with the dragons that he has to face. And he shouldn't just kill them, he's often got to tame them. And he's got to learn how to do that. And that takes courage. It takes a lot of courage to do that, and you build your courage along the way. Very similar to what Erikson says. You face conflict, you gain character. So that's the idea here. All right. So we'll come back to this fellow later. Yeah, let's move on. Okay. Now, I'm going to take you a little bit further back than all this. Because sometimes I think when we study mental health, we think it suddenly popped into everybody's head somewhere around 1800. Before that, nobody thought of anything. That's not true. So a lot of these things that these theorists and all were seeing and talking were basically influenced by very ancient thinkers. And I think that's important for us to understand. It didn't just come in a vacuum. And why it's important that this is not just stuff which is important in the psychiatrist or the psychologist's OPD and clinic. This is stuff important for life. And this is something we need to think. This is important for everyone to think of. It's not just about those who are, struggling with, those with mental illnesses or those who've experienced big traumas and all who come. Everyone has to answer these questions. And there's no time to go through all of them. But Plato and Aristotle were two of my heroes, so I always talk about them. They're two ancient Greek philosophers. And both of them had this very strong idea that, you had to face struggles and gain character. So it's not Erikson and Freud who invented that. It goes all the way back there, that this idea that you need to face challenges in order to grow, and that you need to build character. All right. And then what does Buddha say about suffering? He says something a little different. He says, yes, we've got to recognize it, but he is more like we shouldn't really talk about it. Not really. We should rather not spend too much time and getting attached to these things. Detach yourself from this. So I don't particularly agree completely with that idea, but still the idea that suffering is a part of life and it's not something we can just ignore. It's something that won't go away. It's part of who we are. It's part of the world we're living in. And it's something that we'll have to learn to deal with. Now we're skipping time and coming to two much more modern philosophers from the 19th century. Both of them, Nietzsche, who was a German philosopher, and Kierkegaard, who was a Danish philosopher. Both of them, again, the same idea, that we've got to learn how to be comfortable with facing problems. Because if we're not doing that, we end up becoming the victim of the problem. And that's an important distinction. Am I going to let the dragon eat me, or am I going to tame the dragon? So it's better to be able to tame the dragon rather than, be eaten by the dragon. All right, let's move to the next one. Yes. Okay. And again, these themes come through in most of our, religious traditions also. The same idea comes through. Okay. In all the books that we read, it's very important to understand this, the role of how suffering can actually help us build character. Yeah. Let's move to the next one. Okay. And now that we've talked about normal development, we're going to now talk about what happens when things become a little abnormal. Now, we already talked a lot about trauma today, so I'm not going to look at that again. But when we talk about, sometimes we use these words all interchangeably. We say suffering, we say trauma, we say struggle, and we use it as if it's all the same thing. But are they the same thing? Anyone wants to argue that they're the same thing? What's the difference? Anyone? We learnt a lot about trauma today. How is that different from the normal struggles that someone goes through? Okay. Okay. Maybe intensity. What else? Part of the thing is also how we perceive it, like what Dr. Sunny was saying. But another thing which is important is it's about how expected or unexpected these things are. And that also plays a big factor in our preparation. Someone even who is extremely courageous, having something absolutely unexpected, that can also be very traumatic for the person. Now, for example, when you have a soldier who goes to war and he's fighting, yes, he sees a lot of death, he sees a lot of thing, but he's mostly expecting that. When you go to war, you don't expect it to be like having ice cream. You know there's going to be some difficulty there. There's going to be some deaths. There's going to be some. You're much better prepared for it. You're in a mental framework to take that up. But the same soldier experiencing a car accident experiences things in a very different way because he wasn't expecting that. He's not got his armor ready. He's not ready to really take that up. All right. So part of the way of looking at this is when we experience traumatic things in our life, whatever it is, it sort of like makes us go into chaos. Everything becomes disordered. We lose control on things. We lose our capacity to understand really what's happening. I think Dr. Sunny also touched on this idea. So the whole thing is like you lose your capacity to be ready. Now look at this. What's the difference between these two figures? They both have this dragon over there. What's the difference between this character and this character? I know one is an animal and one is not. Other than that, anyone? Okay. Tell me. Let's start with the rabbit first. What about him? Okay. Okay, he's now this guy is here. He's an equal threat to both these guys. But what's different about the way this guy is compared to this guy? Unprepared. Okay. What else? He is small, but I don't think size is the big issue here. Lack of armor. Yes. So he's not prepared. What else? He's in shock, and he's also, what else would you say? Yeah, he's really a victim of the situation, right? And there can be many reasons for that. We're not necessarily saying it's wrong for him to be a victim. He should be. It's not possible really for him to really defeat this monster there. But he is really a victim of the situation. And he is small. He doesn't have an armor. That's true. He's not prepared. So there are multiple reasons why he is a victim. But is it possible for him to do something other than just stand there? He has certain hidden strengths. What are some of those hidden strengths he might have? Yes, he's a rabbit. He can most certainly outrun this character. Right. What else can he do? Hide. Okay, he's small, so he can hide. And what else can he do? Yeah, he can jump. He can also take the help of this guy here. Correct. So there are lots of ways in which this guy can come out of his victim role also. We're not saying that he should not be a victim. Obviously, in this situation, he's most certainly a candidate to be a victim. But he doesn't have to be a victim forever. And if he's not careful, he's going to just end up being the victim and end up being eaten here. Now this is all very nice when there's a real danger there. Okay, now I know dragon and all this, you're not going to see a dragon in your life, but we can see some relative of a dragon. How many of you have seen snakes? Anyone seen a snake here? Anyone has not seen a snake? Oh, somebody has not seen a snake. Then Wayanad, I think, has a lot of snakes, so we can go and see. Okay, so if you're walking on the road and you suddenly see a snake, what happens? Sorry? Yeah, okay, exactly. So what is the experience you have inside you? Fear, exactly. That emotion is fear. It's what leads to this, what you said, fight or fright or flight, all those, freeze. So many F's are there, those, yeah. It's what leads to that. But that happens, that body response happens in response to the fear. And where was the fear? Where do you locate fear? It's inside you. It's your experience. I can't experience fear for you. Yeah, we both might be afraid of the snake, but I can't experience your fear. It's intrapsychic, happening inside your mind. Okay? But that leads to that fear. Correct? Now, is there a reason to be frightened? Noah. I think we should all take some classes from him. He's not afraid of snakes. Okay, but most definitely there are good reasons why we should be frightened of the snake. Obviously, it's a dangerous thing. Right. Now, what do you do when you're frightened of the snake? What are the ways out of that situation? Either you'll run away, or somebody very brave might take a stick and go and hit the snake, or you'll call for help, or you'll do something. You won't just stand there and wait for the snake to bite you. You won't also go and say, oh, you cute little fellow, and go and pet it there. So that's what fear does. Fear prepares us for that. Now the real snake, you can do something about it. Now what happens after this incident is over? You've seen a snake outside your road. And now every day when you're coming outside of your house, you're like, oh my, what if the snake comes back? Correct? Maybe I shouldn't go out, or maybe I should get someone else to come, or maybe I should just do all my calls from home today and not go to the office. Correct? Anyone experienced that kind of a feeling? Yeah. You may or may not have, but the point is, that is a different emotion. That is anxiety. The threat is not a real threat, it's a probable threat. Okay, the threat may be there, it may come, it may not be there, but if it's there, what will happen? And then you experience this thing. Now the big problem with that probable snake is, you can't kill a probable snake. Can you? You can kill the real snake, or you can do something about it. You can't do anything about the probable snake. The probable dragon never goes away. He's always there, and he's always coming back again and again. All you can do with it is tame it. You can't kill that dragon. You can't kill that snake, that probable snake. So there is this difference there. And when someone has experienced something extremely traumatic like this, it's all very well to escape the actual dragon and kill it or do something to it. But what does this fellow do when he experiences the probable dragons after that? Again and again and again and again. They never go away. So that, maybe they become a little bit less frightening over time, but they may not completely go away. You have to tame that dragon and you can't kill it. So you have to learn how to work with that. And that is something often when we do counseling with these sorts of people, we've got to help them understand that they need to learn to tame this. They need to learn to work with it, control it, use it as a strength, integrate the shadow. Don't be afraid of it. You can't kill it, you can't destroy it, but you can learn to work with it. You can learn to control it, and you can learn to make it an ally, which is what we should eventually be doing. All right, let's move to the next one. Okay, now we talked about trauma. We have one more word to look at, and that is collective. So collective means it's something we all experience. We means not we, but anybody in a group. When you're having things, it's a collective thing. So you see, it's something that affects everyone. It's not just something that affects one person. And this has some major differences between individual trauma versus this thing of collective trauma. And I think that's important to remember. First of all, obviously, it's shared by many people. So there's a shared story there. As difficult as the story is, it's a shared one. And actually, if you look at the previous picture, the rabbit wasn't alone. It was a collective trauma in that sense. The knight also, was facing this monster. So very often our traumas are collective, but we think they're individual. So I think that's one thing. It is possible to have, there's more, collective trauma is probably more common than we think. We don't have to wait for a big war or a natural disaster to have collective trauma. Sometimes we have collective trauma in our own home, or collective trauma in our neighborhood or our workplace. Sometimes difficult workplaces are a big collective trauma. Sometimes difficult neighborhoods are a big collective trauma. So, or something happens in a home can be a collective trauma for children or for adults for that matter. And the other thing is there are, common support systems. Because they are collective, we can use all our resources together. The speed of the rabbit, the armor of the knight can work together. And there's a strength in doing things together, which is not there when you're alone. And I think today morning, Dr. Shanavas's story was a real example of that. I don't think any one of those doctors could have managed that, or nurses or policemen could have managed that on their own. Possible? We may like to think we can, but we can't. What actually worked was a collective support system. Everyone hands on. And that usually happens when there's a big disaster. That's what we see. It's very fascinating to see the literature on trauma. It's almost non-existent before the 1970s. That's an interesting thing to think about. Why? It is not that there were no big disasters and traumas earlier, but people were generally more collective. Even if a war is going on, the entire country is collectively experiencing that war together. If there's a big pandemic going on, there's a collective response there. Whereas today, we are much more fragmented. Right? And I think COVID was an example of that. It should have brought us together, but it ended up fragmenting us more and caused more trauma. We thought by hiding in our homes, we are going to be more safe. But we ended up getting even worse. Right? So there's a problem nowadays in general that we are much more fragmented than before. And we need to get back this idea that we need to work on these things collectively. So collective trauma has some big differences, and it's actually probably a little, I say this with a lot of humility, I think it is a little easier to get out of collective trauma than an individual trauma, because of the shared narrative, the shared story. And we human beings know we think in stories. There's a lot of research to show this. We don't actually think in facts. We group facts together in a story, in a narrative. There's lots of research now that says that the way human beings think is in terms of stories. That's why we're so fascinated by dragons. The hero story is something we all think about. We may die of boredom reading Piaget's theory of development, but basically it's a hero story. The moment that's why I like Jung, the moment you bring that element to it, the entire story of human development becomes exciting. Why? Because we are wired to think in stories. We process in story. So when we have a common story, it's easier for us to deal with it than if we are alone. So I think that's really important. Okay, we'll move to the next one. And I think this has already been touched on. So the importance of family, community, and the culture we are in, and the worldview that we're in shaping this collective response. And especially for children, because they're still foundational in their foundational worldviews and their foundational ideas of how to process things are not fully developed, depending on which stage they're in. So obviously, if there's a smaller child, all the more reason why we need family and community support, not just to protect him physically, but to help him understand what is happening. And we may have to use simple examples for him to understand. He won't understand the same examples that we use for a 20-year-old. So we're counseling a family who's been through a problem. We will have to use different analogies. We'll have to use different examples and different ways of helping the 2-year-old to understand it, because the 2-year-old is also traumatized. The 2-year-old also has to deal with his dragon, just like the 30-year-old, just like the parent. It's not easier for the 2-year-old just because he can't articulate it. Lots is going on in his little head. And I think that's the thing to keep in mind here. All right, we'll just one more after that. Yeah, so I think we can start winding this up. And yeah, last slide. Yes, and I promise this is the last slide. Yeah, okay. Yes. So, right. So what's the difference here? What do we see different here compared to the previous couple of pictures? What's that? Yeah, exactly. The knight has managed to tame this fellow. How many of you, like you all must have watched How to Train Your Dragon? Any of you seen that? Some of you might have seen it. Yeah. Anyway, so having the dragon as an ally is a big asset, because nobody will come to you and simply, I don't know, steal your cow or something if you have a dragon who's on your side, right? So taming the dragon actually helps. A lot of work. The dragon can eat you, the dragon can fly away, the dragon can burn you. So many things the dragon can do. But having him on your side is something that can really work. So taming the dragon. So that if you don't remember anything else from today's story, remember, see, that's a Freudian slip. I said today's story. Yeah, today's talk. Yeah. Think of taming the dragon. Okay. Integrating the shadow. That's I think the theme, especially when you're dealing with young people, because they can't really process very difficult. They can process it, but they won't be able to articulate it so well. They may not be able to tell it well, but they respond very well to pictures, to stories, to ideas, because these are very, very deeply rooted. And for that matter, even adults actually respond very nicely to this, to story and to analogy, and to using these as powerful ways to really go very deep in what they're trying to do. Okay, so I think just to sum it up, we talked about the importance of the role of struggle in normal life. Struggle is part of life, and there isn't going to be a life without struggle, a life without suffering. That is not going to ever happen. Everyone is going to experience some of the other sort of problem as part of normal development, first of all. And secondly, there are going to be some adverse events that happen over and above the normal struggles that they have. But we shouldn't view struggle as necessarily bad. Again, that's a trend often in today's world. We try to avoid, everything should be about being happy. But actually speaking, happiness is not being happy for 2 minutes shouldn't be the only goal of life. That can easily be got with a bottle of whiskey, right? Or with a computer game. And that's why those are so addicting, because everyone wants to get that unending happiness without any struggle. But real joy and real struggle comes often, real joy and real fulfillment often comes by taming the dragons. So you work very hard and you become good at sports, you do well. You can't get that kind of joy in 2 minutes. Or a musical instrument, or painting, or even your careers, what you're studying. You spend so many years studying to reach where you are, and there's a joy in that. But it comes with struggle. So we don't necessarily have to look at struggle always as a bad thing. I think that's one key thing. And the importance of building virtue, building character through struggling in the normal things as well, not just when there's a big trauma. and the idea of trauma as something that leads to chaos. Absolutely going into a very difficult situation that the person can't really control. Think of the dragon, okay, that needs to be countered, okay, and the importance of taming the dragon, integrating the shadow, not just running away from it or trying to kill it, but trying to integrate it. We talked about the differences between collective and individual trauma, right? And how collective trauma in many ways has some advantages which the individual trauma doesn't have, which may make the individual trauma much worse, and we don't talk about that much because a lot of the collective trauma gets all the news and the limelight. We don't normally hear, obviously we won't know about the trauma going on in our neighbor's house next door. But that might be more difficult to deal with than a big war happening in Ukraine. So I think that's something we need to sometimes think about. So collective versus individual thing, and the importance of family and community in dealing with things and helping children to deal with these at different stages of their life. And remember, children do grow into adults, right? And what to say? A lot of what they experience in their childhood colors their experience later on. So remember, there is traumas and difficulties that they may not have actually tamed when they were children, that sometimes show up in adults. And then that's where they may meet an even more frightening dragon who never goes away at all. And again, in counseling, it's important to help them recognize this and deal with these things also. Because these childhood things are not simple things that stay in their childhood. Sometimes they persist and they can cause trouble later on with their interpersonal. It'll come out in the weirdest way. It'll come out in the way a man deals with his wife or deals with his own children because of some way that he was treated badly when he was young. And all sorts of things. Or the reverse. Or suddenly you will find people who are doing all kinds of weird things and speaking and acting in a funny way, not even knowing why they're acting that way. It may be because of some untamed dragons, which they haven't yet fully tamed. So I think that's just one thing to keep in mind, especially the students here as you're learning. Okay, go back, and I hope this has helped you to have a little bit of insight into these things that you already know very well. Go back and read these theories and enjoy them. They come to life when you actually, start seeing patients, which I think you'll start doing. Some of you might already be doing that. So we hope that that's helpful for you. And with that, I'm done. So if you would like to get in touch with us, that's our email and our website. And yeah, I have a confession to make. All these pictures are AI generated. I am not a painter. Or I'm very bad at art. So so AI is not all bad. You can do some useful things with AI also. Okay, so thank you very much, and I really enjoyed doing this. I hope it's useful for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Johan, for that captivating overview on child development and collective trauma. We hope that we can tame each of our dragons. That was some powerful imagery that you drew for us. We would like to open the floor to questions for anyone who may have any questions for Dr. Johan. Can we open the floor to questions?
So the dragons are coming now, eh?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, looks like no dragons. So we can always talk. We're going to be with each other for the next 2 days. So anything you want to ask, you can. Please, if you would like to take some brochures, you can. Just interesting for some of you students, we actually have a course on developmental theories also. So if you are interested in that, you can have a look at that also. It's just something which students especially might find very helpful. All right, so thank you very much.
Before you leave, Dr. Johan, I'd like to invite Dr. Anjana to just present you with a token of our appreciation. Thank you so much for accepting our invite and joining us today.
Thank you, Dr. Johan, for a wonderful session. Following the keynote address, we would like to invite our team member Lindsay John to share about our ongoing commitment, our ongoing work and commitment to the local community here. Lindsay John, who works with us, has dedicated over 2 decades to shaping young minds, with 13 years of experience as an educator, including 8 years as a teacher and 5 years as an headmistress. Throughout her career, Lindsay has been deeply invested in the well-being and growth of children, fostering environments that encourage learning, emotional resilience, and personal development. Over to you, Lindsay.
Respected dignitaries, dear participants, I'm here to share a vision to launch the Emotional Health Care Center for Children in Wayanad. I must be very happy, but I'm happy at the same time emotional too. After returning from Uttar Pradesh, I found myself deeply reflecting on the pressing need to start a school near Mepadi in Wayanad. The children from nearby villages were traveling long distances to reach their schools. The thought of these young students enduring such hardship daily was troubling. As these thoughts weighed on my mind, I encountered numerous children grappling with emotional struggles and trauma. Their stories deeply moved me, and I felt an urgent call to action. I realized that beyond education, these children needed a space where their emotional and psychological well-being could be nurtured. This conviction grew stronger, especially after the devastating landslide that swept away many lives, dreams, and hopes. The children who survived were left traumatized, carrying the heavy burden of loss and despair. In my search for answers, I found clarity and direction through Transform for Life. The remarkable work of their team in providing emotional care and support was truly inspiring. Engaging with them and witnessing their compassionate caregiving opened my eyes to a broader vision, something beyond the confines of a traditional school. It became clear that what these children needed most was haven where their emotional wounds could be tended to, a place of healing and hope. This realization led to the conception of an emotional health care center for children, a space designed to address their unique needs and help them rebuild their lives with resilience and courage. The Emotional Care Center is not just an idea, but a mission born out of the collective experiences and heartfelt conversation with the Transform for Life team. It's a response to the silent cries of children who deserve more than just education. They need empathy, understanding, and a nurturing environment to thrive. This initiative aims to provide comprehensive care and goes beyond academics, focusing on the holistic development and emotional well-being of each child. In essence, the Emotional Care Center is a beacon of hope, a testament to the power of compassion, and a commitment to creating a better future for the children of Wayanad. So we are delighted to unveil a transformative initiative, the establishment of the Emotional Health Care Center for Children in Wayanad. This pioneering center marks a significant evolution from our initial vision of founding a school inspired profoundly by the teachings and principles of Transform for Life. So our mission and vision is, while academic education is competently delivered by existing government and private institutions, our focus has shifted to address the critical and often overlooked dimension of emotional well-being. In the current landscape where children face unprecedented challenges, it's imperative to provide them with robust emotional support to foster their holistic development, nurture their innate potential, and cultivate resilient personalities. So our key objectives of the Emotional Care Center is emotional nurturing and personality development. Our center will be a sanctuary where children can receive tailored emotional care designed to strengthen their emotional intelligence, resilience, and social skills. We aim to provide an environment that encourages self-exploration and personal growth, empowering children to navigate life's complexities with confidence. And second one is bridging the digital-physical divide. Recognizing the pervasive influence of the digital world, we will create opportunities for children to reconnect with the physical world through interactive and experiential learning. This will help them to develop a balanced perspective, enhancing their cognitive and sensory skill while fostering a deeper appreciation for the tangible world around them. So the third one is behavioral assessment and interventions. Our expert team will conduct comprehensive behavioral assessments to identify and address issues such as fear, anxiety, stress, depression, anger and phobias, grief and loss, low self-esteem, bullying, trauma and abuse, family issues, social challenges. Through individualized support plans, we will help children to overcome these challenges, enabling them to thrive both emotionally and socially. Fourth one is parental support and training. The center will serve as a haven for parents to share their concerns and receive guidance on supporting their children's emotional needs. We will offer specialized training programs to help parents overcome their own trauma and equip them with the tools to foster a nurturing home environment. Fifth one is collaborative school support. In partnership with local schools, we will extend our resources and expertise to support the emotional well-being of students within the education system. By working hand in hand with educators, we aim to create a cohesive support network that enhances the overall learning experience for children. So our vision for the Emotional Care Center is to become a beacon of hope and support for children and families in Wayanad. We are committed to creating a nurturing ecosystem that prioritizes emotional well-being, empowering the next generation to flourish in every aspect of their lives. We look forward to embarking on this journey together, fostering a community where every child feels valued, supported, and equipped to reach their full potential. Expecting your cooperation and prayer and all the support in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. This center will indeed be a beacon of hope and healing for many. As we have been listening from the morning, responding to the disaster in Mundakai and Churalmala was a collective effort, and we are trying to get representatives of people who actually went and connected with the people, helped the people. So there were a lot of people who served in the camps as counselors, especially immediately after the disaster happened, and also once they were rehabilitated to rented accommodation facilities. One of such person is Mrs. Shantamma. She attended our training when we conducted it in Mepadi, and we have a friendship that began with the team, and we would like to call upon her to come and share her experience that she had as she went to the camps and talked to the people who had just come from that disaster zone. Over to you, Mrs. Shantamma. Let us give her a round of applause.
Respected dignitaries and participants, ഞാനിവിടെ പറയാൻ പോകുന്നത് ഞാൻ ഈ ജൂലൈ 30-ന് ഉണ്ടായ ഉരുൾപൊട്ടലിൽ ഇതിൻ്റെ അകത്ത് എഫക്റ്റഡായ ആൾക്കാർ ഒരുപാട് പേര് ഇവരെ റെസ്ക്യൂ ചെയ്ത് ക്യാമ്പുകളിൽ കൊണ്ടുവന്നു. ഞാൻ 3 ക്യാമ്പ് അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്തായിരുന്നു.
So when I stand here, I'm talking to you about the landslide disaster that happened, and a lot of people were involved in rescuing those people and putting them into camp for their safety. And I was able to visit 3 camps or work in 3 camps.
ഇത് എനിക്ക് നേരിട്ട് നമുക്ക് ക്യാമ്പിൽ അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്യാൻ പാടില്ലായിരുന്നു. DMHPയുടെ അതായത് ഡിസ്ട്രിക്ട് മെഡിക്കൽ ഹെൽത്ത് പ്രോഗ്രാമിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ടാണ് നമ്മൾ ക്യാമ്പ് അറ്റൻഡ് ചെയ്തത്.
So we are not permitted to go by ourselves to any of these camps. So it was as part of district mental health authority and with their authorization that we could go and visit the camp or work in the camp.
അങ്ങനെ ആദ്യം പോയത് SKMJ സ്കൂള് ഓഗസ്റ്റ് 2-ാം തീയതി SKMJ സ്കൂളിലാണ് പോയത്.
So the first time I visited the camp was on August 2nd. I went to SKMJ school.
SKMJ സ്കൂളിലെ സ്ഥിതി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഈ ആൾക്കാരെ പലരെയും കൊണ്ടുവന്നത് ഈ മണ്ണിൻ്റെ അകത്ത് പൊതഞ്ഞു കിടന്ന ആൾക്കാരെ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് കുളിപ്പിച്ചെടുത്ത് അവരെ പുതിയ ഡ്രസ്സൊക്കെ ഇടിപ്പിച്ചിട്ട് കൊണ്ടുവന്നിരിക്കുകയാണ്. എല്ലാവരും വളരെ ഡിസ്ട്രസ്ഡ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ അതിൻ്റെ ഏറ്റവും അറ്റ്മോസ്റ്റ് ഡിസ്ട്രസ്സിലാണ് ആൾക്കാരുള്ളത്.
So the people whom I found in this SKMJ school were all people who were literally, they were covered in mud and carried out, washed, given new clothes to wear, and they were totally distressed, in an absolutely distressed state of mind.
അവിടെ ഞങ്ങളെ ഒരു ടീമായിട്ടാണ് വിട്ടിരുന്നത്. ആ ടീമിൽ സൈക്യാട്രിസ്റ്റ് ഉണ്ട്, സൈക്കോളജിസ്റ്റുകളുണ്ട്, കൗൺസിലേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ട്, സ്കൂൾ കൗൺസിലേഴ്സ്, ICDS സൂപ്പർവൈസേഴ്സ്, അങ്ങനെ കുറേ പേര്, പിന്നെ ഹെൽത്ത് വർക്കേഴ്സ് വേറെ, അവരെല്ലാവരും കൂടിയാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ പോയിരുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അതായത് ഒരു ടീമിൽ ഏറ്റവും കുറവ് 8 ആളാണ് ഉണ്ടാവുക. അങ്ങനെയാണ് ഞങ്ങളെ DMHPയുടെ കീഴിലുള്ള ഗ്രൂപ്പുകളിൽ വിട്ടിരുന്നത്.
So under the DMHP team or authorized teams, each team would have at least 8 members, which would include a psychiatrist, psychologist, counselors, and a lot of people like counselors who work in schools were also enrolled to be part of this caregiving team.
ഇതിൽ നമ്മൾ ഓരോ ആൾക്കാരെയും പോയി കണ്ട് അവരോട് നമ്മൾ അങ്ങോട്ടൊന്നും ചോദിക്കുന്നില്ല. അവരെ ജസ്റ്റ് നമ്മൾ പോയി അവരുടെ അടുത്ത് പോയി ഇരുന്നിട്ട് ജസ്റ്റ് അവർ പറയുന്ന കേൾക്കുക മാത്രമേ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യുന്നുള്ളൂ. അപ്പോൾ അതിലേറ്റവും വളരെ വളരെ ഹാർട്ട് ബ്രേക്കിംഗ് ആയ ഒരു ഇൻസിഡൻ്റ് ഉണ്ടായി. അത്
So when we went there, it was not to ask them anything or make them say anything. We just went there to be with them, and it was what they had to say. And we just listened to them. And in that, one experience that I would like to share with you is,
അതിലേറ്റവും ഭയങ്കരമായിട്ടുള്ളത്, ഇപ്പം നേരത്തെ 2 കുട്ടികൾ ആൻഡ്രൂ പറഞ്ഞു ഒരു ജീപ്പിൽ കുറേ ആൾക്കാരെ സേവ് ചെയ്തു എന്ന്. ആ ജീപ്പിൽ സേവ് ചെയ്തത് അവിടെ ജീപ്പ് ഓടിക്കുന്ന ഒരു പയ്യനാണ്. അവന് സ്വന്തമായി ജീപ്പുണ്ട്. അവൻ ആദ്യം ചെയ്തത് ഇവൻ്റെ വീട്ടുകാരെയൊക്കെ രക്ഷപ്പെടുത്തി, കുറേ പേരെ, വീട്ടുകാരെ മാത്രമല്ല നെയ്ബേഴ്സിനെയൊക്കെ കുറേ പേരെ രക്ഷപ്പെടുത്തി അവൻ കൊണ്ടുവന്നു. പിന്നെ അവൻ പോവുകയാണ്. ഇതിൻ്റെ ഇടയ്ക്ക് ഇങ്ങനെ ഉരുൾപൊട്ടി വീണ്ടും ലാൻഡ് സ്ലൈഡ് ഉണ്ടായിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുക.
So in the before the lunch, Andrew had told about that experience of a jeep that was involved in rescuing the people. So one person who was driving, like one such jeep, or one person who was driving a jeep, he rescued his family members and the people in his neighborhood, and after taking them to a safe place, he went back. And this landslide happened in many phases. It was occurring repeatedly. So that was the scenario where this person went again to that place.
അതിൽ ഈ ശ്രീജേഷ് എന്നാണ് അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ പേര്. അദ്ദേഹം വീണ്ടും പോകുമ്പം അച്ഛനും അമ്മയുണ്ട്, പ്രായം ചെന്ന ആൾക്കാരാണ്. അവർ പറഞ്ഞു,
so this person who is driving the jeep, his name is Srijesh. So he has a father and mother, elderly people.
ഇവർ പറഞ്ഞു, ഇപ്പം മോനെ ഏകദേശം ഇപ്പം പോകണ്ട, ഇനി നീ നിർത്താം. അപ്പം ശ്രീജേഷ് പറഞ്ഞത്, ഞാൻ പോട്ടെ, ഇനി കുറേ ആൾക്കാരെ കൂടി രക്ഷപ്പെടുത്തണം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ പോയ പോക്കിൽ ആ ജീപ്പും ആ പാലും എല്ലാം പോയി, ഒലിച്ചു പോയി.
So his parents had told, don't go, it might not be safe. But he said, no, how can I not go? There are so many more people to be rescued. And on his way to rescue others, he was on a bridge, and that bridge and his vehicle all got washed away.
ഇതിൻ്റെ അകത്ത് ഏറ്റവും സങ്കടം, ഈ അച്ഛനും അമ്മയും ഇത് അറിഞ്ഞിട്ടില്ല. ഇവരെ ക്യാമ്പിൽ കൊണ്ടുവന്നു. അപ്പോൾ അവരുടെ വിചാരം ശ്രീജേഷ് വേറെ ആരെയൊക്കെ രക്ഷപ്പെടുത്തി വേറെ എവിടെയോ ഉള്ള ക്യാമ്പിലുണ്ടെന്നാണ് വിചാരം. ഞങ്ങളവിടെ ചെല്ലുമ്പോൾ ഈ ഇവർക്ക് ഭക്ഷണം കൊടുക്കുന്നുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഇവരാരും ഭക്ഷണം കഴിക്കുന്നില്ല. and ഈ മോനെ വെയിറ്റ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുകയാണ് ഈ അച്ഛനും അമ്മയും.
So the sad part of the story is that the elderly parents, the father and mother, they didn't come to know that their son is no more. So they were thinking that he is rescuing people. He would have ended up in another camp. And when food was being given to the people in the camp, these parents are not eating the food. They're waiting for their son to come back so that they can have that meal together.
അതിൽ ഈ ആ സമയത്ത് പോലീസുകാർ വരുന്നുണ്ട്. പോലീസുകാർ വന്നിട്ട് ഈ അച്ഛനോട് പറയുന്നുണ്ട്, അച്ഛൻ ഭക്ഷണം കഴിക്കുക എന്ന് പറയുമ്പം ഇവർ വീണ്ടും ശ്രീജേഷിനെ കണ്ടോ എന്ന് ചോദിക്കുക. അവസാനം പോലീസുകാർക്ക് അറിയാം ഇവനെ നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടു പോയി. എന്നിട്ട് അവർ പറയാണ്, ഞങ്ങൾ മറ്റ് ക്യാമ്പുകളിൽ, പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് ചുണ്ടേൽ എന്ന് പേരായ സ്ഥലത്തെ ക്യാമ്പിൽ അന്വേഷിക്കട്ടെ, അവിടെ ഉണ്ടാവും അവൻ ഏതായാലും, അങ്ങനെ കൂട്ടിക്കൊണ്ടുവരാമെന്ന്. പക്ഷേ ഈ അച്ഛനും അമ്മയും ഇങ്ങനെ ഇരിക്കുക. ബാക്കി അവിടെയുള്ള ആൾക്കാർക്കൊക്കെ അറിയാം ഈ മോൻ നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടു പോയി എന്നുള്ളത്. ആ ഒരു ഫീലിംഗ് നമ്മൾ അവരോട് എന്ത് പറയും? ആ അച്ഛനോടും അമ്മയോടും നമുക്ക് എന്ത് പറയാൻ സാധിക്കും? ഒന്നും പറയാൻ സാധിക്കില്ല. ആ ഒരു ഫീലിങ്ങിൽ നമുക്ക് അവരുടെ ഒപ്പം ഇരുന്ന കൈ പിടിച്ചൊന്ന് ഇരിക്കാൻ മാത്രമേ സാധിക്കുള്ളൂ. അതൊരു വല്ലാത്ത സിറ്റുവേഷനാണ്. അതാണ് ഒരു ഫേസ് ചെയ്ത ഒരു രീതിയിലും നമുക്ക് തന്നെ അതൊരു സഹിക്കാൻ മേലാത്തൊരു ഇൻസിഡൻ്റ് ആയി പോവുകയാണ്.
So it was a situation where the policemen, they knew that Srijesh is no more. So they are trying to console the parents by telling that maybe he might be there in another camp. Nobody wants to break this news. Everyone else in the camp also knew that Srijesh is no more. But the parents have not come to know the news. And so that was the situation there, totally unbearable. As caregivers, we could not bear that situation. And the least we could do was just be with them, hold their hands, just be there for them.
ഈ അച്ഛൻ ഒരു കാർഡിയാക് പേഷ്യൻറ്റും കൂടിയാണ്. അങ്ങനത്തെയും കൂടി ഒരു പ്രോബ്ലം ഉണ്ട്. അവർക്ക് മെഡിസിൻ കൊടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, പിന്നെ മെഡിക്കൽ ടീം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, അവർ മെഡിസിൻ കൊടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ എന്നാലും അവരുടെ സ്ഥിതി വളരെ മോശമായിരുന്നു.
This father is also a cardiac patient, and the medical team were taking care to give him his medications, but it was a very delicate situation that we were having that day.
പിന്നെ വേറൊരു കാര്യം കണ്ടത്, അവിടെ ഒരു ലേഡി ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ആ ലേഡി കിടക്കുവാണ്. അവരുടെ കുറച്ച് ആൾക്കാർ, അവരുടെ ഫാമിലി മെമ്പേഴ്സും മക്കളൊക്കെ നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടു പോയി. അവർ കിടക്കുക. അവർ പറയുന്നത് അവർക്ക് എണീൽക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ല, എണീറ്റിരിക്കാൻ അവർക്ക് പറ്റുന്നില്ല. അവരുടെ ബോഡി ആകെ തളർന്ന് കിടക്കുകയാണ്. പിന്നെ അവർക്ക് കണ്ണടയ്ക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ല. ഇവർക്കൊക്കെ ഉറക്കമില്ല. ഇവർക്ക് കണ്ണടയ്ക്കാൻ പറ്റാത്തതിൻ്റെ കാരണം, കണ്ണടയ്ക്കുമ്പോൾ ഇവരുടെ കണ്ണിലേക്ക് ഭയങ്കര പ്രകാശം വരികയാണ്. ഇത് ഇങ്ങനെ ഉരുളു പൊട്ടി ഈ കല്ലും മണ്ണും എല്ലാം കൂടി വരുമ്പം ഭയങ്കര ലൈറ്റായിരുന്നു. ലൈറ്റ്നിങ്, ഇത് കല്ല് കൂട്ടിയടിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടാവുന്ന ഒരു ഈ ലൈറ്റ് ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, ആ ലൈറ്റായിരുന്നു. അവരുടെ കണ്ണിൽ അതാണ് വരുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അവർക്ക് കണ്ണടയ്ക്കാൻ പേടിയാകുക, അതുകൊണ്ട് എണീക്കാനും പറ്റുന്നില്ല. പിന്നെ നമ്മൾ കുറേ അവിടെ പറഞ്ഞിരുന്ന് അതൊക്കെ എണീൽപ്പിച്ചിട്ട് ഓരോന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് വേറെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ, ഈ ലാൻഡ് സ്ലൈഡിനെ കുറിച്ചൊന്നും പറയാതെ പറഞ്ഞ് അങ്ങനെ പതുക്കെ അവർക്ക് എണീറ്റിരിക്കാമെന്നുള്ളൊരു ധാരണ വന്നു. ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള കുറേ കാര്യങ്ങളാണ് അവിടെ 2 ദിവസം കൊണ്ട് ഫേസ് ചെയ്ത ആ ക്യാമ്പില്.
Another person was a lady who was just lying down. She was not able to get up and sit. And another thing is she was not able to close her eyes. So what I found there is most of the people in the camp there could not close their eyes, because the moment they close their eyes, they are seeing a very bright light. They are seeing this flashes of the landslide happening. It's lightning or the stones that are just rolling and the friction caused by the stones. But all these images were flashing very brightly as they closed their eyes. So they were afraid to close their eyes. They were not able to close their eyes. So we cared for that person and helped her. Like, we were not talking about this experience or anything connected to the landslide, but just trying to build a rapport, talk about other things, and we were able to make her just sit up from that state of not being able to sit. We helped her to sit. That was the experience that I had in 2 days in the camp at SKMJ
school.
SKMJ.
അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് എനിക്ക് മേപ്പാടി ഹയർ സെക്കൻഡറി സ്കൂളിലായിരുന്നു പിന്നെ ഡ്യൂട്ടി കിട്ടിയത്.
And after that I was assigned to the Mepadi school for duty.
അവിടെ ചെന്ന് കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പം അവിടെ SKMJയിലുള്ളതിനേക്കാളും വളരെ മോശമായ സിറ്റുവേഷനാണ്. സെൻറ്റ് ജോസഫ്സിലുള്ളത്.
And there the situation was worse than what we had found in SKMJ school, in the St. Joseph schools at Mepadi.
അവിടെ എന്താണെന്ന് വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ പലരുടെയും വീടുകളിൽ നിന്ന് കുറേ ആൾക്കാരെ അവിടെ ഒരു കുട്ടിയെ കണ്ടു. അവന് ജോലി ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നുകൊണ്ട് മാത്രം അവൻ രക്ഷപ്പെട്ടു. അവൻ്റെ വീട്ടിലെ എല്ലാവരും പോയി. അവന് സംസാരിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ല. ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ പിള്ളേർ പൊതുവെ ഏത് ചെറുപ്പം പിള്ളേരും മൊബൈൽ നോക്കിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കും. ഇവൻ മൊബൈൽ എന്നുള്ള സാധനം അവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്, അവൻ നോക്കുന്നു പോലുമില്ല. ആരോട് സംസാരിക്കാനും പറ്റുന്നില്ല ആ കുട്ടിക്ക്. അത്രയ്ക്ക് ആ ഒരു ഇതിലാണ്. ഇവർക്കൊക്കെ സൈക്കാട്രിക് മെഡിസിൻ കൊടുത്തു തുടങ്ങി പതുക്കെ. അങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു സിറ്റുവേഷനിൽ ഒരു കുട്ടി അവിടെ കണ്ടു.
So in that camp where most of the people were such that they had lost several of their family members in the disaster. There was a boy who had lost everyone in his family, so he was the sole survivor. And we know that youngsters these days, they are so glued to the phones. But this boy was not touching his phone. He didn't want to talk to anyone. And that was the state that we found him in.
ഈ ഇതൊക്കെ കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് എല്ലാവരുടെയും ഒരു പ്രശ്നം, ആർക്കും ഉറക്കമില്ല. അവർക്ക് ഉറങ്ങാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ല. ഇവർക്കൊക്കെ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇഷ്ടം പോലെ ഈ ഡ്രസ്സാണെങ്കിലും എല്ലാ സാധനങ്ങളും കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് കൊടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. കുട്ടികൾക്ക് കളിക്കാൻ ടോയ്സ്, പിന്നെ ചെറിയ പിള്ളേരുണ്ട് കുറേ കുട്ടികളെ രക്ഷപ്പെട്ടു വന്ന് എല്ലാം കൊടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. എല്ലാം ആൾക്കാർ അത് വാങ്ങിക്കാൻ പോലും തയ്യാറാവുന്നില്ല പലരും. കാരണം അവർക്ക് വീട്ടിലേക്ക് തിരിച്ചു പോയിട്ട് വീടില്ല. ഇനി പോയി എവിടെയെങ്കിലും ഒരു റെസിഡൻസ് കിട്ടിയാൽ തന്നെ അവർക്ക് പോയിട്ട് ആരാ ഉള്ള വീട്ടിൽ? അപ്പം എന്തിനീ സാധനങ്ങൾ? അവരുടെ ചോദ്യം ഇതാണ്, എന്തിന് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇത്?
So by this time the medical team were beginning to give psychiatric medicines to the people according to the needs, and it was administered to the patients there, and a lot of help was coming their way. They were getting clothes, they were getting toys, because a lot of children who had been rescued, they were given these toys, and a lot of things were coming to them. But the people were not, they didn't want to get these things, they didn't want to take them. Like, the feeling that ruled their minds is that we don't have a home. Even if we get a place to stay, if we are allotted a place to stay, will it be a residence? Will it be a home? Because we don't have our family members anymore. So that was a state where a lot of aid was coming, but people were not wanting to go and take these things.
പിന്നെ അവിടെ കണ്ട ഭൂരിഭാഗം ആൾക്കാർക്കും ഉറങ്ങാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ല. ആങ്സൈറ്റി ഒരു വശം, അവർക്ക് കഴിഞ്ഞു പോയതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് ഓർത്തിട്ടുള്ള വിഷമം ഒരു വശം. പിന്നെ ആൾക്കാരില്ല. പകുതി ആൾക്കാരുടെ, ഞാൻ കണ്ട ആൾക്കാരിൽ കുറേ പേരുടെ ആൾക്കാരിൽ എല്ലാ ആൾക്കാരുടെയും വീട്ടിൽ ഒന്നല്ല രണ്ടാൾക്കാർ പോയി. അവിടെ വെച്ചിട്ടാണ് നവാസിനെ കാണുന്നത്.
So one factor is that most of these people had sleeplessness. They could not sleep. It could be because of the anxiety of the past and also the uncertainties of the future because of having lost loved ones. Most of the people that I found in the camp were people who had at least lost 1, 2 or more people of their family in the disaster. One such person that I met there was Nawaz.
നവാസിൻ്റെ വീട്ടിൽ നവാസിൻ്റെ പാരൻസ് പോയി. അങ്ങനെ അവരുടെ വീട്ടിൽ ചേട്ടൻ, അനിയൻ, മക്കളെല്ലാം കൂടി 11 ആളാണ് നഷ്ടപ്പെട്ടത്.
So Nawaz lost his parents, and if we count his brothers, his siblings, their spouses, etc., he lost 11 members of his family on that one night.
അങ്ങനെ ഇവരുടെ എല്ലാവരുടെയും നമ്മൾക്കുള്ള ഒരു ഡ്യൂട്ടി ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നേ, ഇവരുടെ ഈ മെൻ്റൽ കണ്ടീഷൻ ആരെങ്കിലും പറയുകയാണെങ്കിൽ റിപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്യുക. റിപ്പോർട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ട് നമുക്ക് അവിടെ കൗൺസിലിംഗ് ഒന്നും ആർക്കും കൊടുക്കുന്നില്ല. കാരണം അന്നേരം കൗൺസിൽ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ഒരു സിറ്റുവേഷൻ അല്ല. അപ്പോൾ ആകെ ഇവർക്കാകെ നമുക്ക് കൊടുക്കാനുള്ള ഒരു സപ്പോർട്ട് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നേ, ഉറക്കം, അതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് അന്വേഷിക്കുക, പിന്നെ ഫുഡ് കഴിക്കുന്നതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് അവരോടൊന്ന് പറയുക. ഇതേ നമുക്ക് ആ സിറ്റുവേഷനിൽ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുള്ളായിരുന്നു.
So in those initial days, the duty that we had or the job that we were doing is trying to find the mental status of the people, whether they are having sleep issues, and report it to the medical team so that attention can be given, and also just to ask them to eat food, not make them eat food, but just to talk to them about eating food. because they were not even in a state to get counseled or sit in a place of in a counseling situation.
പക്ഷേ ഇവിടെ വേറൊരു കാര്യം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഈ സ്കൂൾ കൗൺസിലേഴ്സ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു പല ജില്ലകളിൽ നിന്നും വന്നത്, ഔട്ട്സൈഡ് വയനാട്. അവർ കുട്ടികളെ എല്ലാവരെയും, കൊച്ചു പിള്ളേരെ എല്ലാവരെയും കൂട്ടി അവർക്ക് പല ഗെയിംസൊക്കെ കൊടുത്ത് പിള്ളേരെ ചിയറപ്പാക്കുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ഇത് കുറേ അവരുടെ കുറേ എഫേർട്ട് എടുത്തിട്ടാണ് പിള്ളേർ കുറച്ചെങ്കിലും ഒന്ന് പാർട്ടിസിപ്പേറ്റ് ചെയ്ത് തുടങ്ങിയത്. അതിനുവേണ്ടി അതിനുള്ള ഇതെല്ലാ സാധനങ്ങളും, ടോയ്സും ഓരോ അവർക്ക് ഈവൻ സ്വീറ്റ്സും എല്ലാം നമ്മുടെ ഈ ജനപ്രതിനിധികൾ കുറേ പിന്നെ ഓരോ ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻസ് എല്ലാം കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് കൊടുക്കുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. രാത്രിയിലും ഇവർക്ക് സപ്പോർട്ട് അതുപോലെ കൊടുക്കുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു ഈ ഹെൽത്ത് പ്രൊവൈഡേഴ്സ്. അങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു കാര്യം പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് അവിടെ പറയാനുണ്ട്.
Another thing that I recount from those days is that a lot of school counselors were enlisted from other districts, not only Wayanad, so they had come from the neighboring districts also, and they tried and worked very hard to gather all the children who are there in the camps and involve them in activities. And initially even the children were not eager or they were reluctant to participate, but with lot of effort the children were got involved in these activities and games, and the counselors worked very hard to make that happen. And the elected representatives and other organizations, volunteers, they worked together to get lot of things that these children will need, like toys or be it sweets and things like that, and take care of the children who are there in the camps.
ഇതിൻ്റെ അകത്തൊക്കെ ഒരു ഇതുണ്ട്. റെസ്ക്യൂ വർക്കറായ ഒരാളുണ്ടായിരുന്നു, ഒരു എബൌട്ട് 35 years ഓൾഡ്. അദ്ദേഹം ഒരു ദിവസം ക്യാമ്പിൽ വന്നിട്ട് വെറുതെ വന്നു. എന്നിട്ട് ഞാൻ കുറച്ചു നേരം സംസാരിച്ചോട്ടെ, ഇവിടെ ഇരുന്നോട്ടെ എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു. എന്താണെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ ഇയാൾ ഈ റെസ്ക്യൂ വർക്കിന് പോയിട്ട് ആൾക്കാരെ മണ്ണിൽ നിന്നൊക്കെ എടുത്ത് കൂട്ടിക്കൊണ്ടുവന്ന ആളാണ്. അയാളുടെ വീട്ടിൽ തന്നെ 2 പേര് പോയി. ഇതിൻ്റെ അകത്ത് അയാൾ ബോഡി കിട്ടിയിട്ടുമില്ല. അപ്പം ഇയാളുടെ വിഷമം എന്താണെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ വീട്ടിൽ ആരും ഇല്ലെങ്കിൽ കുറച്ച് ദിവസം കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ ഇയാൾക്ക് പലരെയും രക്ഷപ്പെടുത്താൻ പറ്റിയില്ല. ആ ഒരു വിഷമം ഇങ്ങനെ മനസ്സിൽ നിൽക്കുകയാണ്. വീട്ടിൽ പോയി കഴിഞ്ഞ് തന്നെ ഇരിക്കുമ്പം ഇയാൾക്ക് തോന്നുകയാണ് ആരോ വിളിക്കുന്നു, മുന്നിലാരോ വിളിക്കുന്നു, പുറകിലാരോ, തന്നെ ഇരിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ല. അവസാനം വന്നിട്ട് ചോദിച്ചു, ഞാനൊന്ന് സംസാരിച്ചോട്ടെ എന്ന് ചോദിച്ചു. സംസാരിച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പം പുള്ളി പിന്നെ കൊച്ചു പിള്ളേർ കരയുന്ന മാതിരി ഉറക്കെ കരയാൻ തുടങ്ങി. എല്ലാവരും ഈ കരച്ചിൽ കേട്ട് ഓടി വന്നു. കാരണം എന്താണെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ പുള്ളിക്ക് ഇതൊന്ന് വെന്റിലേറ്റ് ചെയ്തതാണ്. ആ ഒരു വിഷമം, അത് വല്ലാത്തൊരു ഫീലിംഗ് ആയിരുന്നു അത് കണ്ടിട്ട്.
There was another case of a person who was a rescue worker, involved in rescue work, but he had lost his own family members. 2 of his family members had perished there. He saved many people, rescuing them from the mud, from the slush. And one day he came to the camp and just spent time there. He just wanted to spend time there. Because when he went back to his home, sort of a desolate place, and he was hearing a lot of voices, like someone in the front calling him, someone from behind calling him, that he could not live with himself. Like he was feeling guilty of the other people whom he could not save. So one day he came to the camp, and as he sat there, he started crying very loudly. Like everyone there could hear him. He just needed to ventilate all the emotions that were pent up within himself all those days.
എനിക്ക് ഇനിയും കുറേ പറയണമെന്നുണ്ട്, പക്ഷെ എല്ലാം ഇങ്ങനെ പറയാൻ പറ്റാത്തതുകൊണ്ടാണ്. 38 ഫാമിലിയിലെ ആൾക്കാരെയാണ് എനിക്ക് കാണാൻ സാധിച്ചത് അവിടെ 8 ദിവസം കൊണ്ട്. അവരുടെ അടുത്താണ് നമുക്ക് കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനും അവരെ ഒന്ന് ചെറുതെങ്കിലുമായി ആശ്വസിപ്പിക്കാൻ സാധിച്ചു എന്നുള്ളൊരു സന്തോഷമുണ്ട്. പക്ഷേ ഈ ഓരോ ദിവസം വീട്ടിൽ ചെല്ലുമ്പം നമ്മുടെ മനസ്സിലും ഇത് തന്നെ വരുവാണ്. ഇതിങ്ങനെ റിക്കറിങ് ആയി വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അങ്ങനെ 8 ദിവസം കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ പിന്നെ എനിക്ക് പനി ആയതുകൊണ്ട് പിന്നെ ഞാൻ ക്യാമ്പുകളിൽ പോയില്ല. പക്ഷേ അത് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് പിന്നെ ലിൻസി ട്രാൻസ്ഫോമർ ലൈഫിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായി പ്രവർത്തിക്കുന്ന ലിൻസിയായിട്ട് കോണ്ടാക്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ട് എനിക്കൊരു വലിയ ഒരു ഭാഗ്യം കിട്ടി. എൻ്റെ സ്കൂളിലെ, ഞാൻ പഠിച്ച സ്കൂളിലെ SSLC ബാച്ച്മേറ്റ്സ്, എൻ്റെ ബാച്ച്മേറ്റ്സ് കൂടി ഇവർക്കൊരു ഹെൽപ്പ് ചെയ്യാം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ അനുസരിച്ചിട്ട് ഒരു കുട്ടിയുടെ ഒരു കോഴ്സ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്, ടാലി ആൻഡ് അക്കൗണ്ടിങ്, ഒരു സുബിൻ റഹ്മാൻ. അദ്ദേഹത്തിൻ്റെ വീട്ടിൽ അവൻ്റെ അനിയൻ മരിച്ചു. അവൻ്റെ ഗ്രാൻഡ് ഫാദറും ഇതിൻ്റെ അകത്ത് പോയി, ബോഡി കിട്ടിയിട്ടില്ല. അവനെ ഹെൽപ്പ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റി. അവൻ്റെ കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ഫീസ് കൊടുത്ത് അവനെ പഠിക്കാനായിട്ട് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് പറ്റിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതുകൂടാണ്ട് ഒരു സുഭാഷ് അല്ലേ, സുഭാഷിന് ഡയാലിസിസ് പേഷ്യൻ്റാണ്. അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് മരുന്ന് അങ്ങനെയുള്ള കുറച്ച് നാളത്തേക്കുള്ള മെഡിസിൻ്റെ ഇതെല്ലാം ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് കൊടുക്കാൻ സാധിച്ചു. അതിനെൻ്റെ സ്കൂൾ ഫ്രണ്ട്സ് അതിനൊരു സഹായം ചെയ്തു എന്നുള്ള ഒരു വലിയ ഒരു കാര്യം ഞാനിവിടെ പറയുന്നതാണ്.
I was able to work for 8 days in the camp, and in those 8 days I could connect with about 38 families who were there in the camp. After 8 days I had fever, so I could not continue that service, and after some days I got to know Lindsay, which was a blessing. And with Lindsay and Transform for Life, and later I was able to mobilize my SSLC classmates, 10th classmates, together in raising funds. So with the funds that we raised, the classmates, all of them raised together, they used it to help a person, Subhash Rahman, who had
tally and account.
Yeah. Subhash Rahman, who was doing the tally and accounting course. So we sponsored his fees because his elder brother and his grandfather's body has not yet been recovered. So 2 people have died in the family. So his course was sponsored by the classmates, and also another person who is a dialysis kidney patient, and we could give them medicines for several days. So as classmates we could do that together in response to what had happened.
അപ്പോൾ 8 ദിവസത്തെ എൻ്റെ എക്സ്പീരിയൻസിൻ്റെ ഒരു ചെറിയ ഒരു ഇതാണ് ഞാനിവിടെ പറഞ്ഞത്. ഈ ഒരു ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി എനിക്ക് തന്ന ഇതിൻ്റെ ഓർഗനൈസേഴ്സിന് എല്ലാവിധ താങ്ക്സും പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ട് നിർത്തട്ടെ.
So I just shared a small portion of my experiences there. One thing that she said, and I could not translate, is that every day going back, she had recollections of all the things that I think that is very relevant for any caregiver. So it cannot be left unsaid. So every day as she goes back to her home, she had recollections of all the things that she was listening to during the daytime. Thank you, Shantama, for sharing this. We would like to give you a gift, and Sunita Chechi will give the gift to you as a token of our love. Again, the symbolic of the community in Karigiri, a community in pain, giving this gift to another community. Thank you, Dr. Sunita, for...
Thank you so much for that touching experience sharing that you did. We will now hear from the Fire and Rescue team. We have with us the Fire and Rescue officer that was one of the first respondents at the site. They will be sharing with us their story as well. We invite Mr. Nibil Das to the stage to share his story.
എല്ലാവർക്കും നമസ്കാരം. ഇന്നലെ റെൻസി മാഡം വിളിക്കുമ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് ചുമയും പനിയൊക്കെയായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ വരാൻ പറ്റൂല എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിരുന്നു.
I was suffering from fever and cough, so I was telling Lindsay that I may not be able to come here.
അങ്ങനെ അപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ ഓഫീസിൽ വിളിച്ച് വരുന്നിരുന്നു, പോകണമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അങ്ങനെ ആ ഒരു റിസ്കിൽ വന്നതാണ്.
So I've been asked by my office to come, so I've taken this, gathered the strength to come here.
സാറൊരു വാക്ക് കൊടുത്തിട്ട് പിന്നെ നമുക്ക് വരാൻ പറ്റാത്തൊരു അവസ്ഥ വരാൻ പാടില്ലല്ലോ.
Since my officer had given the word that we will come, so I had to keep the word.
നമ്മൾ ഒരു വലിയ ദുരന്തത്തെ അഭിമുഖീകരിച്ച് നിൽക്കുന്ന ജനതയാണ്. അതിൽ ആദ്യ സമയങ്ങളിൽ നല്ലപോലെ ഇടപെടാൻ പറ്റിയ ഒരാളെന്ന നിലയിൽ നിങ്ങളോട് കുറച്ച് കാര്യങ്ങൾ പറയാം.
So this person who is going to share the experiences is a person who was able to be there as one of the first responders following the disaster that happened some months ago.
ജൂലൈ 30 രാത്രി 1 മണിയോടുകൂടിയാണ് ഞാൻ ബത്തേരി നിലയത്തിലാണ് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നത്, ഫയർ ആൻഡ് റെസ്ക്യൂൻ്റെ.
So I work with the Fire and Rescue Department. I am posted in Sultan Bathery.
അങ്ങനെ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് കൽപ്പറ്റ നിലയത്തിൽ നിന്നൊരു കോള് വരുന്നു, വെള്ളാർമലയിൽ അങ്ങനെ ഉരുളപൊട്ടിയിട്ടുണ്ട്, നിങ്ങളുടെ ടീം അവിടേക്ക് എത്തണം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട്.
So from Calcutta we got a distress call that landslides have happened in this locality and you have to immediately attend to that.
അന്നേരം ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് അതിൻ്റെ ഒരു ഭീകരത അറിയുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. കാരണം സാധാരണഗതിയിൽ മക്കിയാട് അവിടെയൊക്കെ പൊട്ടുന്ന പോലെ സാധാരണഗതിയിലുള്ളൊരു ഉരുൾപൊട്ടലാന്ന് വിചാരിച്ച് ഞങ്ങൾ വലിയ റിസ്ക് ഇല്ലാണ്ടാണ് പോയത്. കൽപ്പറ്റ നിലയത്തെത്തുമ്പോഴാണ് അവിടെ വണ്ടികളൊന്നുമില്ല. അവിടെ WFR നമ്മളെ പെൺകുട്ടികളാണ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അവർ പറഞ്ഞു നമ്മളെ ആളുകളെല്ലാം പോയിരിക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ നിങ്ങൾക്കിപ്പോൾ ചെറിയൊരു വേറൊരു കോളുള്ളത് നമ്മളെ വൈത്തിരി ഒരു ആൾ കുടുങ്ങി കിടക്കുന്നുണ്ട് വെള്ളത്തിൽ. അവിടെയും വെള്ളം കയറിയിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു അവിടെ. അപ്പോൾ അവിടേക്ക് നിങ്ങൾ ആദ്യം പോകണം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു.
So we were not aware of the severity of the disaster because usually landslides happen and we thought it will be one such landslide and it will not be on such a great scale. So as we were moving towards that, we got directions to go to Vaithiri because the floods had caused some people to be trapped there. Some people were trapped in the waters and we were asked to go to Vaithiri and rescue those people first.
അങ്ങനെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഒരു റബ്ബർ ബോട്ട്, ഡിങ്കി എന്ന് പറയുക, ആ ബോട്ടുമായിട്ട് ഞങ്ങളൊരു 5 പേരാണ് പോകുന്നത്. അങ്ങനെ അവിടെ എത്താനാകുന്നതിന് മുമ്പ് ഞങ്ങളെ സ്റ്റേഷൻ ഓഫീസർ സാറ് ഞങ്ങളെ തിരിച്ചു വിളിക്കുകയാണ്. അങ്ങോട്ട് പോകേണ്ട, ഇവിടെ അതിഭീകരമായ പ്രശ്നമാണ്, നിങ്ങൾ അവിടേക്ക് പോകേണ്ട, അതെന്തെങ്കിലും അവിടെ ചെയ്യട്ടെ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. അപ്പോൾ
So on our way with the rubber boat, or which is called a dinghy, we were going to rescue the people who were caught in the waters. But then our officer called us and said, there is a massive disaster that has happened. We have to ignore that and you have to come here to the place where the landslides have happened.
പക്ഷേ ഞങ്ങളെ ASTO അസിസ്റ്റൻറ്റ് സ്റ്റേഷൻ ഓഫീസർ അമീർ സാറും ഞങ്ങൾ റിസ്കിൽ ഈ ആളൊരു കുടുങ്ങി കിടക്കുന്ന ആളെ രക്ഷപ്പെടുത്താൻ വേണ്ടി STO സാറ് സ്റ്റേഷൻ ഓഫീസർ അറിയാതെ തന്നെ ഞങ്ങൾ ധിക്കാരപൂർവ്വം എന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ല, ഞങ്ങൾ ആ നേരത്തെ ഒരു ഔചിത്യത്തിൻ്റെ മുകളിൽ ഞങ്ങളങ്ങോട്ട് പോവുകയാണ് ചെയ്തത്. അവിടെ ചെല്ലുമ്പോൾ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഞങ്ങളെ ബോട്ടിറക്കി ഞങ്ങൾ ആ ഒരു വീടിൻ്റെ അടുത്തേക്കാണ് ചെല്ലുന്നത്. കുറച്ച് ദൂരമുണ്ട് റോഡ് സൈഡിൽ നിന്ന്. രാത്രിയാണ്, നമുക്ക് പല പരിമിതികളുണ്ട്. അങ്ങനെ അവിടേക്ക് ചെല്ലുമ്പോൾ കാണുന്നൊരു കാഴ്ച എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരു വെന്റിലേറ്ററിൽ കൂടി അയാൾ അവിടെ നിന്ന് ഫോൺ വിളിക്കുകയാണ് ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഒരു ഹാൻഡിക്യാപ്ഡാണ്, ഒരു കാലില്ലാത്ത ഒരാളാണ്. ഇയാൾ 2 നില വീടാണ്, ആകെ ഒറ്റയ്ക്ക് ഒരാളേ ഉള്ളൂ. ആൾ അടിനിലയിൽ വെള്ളം കയറിയിട്ട് പൊന്തി പാരപ്പറ്റിൻ്റെ ആ മുകളിൽ കുടുങ്ങി കിടക്കുകയാണ്. വെള്ളം കയറിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ഞങ്ങൾ ചെന്നില്ലെങ്കിൽ ആൾ മരിക്കുകയാണ്.
So as we went there, we had to take a call. The assistant station officer took the responsibility to disregard the superior's orders and still rescue this person who is in the water and then go there. So when we went to this rescue effort, it was a handicapped person who could not walk. The waters had lifted him to the level of the ventilator. The waters were almost touching the parapet. So that was the state where this helpless man who was living alone, a handicapped person living alone, was trapped in that place.
അയാളെ കട്ടിലിൻ്റെ മുകളിൽ തന്നെ ഇങ്ങനെ പൊന്തി മേളിലെത്തി. അങ്ങനെ അപ്പോഴും ഞങ്ങൾ ചെല്ലുമ്പോഴും വെള്ളം കയറിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ആൾ മരണത്തോടും കണ്ടുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ്. കാരണം എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ വെള്ളം കയറുമ്പോൾ പിന്നെ അയാൾക്ക് ഡോറടഞ്ഞ് കിടക്കുകയാണ്, പുറത്തേക്ക് ഇറങ്ങാൻ കഴിയില്ല. അങ്ങനെ ഞങ്ങളത് വെന്റിലേറ്ററിലൂടെ കണ്ടു. ഞങ്ങൾക്കൊന്നും ചെയ്യാൻ കഴിയുന്നില്ല. ഞങ്ങൾ 2-3 ടീം മുകളിൽ കയറി, മുകളിൽ നിന്ന് ഉള്ളിലത്തെ ഹാളിലേക്ക് ഇറങ്ങിയിട്ട് മുങ്ങി നോക്കി. അപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് അവിടെ എത്താൻ പറ്റും, പക്ഷെ അയാളെ രക്ഷപ്പെടുത്താൻ കഴിയില്ല. കാരണം എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ആ വെള്ളത്തിൽ മുക്കി വന്നിട്ട് പിന്നെ നോക്കുമ്പോൾ ടോപ്പ് ലെവലിൽ 2 അടി 3 അടി നമുക്ക് വായു സഞ്ചാരമുള്ളൂ. അയാളെ കൊണ്ടുവരൽ ഭയങ്കര റിസ്ക്കാണ്. അങ്ങനെ ഞങ്ങൾ തിരിച്ചു കയറി.
So we went there, we found him seeing his own death because the waters were rising and he's an handicapped person, the doors are closed. We entered the hall, we dived into the water within the house. We saw this person, but we could judge that we cannot save this person. So that is not going to happen because there is no air gap that we could take him to. And so we had to make a call of aborting that mission and come out.
അങ്ങനെ പിന്നെ ഞങ്ങളെ ബോട്ടിൽ പുറത്തേക്ക് ഇറങ്ങിയിട്ട് എന്താണെന്നറിയില്ല, എൻ്റെ ഒരു 9 വർഷ സർവീസിൽ ഞങ്ങളെ ബോട്ടിൽ ഈ ക്രോബാർ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ കമ്പിപ്പാര, ആ സാധനം ഞങ്ങൾ ഞാൻ ഇതുവരെ കൊണ്ടുപോയിട്ടില്ല, അങ്ങനത്തെ വെള്ളക്കുള്ളിൽ ഇതുവരെ കൊണ്ടുപോയിട്ടില്ല. പക്ഷെ എന്തോ ഭാഗ്യത്തിന് അന്ന് അതിലുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അത് വെച്ച് ഞങ്ങൾ ആ ഭിത്തി ഇടിച്ച് പൊളിച്ച് അങ്ങനെ ഒരു തുരങ്കം പോലെ ആക്കി, ഒരു റൗണ്ടിൽ ഒരു തുരങ്കം പോലെ ആക്കി. കുറേ നേരത്തെ പണിയുണ്ടായിരുന്നു, നല്ല ഉറപ്പുള്ള ഭിത്തിയായിരുന്നു. ഇടിച്ച് പൊളിച്ച് ഒരു റൗണ്ടാക്കി ഒരാളെ അതിനുള്ളിലേക്ക് കയറി അയാളെ പയ്യെ പിടിച്ച് കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് അതിൽ പുറത്തേക്കെടുത്ത് രക്ഷപ്പെടുത്തുകയാണ് ചെയ്തത്.
But as we were almost aborting the mission, in my 9 years of service, I've never taken a crowbar on a water rescue mission. But that day, we somehow took this crowbar, and then we thought of breaking the wall, making a tunnel, a gap, and it was a big effort because the wall was quite strong. But we managed to make break the wall in such a way that one person could go and bring this person out, rescue this person.
അങ്ങനെ അയാളെ രക്ഷപ്പെടുത്താൻ കഴിഞ്ഞു.
And thus we were able to rescue that person. We were able to rescue that person.
ജൂലൈ 30 എൻ്റെ ബർത്ത്ഡേ ആയിരുന്നു.
July 30th was my birthday.
ഫസ്റ്റ് ഒരു ജീവൻ എനിക്ക് കൊടുക്കാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞില്ലേ.
And I could be part of giving life to a person on the day that I was born.
എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നതിന് ആ ഒരു കോളിൽ പോയില്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു പക്ഷേ ഇന്ന് നിങ്ങളോടൊപ്പം ഞാനവിടെ സംസാരിക്കാനുണ്ടാവില്ല. കാരണം എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ ഞങ്ങളവിടെ നേരത്തെ എത്തുകയാണെങ്കിൽ രണ്ടാമത്തെ ഉരുളുപൊട്ടൽ അവിടെ നടക്കുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അത് ഇവിടേക്ക് പോയതുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ രക്ഷപ്പെട്ടത്.
If we had obeyed the superior's order and actually gone to the landslide aborting the first mission, then maybe I would not be alive to share this story with you. Because if you had made it to the place in the original or the plan that was suggested by the department, then the second landslide would have happened and we would have perished in the second landslide. So because we went to rescue this person who was trapped, the second landslide happened and then we went after the second landslide.
അങ്ങനെ ഇവിടുന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾ നേരെ അവിടെ എത്തുമ്പോൾ പോകുന്ന വഴിയെല്ലാം ആംബുലൻസുകൾ വരുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ തന്നെ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് മനസ്സിലായി ഇത് ഭീകരമായ ഒരു സംഭവമാണ് നടന്നിരിക്കുന്നത്.
On our way down we saw several ambulances making its way up and then we knew that there is a very grim picture. It's a big disaster.
അങ്ങനെ ഞങ്ങളവിടെ ചെല്ലുമ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങളുടെ സ്റ്റേഷൻ ഓഫീസർ അവിടെ ഉണ്ട്. അങ്ങനെ പിന്നെ ഞങ്ങളിതിൻ്റെ ലീഡിങ് ഏറ്റെടുക്കുകയായിരുന്നു പെട്ടെന്ന് തന്നെ. അങ്ങനെ ആ ഒരു ദ്വീപ് പോലൊരു സ്ഥലം, വെള്ളാർമല സ്കൂളിന് ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് പോയിട്ടുണ്ടോയെന്നറിയില്ല, ആ ഒരു ദ്വീപ് പോലൊരു സ്ഥലമുണ്ട്. അവിടെ ഒരു 10-70 പേര് കുടുങ്ങി കിടക്കുകയാണ്. അവിടെ നിന്നാണ് നമ്മളെ നീതു ഒരു ഫോണിൽ വിളിച്ച് സഹായക അവരെ വീട് ആ ഒരു ഏരിയയാണ്, ഒരു ദ്വീപ് പോലെയാണ്. അപ്പുറത്ത് കൂടെ വെള്ളം ഒഴുകാന്ന് ഇപ്പുറത്ത് കൂടെ വെള്ളം ഒഴുകാന്ന്. അപ്പോൾ അവിടേക്ക് ആരും കടന്നിട്ടില്ല. ഞങ്ങൾ ചെല്ലുന്നവരെ എല്ലാവരും നോക്കി നിൽക്കുകയാണ്. പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് കാര്യമില്ല, എല്ലാവർക്കും ജീവനിൽ പേടിയാന്ന്. അപ്പോൾ
So we went there and we found our station officer already in action there. So we were assigned to go to a place which had become like an island. About 70 people were trapped, surrounded by waters on every side. And the person we heard in the morning, Neetu, who made that distress call. So it is that locality that we are talking about. So there are people gathered, but nobody had the courage because everybody loves their life. Nobody was in a position to take a risk to go and actually do something there. So that is the place where we were going to save the people who were trapped.
അങ്ങനെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ സ്റ്റേഷൻ ഓഫീസർ പെട്ടെന്ന് തന്നെ പറഞ്ഞു ഒരു റോപ്പ് ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ അപ്പുറത്ത് നിൽക്കുന്ന കുറഞ്ഞ ആളുകളെ പുറത്തേക്ക് വരുന്നുള്ളൂ. അപ്പോൾ അവരെല്ലാം ആണുങ്ങളൊന്നും ഇറങ്ങുന്നില്ല. അങ്ങനെ പേടിച്ചെല്ലാവരും അവിടെ ബിൽഡിങ്ങിന് മുകളിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ കരഞ്ഞ് വിളിച്ച് പറഞ്ഞു, നിങ്ങൾ ഈ റോപ്പ് ഒന്ന് അക്കരെ കെട്ടിത്തരണം, എന്നാൽ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് അങ്ങോട്ട് വന്ന് നിങ്ങളെ രക്ഷപ്പെടുത്താൻ കഴിയും. അപ്പോൾ കുറേ നേരമൊന്നും വരുന്നില്ല, ആളുകൾ പേടിച്ചിട്ട് ഇറങ്ങുന്നില്ല. അവരെ പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് കാര്യമില്ല. ആദ്യത്തെ ഒരു ഉരുളുപൊട്ടൽ കഴിഞ്ഞു, രണ്ടാമത്തെ അതിൽ രക്ഷപ്പെട്ട് നിൽക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ 2 ഉരുൾപൊട്ടലിനെ അതിജീവിച്ച് നിൽക്കുന്ന ഒരു ജനത പിന്നെയും മൂന്നാമതൊന്നും പൊട്ടുമെന്ന് അറിയില്ലാത്തതുകൊണ്ട് അവർ വരുന്നില്ല. ഞങ്ങൾ എത്ര വിളിച്ചിട്ടും വരുന്നില്ല.
So we managed to have a ropeway and we were calling the people to just come to the safety, to the safe side. But these people have already seen 2 landslides, totally shocked. They are not sure whether the third landslide will happen or not. So in that state, they were not able to gather the courage to take the rope and come here.
അങ്ങനെ ഒരു ആൾ വന്ന് വേഗം തന്നെ ഒരു അക്കരെ അപ്പുറത്തുള്ള ഒരു തെങ്ങിലേക്ക് റോപ്പ് വലിച്ച്, അതും വലിയ ടൈറ്റായിട്ട് പുള്ളി വേഗം കെട്ടിയിട്ട് ഓടി പോവുകയാണ് ചെയ്തത്. അങ്ങനെ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് പിന്നെ ഒന്നും ചെയ്യാനില്ല. എൻ്റെ മുമ്പിൽ സബ്ബാൻ സാർ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ ആൾ നമ്മൾ മാനന്തവാടി സ്റ്റേഷനിലെ ആളാണ്. മൂപ്പര് ആദ്യം ഇറങ്ങി, രണ്ടാമത് ഞാൻ ഇറങ്ങി. ഞാൻ ഇറങ്ങിയപ്പോൾ ഇത് തൂങ്ങിപ്പോയി എൻ്റെ കാലിൽ ഗംബൂട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ഈ ഗംബൂട്ടിൽ വെള്ളത്തിൽ കുടുങ്ങിയെന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ അവിടെ ഭയങ്കര ഒഴുക്കാണ്. നമ്മൾ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുമ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് പ്രെഡിക്റ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല, ഭയങ്കര ശക്തിയായ ഒഴുക്കാണ്. അങ്ങനെ ഞാൻ കുറച്ച് നേരം മുങ്ങിപ്പോയി. അപ്പോൾ നമ്മളെ സ്റ്റേഷൻ ഓഫീസറൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞു അവൻ പോയി തീർന്നു എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. എന്തോ എൻ്റെ ഒരു ഭാഗ്യം, എല്ലാവരും വീട്ടുകാരൊക്കെ ഭാഗ്യം, വലിഞ്ഞ് കയറി ഞാൻ അപ്പുറത്തേക്ക് എത്തി. അങ്ങനെ ഞങ്ങൾ അപ്പുറം പോയി ആ കയറ് ടൈറ്റ് ചെയ്യുകയാണ് ചെയ്തത്.
Even in tying the rope, nobody was there to help us. They were not in a position to help us from the other side. Someone has to tie this rope on the other side. So one person managed to somehow managed to tie a rope, and then he just ran away because he was maybe afraid. And so first his officer Sebastian from Manantwadi, he took the rope, and after that when I took the rope swung down and I dropped into the water. My gumboots got stuck in the water. The current was so severe, it's totally unpredictable. I went inside the water and my station officer said that we have lost him. But by some luck, I managed to come out. And we managed to go to the other side and properly tie the rope so that rescue efforts could begin.
അങ്ങനെ പലതവണ ഞങ്ങൾ മരണത്തെ അഭിമുഖീകരിച്ചാണ് അന്നത്തെ ദിവസം കഴിച്ചു കൂട്ടിയത്. അതിലൊന്ന് തുടക്കം മാത്രമായിരുന്നത്.
So that day we saw death face to face, not one time.
ഞങ്ങളക്കരെ ഞാൻ ആദ്യം എത്തുമ്പോൾ ആദ്യത്തെ ഒരു സീൻ എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഒരു അച്ഛനും അമ്മയും ഒരു പെൺകുട്ടിയെ എൻ്റെ അടുത്തേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവന്നിരുന്നു. എന്നിട്ട് പറഞ്ഞു ഈ മോളെ എങ്ങനെയും രക്ഷിക്കണം, ഞങ്ങളെ ജീവൻ പോയാലും കുഴപ്പമില്ല എന്ന് പറയുന്നു.
So one of the first people who came seeking help was a father and a mother who brought their daughter and said, somehow save this daughter. Even if we die, it's okay. See to it that she is fine, she is okay.
അങ്ങനെ ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു ശരിയാക്കാം, നമുക്ക് കുഴപ്പമില്ല, ഞങ്ങളിവിടെ എത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ടല്ലോ, നിങ്ങളെല്ലാവരും രക്ഷപ്പെടുത്തിയിട്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ പോവുള്ളൂ.
So we told them, don't worry, since we have reached there, all of you, we will take care of all of you. All of you will be rescued is what we try to assure them.
അങ്ങനെ അവരെ ഞങ്ങളെ വീട്ടിലേക്ക് തന്നെ തിരിച്ചു കയറ്റി. ഞങ്ങൾ വഴി ഇവർ ഇപ്പുറത്തേക്ക് 70-ഓളം പേരുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. 70ഓളം പേരെ ഞങ്ങൾ ഒരു 3 സെക്ഷനായിട്ട് 3 ലൈനിലായിട്ട് രക്ഷപ്പെടുത്താനാണ് പ്ലാൻ ഇട്ടത്.
So we made them gather in the house in a place, and then around 70 people were there, and we made the plan to rescue these 70 people in 3 batches.
അങ്ങനെ ആദ്യം തന്നെ ഞാൻ എന്തായാലും ആ കുട്ടിയെ എൻ്റെ തോളത്ത് കയറ്റി റോപ്പിൽ പിടിച്ച് ഇപ്പുറത്ത് എത്തിക്കാമെന്നുള്ളൊരു ധാരണയുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. പക്ഷേ ഞങ്ങൾ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്നതിനേക്കാൾ കൂടുതൽ ഒഴുക്കായിരുന്നു അത്. അപ്പോൾ ആ കുട്ടി എൻ്റെ തോളത്തായിരുന്നു. ആ കുട്ടി മോളിൽ ആ റോപ്പിൽ പിടിച്ച് വലിച്ചുകൊണ്ടാണോ എന്തായാലും ഞാനും കുട്ടിയും കൂടെ വെള്ളത്തിലേക്ക് പോയി. അങ്ങനെ എന്തോ ഭാഗ്യത്തിന് ആ കുട്ടിയെ ജീവനോടെ കിട്ടി. ആ കുട്ടി പോയാൽ പിന്നെ ഞാനവിടെ നിന്നിട്ട് കാര്യമില്ല, കാരണം അത്രയും അവരെന്നെ വിശ്വസിച്ചേൽപ്പിച്ച ഒരു കുട്ടിയായിരുന്നു.
So first I took this daughter, and then we were making our way on the rope, but several factors could be responsible. The current was very severe, and maybe the girl tried to grab the rope, or somehow we ended up in the water. Both of us got washed away. But this luck that she survived. If she had not survived that day, I don't know whether I will be able to live with myself, because it is with that much trust that the parents had given their daughter to me. So it is divine, or it is some providence that she made it alive.
അത് കഴിഞ്ഞ് ഞങ്ങൾ പിന്നെ അവിടുന്ന് മരങ്ങൾ ചില തെങ്ങൊക്കെ മുറിച്ച് ഒരു ചെറിയ ഇതുപോലെ ഒറ്റത്തടിയിട്ടിട്ട് അങ്ങനെ ആണ് പിന്നെ ആളുകളെ ഇപ്പുറത്തേക്ക് കടത്തിക്കൊണ്ടിരുന്നത്.
So then we cut down some trees, coconut trees and all, and tried to make something that people can walk on, and that is how we conducted the rescue efforts on that night.
അപ്പോഴും നമുക്ക് പല ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുകളുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. കാരണം ചില സ്ത്രീകൾ, പ്രായമായവർ, അവരെയൊക്കെ സ്ത്രീകളെയൊക്കെ നമുക്ക് കയ്യിൽ പിടിക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല. നമ്മളെ അന്നത്തെ ആ ടൈമിലൊക്കെ എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ വീഡിയോ അങ്ങനെ എന്തെങ്കിലുമൊക്കെ വന്നിട്ടുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. ആരും വീഡിയോ ഒന്നും സമയം ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല, കാരണം ഞങ്ങൾ ചെന്ന സമയം ഒരു മാധ്യമങ്ങളോ ഒന്നും കവർ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ടൈം ആയിരുന്നില്ല. അവരൊക്കെ എത്തി ഒരുപാട് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങൾ ഓരോ പ്രവൃത്തി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ എന്താ സ്ത്രീകളൊക്കെ ആണെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ ഇങ്ങനെയാണ് പിടിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അത് പുറത്തേക്കൊരു വീഡിയോ ഒക്കെ വന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ചിലപ്പോൾ പറയും അത് മോശം പ്രവൃത്തിയാണെന്നായിരിക്കും പറയുക. പക്ഷേ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് അന്നേരത്തെ അവസരങ്ങൾ അങ്ങനെയാണ് ഉപയോഗിക്കാം.
So the whole operation was challenging because it's not easy to rescue a woman or elderly people. Holding hands, it's difficult, or the media had not reached there, but any video can be misinterpreted. But then because the situation demanded it, we just clutched the women by their belly or by here, and the priority was to take them to a safe place. But always there is a risk that this can be made a video and then it can be made into something else. All those risks are also there in that situation.
ഒരു സെക്കൻഡ് പോലും കളയാനുണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 2 പേരോ 3 പേരോ പിടിച്ചിട്ട് വേണമെങ്കിൽ, പക്ഷേ അങ്ങനെ പറ്റില്ല. നമുക്കൊരു മരത്തടീൻ്റെ മുകളിൽ കൂടെ പോകുന്ന ബാലൻസ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല. വീണ് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പിന്നെ ആളെ രക്ഷപ്പെടുത്താൻ ഭയങ്കര പാടാണ്. താഴേക്കെല്ലാം പാറയാണ്, അത്ര ഒഴുക്കാണ്, പോയി തലയടിച്ച് മരണപ്പെടുകയാണ് ചെയ്യുക.
So the thing is that we didn't have the time to do a proper rescue effort where 2-3 people are guiding one person to safety. So we don't have that time. And walking on a makeshift tree that has been just laid over, a balance can go, you can lose the balance at any time. If you fall into the water, it's almost sure death because the current is so high and so many rocks are there in the water. So it's just a sure death if you fall down.
അങ്ങനെ ഒരുപാട് പേരെ ഞങ്ങൾ അങ്ങനെ രക്ഷപ്പെടുത്തി. അങ്ങനെ വേറൊരു അനുഭവം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ, ഒരു 2 നില വീടിൻ്റെ മുകളിൽ നിന്ന് ഒരു ഉമ്മാനെ ഞങ്ങൾ താഴേക്ക് ഇറക്കുകയാണ്. അവരെ ഇറക്കി ഞങ്ങൾ സിറ്റ് ഔട്ടിലെത്തുമ്പോഴാണ് ഒരു 8 വയസ്സ് ഉള്ളൊരു കുഞ്ഞൻ, അവന് ഷർട്ടില്ല, അണ്ടർവെയർ മാത്രമേ ഉള്ളൂ, അവൻ മരണപ്പെട്ട് കിടക്കുകയാണ്. പെട്ടെന്നാണ് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ചിന്തിച്ചത്. അപ്പോൾ അവനെ ആ ഉമ്മ കണ്ടു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പിന്നെ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് ഉമ്മനെ രക്ഷപ്പെടുത്താൻ പറ്റില്ല. അവർ ആകെ വയലൻ്റാവും. അപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങൾ പെട്ടെന്ന് തന്നെ ഉമ്മേനെ മേലേക്ക് കയറ്റി അവനെ എടുക്കാൻ കിട്ടുന്നില്ല. കാരണം കമ്പി എല്ലാം കൂടെ ചുറ്റിയിട്ട് നമുക്കറിയില്ല, ഇപ്പോൾ ഈ വീട്ടിലെ കുട്ടിയാണോന്നും അറിയില്ല, വേറെ ഏതാണെന്നും അറിയില്ല. അങ്ങനെ അവനെ എടുക്കാൻ കിട്ടി. അവനെ കുറച്ച് നേരം കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടാണ് എടുക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നത്. അങ്ങനെ ഉമ്മ കണ്ടായിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ ചിലപ്പോൾ ഉമ്മ ഞങ്ങളൊപ്പം വരില്ല. വെള്ളത്തിന് പിന്നെ ഗുസ്തി പിടിച്ച് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ എല്ലാവരും കൂടെ വെള്ളത്തിലേക്ക് പോകും.
A lot of experiences that we had that night. One of such experience was we were trying to rescue a mother from the 2-storied house. As we were bringing her down, we noticed the body of a 8-year-old boy who did not have his garments on. He was just in his underwear and totally trapped in the mud in a very difficult situation. And we had to make a quick judgment. If this is her son and she sees her son in this state, there is no way that she is going to come out and we are going to lose her. So we had to make a call of taking her back and then take this body out and do the rescue in such a way that she does not see the body, or if she jumps into the water, anything can go wrong at that time. A distressed mother can do anything. So we had to take a call like that also on that evening.
അങ്ങനെ പയ്യനെ ഞങ്ങളെടുത്തു. അതിനുശേഷമാണ് ഉമ്മേനെ പയ്യെ താഴേക്ക് ഇറക്കി. അവരെ കാണിച്ചില്ല, പയ്യൻ്റെ അടുത്ത് മാറ്റി. ഞങ്ങൾ ബോഡികൾ ആദ്യം കവർ ചെയ്ത് കൊണ്ടിരുന്നില്ല, മാറ്റി വയ്ക്കുകയും ചെയ്ത്. കാരണം ജീവനുള്ളവരെ ആദ്യം രക്ഷപ്പെടുത്തുക, അതാണ് ആദ്യം നയണ്ടായിരുന്നത്.
So it was with difficulty that we could release the body, which was totally stuck or trapped in the structure, the collapsed building, and then we hid it. The priority was to save the living, so we did not take the body at that time. So we were focusing on rescuing the people who were alive at that point of time.
അങ്ങനെ അവിടെയുള്ള ജീവനുള്ള എല്ലാവരെയും ഞങ്ങൾ ആ ദ്വീപിലുള്ളവരെ 10-70 വരെ 3 വഴിക്കായിട്ട് രക്ഷപ്പെടുത്താൻ കഴിഞ്ഞു. അത് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഒരു വലിയ നേട്ടമായിട്ടാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ അന്നേരമല്ല ഇപ്പോഴും ഞങ്ങൾക്ക്. കാരണം അത്ര റിസ്ക്കിലാണ്, ആരും ഇറങ്ങാത്ത സ്ഥലമാണ്. അവിടെ നിൽക്കുന്നവർക്ക് തന്നെ പേടിയാണ്. കാളുകളുടെ മരണത്തിൻ്റെ ഒരു ഭയമൊക്കെ ഞങ്ങൾ സാധാരണ ഞങ്ങൾ ഓരോ കോളിനൊക്കെ പോകുമ്പോൾ 1-2 ആളുകളുടെ കൂടിപ്പോയ 2 ആൾ അവരാണ് ഒരു മരണഭയം മുഖത്ത് ഞങ്ങൾ കാണുന്നത്. ഇത് ഞങ്ങൾ ആ ദ്വീപിലേക്ക് ചെന്നിറങ്ങുമ്പോൾ ഒരു 10-70 പേര് മരണഭയം മുഖത്ത് നിന്ന് കാണുകയാണ്.
So that day, it's something that we took pride on that day and even now in our department, because it is 70 people whom we rescued in 3. We made 3 ways where we can rescue them. Usually when we go on a rescue mission, it is we see 1 or maximum 2 people who are facing death or who are looking at the face of death. But that day we were seeing around 70 people who were looking at the face of death. And that was a unique experience that we had. And the pride is that we could do that mission where none of the locals, none of the people there were willing to take that risk, because that was not possible. But we were able to rescue all the 70 people who were trapped there.
അങ്ങനെ അവരെല്ലാം രക്ഷപ്പെടുത്താൻ കഴിഞ്ഞതിൽ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് വളരെ സന്തോഷമുണ്ട്. പലരും മരണപ്പെട്ടതിൽ സങ്കടമുണ്ട്. പക്ഷെ പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് കാര്യമില്ല, അവരെങ്കിലും രക്ഷപ്പെടുത്താൻ കഴിഞ്ഞല്ലോ. പിന്നെ
we are happy that we could rescue the 70 people. Definitely there were many who perished, but what can we do about that? But so many people were definitely, we were able to rescue them.
അവിടെ ഞങ്ങളെ ശരിക്കും പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഞങ്ങളെ റെസ്ക്യൂ വർക്കുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് പല ഭീകരമായ സംഭവങ്ങൾ ഞങ്ങൾ കാണലുണ്ട്. അതൊന്നും ഞങ്ങൾ മനസ്സിൽ നിൽക്കലില്ല. ശരിക്കും പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഞങ്ങളൊരു തിരിച്ച് വണ്ടിയിൽ പോരുമ്പോൾ തന്നെ ഞങ്ങളത് മനസ്സിൽ നിന്ന് കളയലാണ്. അല്ലാണ്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ അടുത്ത വർക്കിനെ അത് ബാധിക്കും, മനസ്സിൽ വെക്കാൻ പാടില്ല. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ അപ്പം തന്നെ കളയലാണ്. ചിലപ്പോൾ കണ്ണു പോയത് കാണാം ആക്സിഡൻറ്റിൽ, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എന്താ നമ്മൾ 2019 പ്രളയത്തിൽ അമ്പലയിലൊരാൾ മണ്ണിനടിയിൽ പോയി JCBക്ക് മാന്തിയിട്ട് കഴുത്ത് പോയിട്ട് തല പോയി. അതെല്ലാം നമ്മൾ തോർത്തിൽ പൊതിഞ്ഞ് വണ്ടിക്കകത്തേക്ക് തല വെച്ചു, ബാക്കി ബോഡി പിന്നെ ഞങ്ങൾ കൈകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ മാന്തി എടുക്കുകയാണ് ചെയ്തത്. അപ്പം അതൊന്നും നമ്മളെ ബാധിക്കാറില്ല, ഞങ്ങൾ ഓർക്കാറുമില്ല, അത് അവിടെ കഴിഞ്ഞ വീട്ടിലാണ്. പക്ഷേ ഇതങ്ങനെയല്ല, ഇതൊരു വലിയ ദുരന്തമാണ്. എനിക്കൊക്കെ ശരിക്കും പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഒരു 2 മാസത്തോളം രാത്രി 11 മണി വരെ ഉറക്കം കിട്ടും, പിന്നെ അവിടെ ഉറക്കം കിട്ടില്ല. അങ്ങനെയുള്ളൊരു സിറ്റുവേഷനായിരുന്നു.
So in our day-to-day life, we are involved in rescuing people. We have rescued people from sewers, from very difficult scenarios. But our policy is, or the way we are trained is, that you finish your job and forget it on the way back, because otherwise it will affect your next duty that you are assigned to. So there was a situation in 2019, a flood that happened in Ambalavayal. So we were digging with the JCB, and a head got decapitated, and what we had to do is just take the head, put it in the vehicle, and then try to safely retrieve the body with our hands. And then that's part of life. And those things have not affected me. But this was not like that. After this event of the landslides rescue operation, for nearly 2 months, I could just sleep till barely 11 o'clock. After 11 p.m. I woke up and I could not sleep after that.
കാരണം എന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ അതിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ കിട്ടിയ സ്ത്രീകളുടെയൊക്കെ ആണെങ്കിലും പല ബോഡികളിലും ഒരു തരി തുണി ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല, വസ്ത്രങ്ങളുണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. അതൊക്കെ കാണുമ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് നമ്മളെ അമ്മേനെ പോലെയോ നമ്മളെ ഭാര്യനെ പോലെയോ ഒക്കെയാണ് തോന്നുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ അവരൊക്കെ ആ രീതിയിൽ കിടക്കേണ്ട ഒരു അവസ്ഥ വരുമ്പോൾ ഒന്നൊരു ഒരു ചിന്ത വരും നമുക്ക്. അങ്ങനെയൊക്കെയാണ് നമുക്ക് ഒരു ഉറക്കം പോകുന്നത്.
Several of the bodies that we found were without clothes, so we see them as it could be my mother, it could be my wife, and what is life, or what could happen if something like this happened. So it affected very deeply, scarred the soul very deeply.
പിന്നെ അന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾ വേറൊരു പ്രത്യേക ഒരു മാനസികാവസ്ഥയിലായിരുന്നു. അതുകൊണ്ടാണ് അതൊക്കെ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റിയെന്ന് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത്. സാധാരണ ഒരു നോർമൽ മൈൻഡുള്ളവന് പറ്റൂല, ഇറങ്ങാനും പറ്റൂല, അവിടെ അങ്ങനത്തെ വർക്കുകളൊന്നും ചെയ്യാനും പറ്റൂല എന്ന് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നുണ്ട്.
Maybe that day we had a different mind altogether, because if we go with a normal mind, we will not be able to do anything at all. So that time we had a different mind, and that's why we could go ahead with the rescue operation.
എന്നോട് പല ആളുകളും ഞാൻ ചോദിച്ചു, കുടുംബത്തിനാണെങ്കിലും അവരൊക്കെ, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് പേടിയുണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ലേ ചെയ്യാൻ? അപ്പോൾ ഇതാണ് ഈ ഒരു മൈൻഡ് വന്നു. എനിക്ക് പേടിയുണ്ടായിരുന്നു ഈ കുട്ടികളെ കാണുന്നതും പിന്നെ കുട്ടികളുടെ കളിപ്പാട്ടങ്ങൾ കാണുമ്പോഴും ഒരു ചെറിയ പേടി. അതിൻ്റെ ഉടമസ്ഥൻ എവിടെയെന്നുള്ളൊരു അവലാതി. അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ചില വിഷയങ്ങളേ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നുള്ളൂ. അല്ലാണ്ട് നമുക്കൊരു നമ്മുടെ സ്വയം ജീവനുള്ളൊരു പേടി ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല.
People have often asked, were you afraid? So I say yes, we were afraid. We were afraid when we see children who have to be rescued. We were afraid when we see toys, and then we think, where is the child that played with this toy? Is that child safe? Is the owner of the toy safe? Other than that, we were not afraid about our own lives. We were not afraid about.
അങ്ങനെ ഞങ്ങൾ അവിടെയുള്ള ഏകദേശം ബോഡികളൊക്കെ റിക്കവർ ചെയ്തെടുത്തു. ദ്വീപിലുള്ള ഒരു 11 മണിയോട് കൂടിയിട്ടാണ് ഞങ്ങളെ സ്റ്റേഷൻ ഓഫീസർക്കൊരു നിർദ്ദേശം വരുന്നത്, ഒരാൾ ജീവനോട് കൂടി ചെളിയിൽ കിടപ്പുണ്ട്, അവനെ രക്ഷപ്പെടുത്തണം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു.
So till 11 o'clock we were involved in rescue work there. By 11 o'clock there was another distress call that we had, and we were asked to go there.
അങ്ങനെ നിങ്ങൾ ചാനലുകളൊക്കെ കണ്ടിട്ടുണ്ടാകും, ഒരാൾ ചെളിയിൽ പൂണ്ട് കിടക്കുന്ന ഒരാളെ. അങ്ങനെ ഞങ്ങൾ ആ സീനിലേക്ക് എത്തുന്നതാണ്. അവിടെ എത്തുമ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങൾ കാണുന്ന കാഴ്ച എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ റെസ്ക്യൂവിന് വന്ന ആൾക്കാരും ഞങ്ങളെ തന്നെ ഡിപ്പാർട്ട്മെൻറ്റിലുള്ള ആളുകളും എല്ലാം അവിടെ നോക്കി നിൽക്കുകയാണ് എന്നൊരവസ്ഥയാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ കാണുന്നത്. കാരണം ഒരു 150 പേര് ഈ ഇദ്ദേഹത്തെ നോക്കി നിൽക്കുന്നൊരവസ്ഥയാണ് ഞങ്ങൾ കാണുന്നത്. ആർക്കും അങ്ങോട്ട് പോകാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ല, എല്ലാവരും പേടിച്ച് നിൽക്കുകയാണ്.
So that was a scenario where maybe you would have seen in the TV channels also, a person who was stuck, about 150 people are there, people from their own department are also standing there, but nobody was able to figure out how to go and rescue this person.
അങ്ങനെ ഞങ്ങളുടെ ടീം അവിടെ എത്തുമ്പോൾ, നിതീഷ് സാറുടെ നേതൃത്വത്തിലുള്ള ടീം അവിടെ എത്തുമ്പോൾ സാർ പറഞ്ഞു, നമുക്ക് എങ്ങനെയെങ്കിലും അവനെ രക്ഷപ്പെടുത്തിയേ പറ്റൂ, നമ്മൾക്ക് അവിടെ പോകണം, അവനെ രക്ഷപ്പെടുത്തണം എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു.
But when this team, the officer decided that we as a team should rescue this person, we should reach there and we should save that person.
അങ്ങനെ ഞങ്ങളൊരു 10-15 പേര് ആ ഒരു ഭയങ്കര റിസ്ക് തന്നെയാണ്. കാരണം വെച്ചാൽ ഒന്ന് കാലൊന്ന് പടയോ മറിയോ ചെയ്താൽ വലിയ ഇതിലേക്കാണ്, കയത്തിലേക്കാണ് പോകുന്നത്, രക്ഷപ്പെടാൻ ഒരു സാധ്യതയില്ല. അങ്ങനെ ഞങ്ങൾ അക്കരെ എത്തി, നടുക്ക് ഭാഗത്തെത്തിയിട്ട് പിന്നെ അങ്ങനെ കടക്കാൻ ഒരു രക്ഷയില്ല. ഭയങ്കര ഒഴുക്കുള്ള പുഴയും പാറേനെ അടി കൂടെയാണ് ഇങ്ങനെ ഒഴുകുന്നത്. അങ്ങനെ ഞങ്ങളവിടെ ഒരു മരം ഒഴുകി വന്ന് കിടക്കുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ആ മരത്തിന് ഒരു കുറച്ച് പേരോട് കൂടിയിട്ട് പിടിച്ച് ഞങ്ങൾ അപ്പുറത്തേക്ക് വെക്കാൻ നോക്കി. പക്ഷേ ആ വെക്കാൻ നോക്കിയാൽ തല പോയിട്ട് വെള്ളത്തിലടിച്ചപ്പോഴത്തേക്കും അതിൻ്റെ ശക്തി കാരണം അവരവിടെ പടപടാന്ന് അടിച്ച് കറക്കി, എന്താ ഭാഗ്യത്തിന് ആളുകളുടെ മേത്ത് തട്ടാതെ അത് അടിച്ച് ഒറ്റ പോക്ക് പോയി. ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് തോന്നി ഇത് മരം ഒന്നും അങ്ങോട്ട് ഓപ്പോസിറ്റ് വെക്കാൻ പറ്റില്ല എന്ന്.
So we were trying to save a person who was caught in a flooded river. We saw a tree that had flown down, which was stuck there. So we tried to position that tree in such a way that it will act as a bridge. But as we moved the tree, it started rotating very, very fast. It started rotating very fast in the water, splashing water on everyone all around. And then it was just taken away very, very quickly by the river. So all those ideas like positioning a tree to go to the other or go to that person, all those things were not going to work on that place.
അങ്ങനെയാണ് നമ്മളെ സ്റ്റേഷൻ ഓഫീസർ പറയുന്നത്, നമ്മുടെ ലാഡറുണ്ട്, ലാഡർ വെള്ളാർമല ഭാഗത്താണ്, വെള്ളാർമല സ്കൂളിൻ്റെ അവിടെ ചുരൽമല അവിടെയാണ് ഉള്ളത്. അത് കൊണ്ടുവന്നാൽ അത് വെച്ചിട്ട് അതിന് മുകളിൽ കൂടെ കയറി അപ്പുറത്ത് പോകാമെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. ഞങ്ങൾ ചാനലിലൊക്കെ ശ്രദ്ധിച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെന്നറിയില്ല, ഈ വ്യക്തിയെ കണ്ട ഒരാൾ പറഞ്ഞത് ചൂരൽമലയിൽ നിന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾ മേളിലേക്ക് എത്താൻ 2 മണിക്കൂർ എടുത്തു എന്നാണ് പറഞ്ഞത്, ഒരു കയ്യിലൊന്നും ആയുധങ്ങളൊന്നും ഇല്ലാണ്ട് വെറുതെ നടന്നെത്താൻ. അപ്പോൾ ഈ ലാഡർ അവിടുന്ന് ചൂരൽമലയിൽ നിന്ന് ഈ ഞങ്ങളുടെ സ്പോട്ടിലേക്ക് എത്താൻ എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നൊരു 1/2 മണിക്കൂറിനടുത്തേ പിടിച്ചിട്ടുള്ളൂ. അതിന് മെയിൻ കാരണം നമ്മുടെ സ്റ്റേഷൻ ഓഫീസറാണ്. അദ്ദേഹം സെറ്റിൽ വിളിച്ച് ഇങ്ങനെ ചീത്ത പറഞ്ഞുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കും, ഓരോ മിനിറ്റ് കൂടുമ്പോഴും വിളിച്ച് ചീത്ത പറയുകയാണ്, നിങ്ങളെന്താ വൈകുന്നത്. കാരണം പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് കാര്യമില്ല, നടക്കുന്ന വഴി മുഴുവൻ ചെളിയാണ്, താന്നു പോവുകയാണ്. ഇത് വെയിറ്റാണ്, 10-60 കിലോ വെയിറ്റ് ഉണ്ട്. ഇത് അടക്കം പൊന്തിച്ച് വരുമ്പോൾ നല്ല വെയിറ്റാണ്. എന്തായാലും അതൊക്കെ കൊണ്ടുതന്നവരൊക്കെ നല്ലൊരു എഫേർട്ട് എടുത്തിട്ടുണ്ട്.
So our station officer decided that they will position a ladder which had to be brought to that place. So the ladder is quite heavy, about 60 kg. It had to be brought down. Normally takes about 2 hours, but the urgency created by the officer made it happen in 30 minutes. So every minute he was calling them, why is it not reaching, why are you delaying? So press them to do it in a hurry, which was not easy because it's all mud, the way is gone, like lot of hindrances, but somehow it reached there in a shorter time.
അദ്ദേഹത്തിന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് കാര്യമില്ല. കാരണം വെച്ചാൽ ഞങ്ങൾ നിൽക്കുന്ന ടീമിനെ രക്ഷിക്കേണ്ടത് അയാളുടെ കടമയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ എന്തൊരു ചെറിയ വെള്ളം പൊന്തു എന്തെങ്കിലും ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ഞങ്ങളത് തീരെയാണ്. ഞാനൊക്കെ നോക്കിയൊന്ന് എവിടെയെങ്കിലും വെള്ളം വരികയാണെങ്കിൽ ഒന്ന് ഓടിക്കയറാൻ പറ്റിയ സ്ഥലം ഏതെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ടോയെന്ന് ചുറ്റും നോക്കുമ്പോൾ ഒരു കുന്നാണ് കാണുന്നത്. ആ കുന്ന് കഴിഞ്ഞ വെള്ളത്തിൽ ഞാൻ നോക്കും മൊത്തം വാഷ് ഔട്ട് ചെയ്ത് വന്നിരിക്കുകയാണ്.
It's a high risk situation because not only for that person whom we are going to rescue, but also for us. If water swell more, or if more water comes, I was just looking around to find, is there a way to escape? And there's only one rock that can mount, that is there, or hill that we have to climb. Or I was making those guesses there.
അങ്ങനെ അദ്ദേഹം അതാണ് പെട്ടെന്ന് വരാൻ പറയുന്നത്. അങ്ങനെ സംഭവം പെട്ടെന്ന് 1/2 മണിക്കൂറിന് കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ലാഡർ എത്തി.
That's why the officer was pressing them to bring the ladder fast because it mattered a lot.
അങ്ങനെ ഞങ്ങൾ അപ്പുറത്ത് കടന്നു. അതിലധികം ടീമില്ല, ഒരു 10 പേര് അത്രയൊക്കെ ഉള്ളൂ. അവിടുന്ന് ലാഡർ വെച്ചിട്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ ആദ്യം ഒന്ന് പോയി നോക്കി അരുണിൻ്റെ അടുത്തേക്ക്. അങ്ങനെ അവിടെ ചെന്നപ്പോഴാണ് മനസ്സിലാകുന്നത് അവിടേക്ക് അടുക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ല, കാരണം ചെളിയാണ്. ചെളിയിൽ ഇറങ്ങിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമ്മൾ പൂണ്ടുപോവുക. അങ്ങനെ ഈ ലാഡർ ഞങ്ങൾ കുറച്ച് താഴെ നിന്ന് പിന്നെയും എടുത്തൊന്ന് കൊണ്ടുവന്നു. അങ്ങനെ ഏകദേശം ലാഡർ കുറച്ച് ദൂരം ഒരു 10 അവന് അരുൺ നിൽക്കുന്നതിൻ്റെ ഒരു 10-20 മീറ്റർ ഇപ്പുറത്ത് വെച്ച് പിന്നെ അങ്ങോട്ട് പോകണമെങ്കിൽ ചെളിയാണ്, ഒരു രക്ഷയില്ല. അങ്ങനെ ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ വസ്ത്രങ്ങളൊക്കെ അഴിച്ചു, ഗംബൂട്ട് അഴിച്ചു. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു കയറ് ചെസ്റ്റിനവിടെ കെട്ടി അങ്ങനെ അപ്പുറത്തേക്ക് പോവുകയാണ് ഞാൻ ചെയ്തത്. അങ്ങനെ എങ്ങനെയൊക്കെയോ അതിൽ നമ്മൾ ചെളിയെന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ല, പല ബിൽഡിങ്ങുകൾ പൊളിഞ്ഞതിൻ്റെ കമ്പി, കുപ്പിച്ചില്ലുകൾ, അത് എല്ലാം ഇതിനുള്ളിലുണ്ട്. അതിൻ്റെ കുറേ അടയാളങ്ങൾ എനിക്ക് കാലിലും കയ്യിലും മേത്തൊക്കെ കിട്ടിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. നമ്മളെ വർക്ക് കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ട് ഒരു 10-15 ദിവസത്തോളം സ്റ്റേഷനിൽ തന്നെ ആണെങ്കിലും പുറത്ത് പോകാൻ പറ്റാത്തൊരവസ്ഥയായിരുന്നു. കാലിലൊക്കെ മുറിവും കാര്യങ്ങളും പഴുപ്പും. അപ്പോൾ ഗംബൂട്ടെല്ലാം അഴിച്ചിട്ടാണ്, ഗംബൂട്ടിട്ട് ചെളിയിലേക്ക് ഇറങ്ങാൻ കഴിയില്ല. എല്ലാം അഴിച്ച് അങ്ങനെ അവിടെ പോയി. അവിടെ നോക്കുമ്പോൾ അവനെ എടുത്തു കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ കഴിയില്ല. അങ്ങനെ എന്താ നോക്കുമ്പോൾ ഒരു ഐഡിയ തോന്നി. അരുണിനെ എൻ്റെ മുകളിലേക്ക് കടത്തിയിട്ട് അവരോട് പറഞ്ഞു ഈ ചെളി കൂടെ വലിച്ചോളാൻ പറഞ്ഞു. വലിച്ചാലും പക്ഷേ വലിക്കുമ്പോഴും ഇതിനടിയിലൊക്കെ ഫുള്ള് പാറയും കുറ്റിയും കോലും ഒക്കെ ആയിരുന്നു. പുറമൊക്കെ കുറേ പ്രശ്നങ്ങളുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. അങ്ങനെ രക്ഷപ്പെടുത്താൻ അവനെ വലിച്ചു കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് അവർ വലിച്ചു ഞങ്ങളെ.
So a group of people were stuck on the other side, about 10 to 15 people. We positioned the ladder, but we found out that we could not use the ladder because on the other side it's mud, and if we fall into the mud, we are going to sink. We tried to do that in several places on that river, but none of that was working. So then I just removed my clothes, I removed my gumboots, I tied a rope on my chest, and I jumped into the water, went to the other side. And on the way, when I reached the ruins, the affected area, like places where houses have collapsed, so you have shards of glass, you have concrete, iron, all these things. And I got several wounds, bruises on my body, which affected my life and my work after that for many weeks and months. And I carry those marks even now. And yet I was not able to reach there, so I asked the people on the other side to just pull me. So they pulled me through the mud and all these remains of trees, remains of buildings. So through all that they just dragged me to the other side.
ഒരു ആൾ ജീവന് വേണ്ടി എത്രത്തോളം മല്ലടിച്ചു എന്നുള്ളതിന് ഏറ്റവും വലിയ തെളിവാണ് അരുൺ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ വ്യക്തി. 6-7 മണിക്കൂറോളം തീരെ വയ്യാതെ ഞങ്ങൾ കാണുമ്പോൾ കണ്ണിൻ്റെ ഇവിടെയൊക്കെ പൊളിഞ്ഞ് കാലിൻ്റെ പാദമൊക്കെ മൊത്തം പൊളിഞ്ഞ് കിടക്കുന്നതാണ്. നല്ല പരിക്കുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. എങ്കിൽ കൂടി ജീവൻ പോകാതിരിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി 6-7 മണിക്കൂറോളം ആ വ്യക്തി പോരടിച്ച് നിന്നൊരു സമയം ഞങ്ങൾ മറക്കാൻ കഴിയില്ല. കാരണം എന്താ വെച്ചാൽ പിന്നീട് എന്നെ കണ്ടപ്പോൾ പറഞ്ഞത് സാറിന് മാത്രമേ ഞാൻ കണ്ടുള്ളൂ, സാറിനെ കണ്ടപാടെ എൻ്റെ ബോധം പോയി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞത്. അത്ര നേരം അവന് ബോധം പോകേണ്ട ആളാണ്. അവൻ ജീവൻ നിൽക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടാണ് ബോധം പോകാതെ പിടിച്ചു നിന്നത്.
One person who held on to life was Arun. He had a big wound on his head. He had a head injury and his legs were also injured. And but he held on to life. For 6 hours he held on to life. And the word he said is, I saw you. And I had that hope to live. And I saw you and I just lost my consciousness. So, and that person could also be rescued on that night, that day.
അങ്ങനെ അവിടുന്ന് വലിച്ച് അവർ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് അവിടുന്ന് വരുന്ന ലാഡറിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരൽ കുറച്ച് അപകടങ്ങളുണ്ടായിരുന്നു. എന്തായാലും രക്ഷപ്പെടുത്താൻ കഴിഞ്ഞു. പിന്നീടും കണ്ടിരുന്നു. സ്റ്റേഷനിൽ വന്ന് ഞങ്ങളെയൊക്കെ കണ്ടു. വളരെ സന്തോഷം. അവനും ഫാമിലിയും സുഖമായിട്ടിരിക്കുന്നു.
So we rescued that person. He has come and visited us in our station. We meet his family. He's very grateful that we went there and rescued them.
ഞങ്ങൾ വൈകുന്നേരം ആയപ്പോഴത്തേക്കും എനിക്കൊന്നും വയ്യാണ്ടായി. ശരിക്കും പറഞ്ഞാൽ രാവിലെ 1 മണിക്ക് രാത്രി 1 മണിക്ക് തുടങ്ങിയതാണ്. വൈകുന്നേരം 5 മണിയൊക്കെ ആയപ്പോഴത്തേക്കും ഒന്നാമത് ഈ ഗംബൂട്ടിൻ്റെ ഉള്ളിലേക്ക് ചെളിയും കല്ലും കൂടെ കയറിയിട്ട് നമ്മൾ നടക്കുമ്പോൾ ഈ ആളെ വെറുതെ നടക്കുകയല്ല, ബോഡിയും ആളുകളെയൊക്കെ എടുത്ത് നടക്കുകയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അത്ര വെയിറ്റ്. ഇതിനുള്ളിൽ കല്ലുകളാണ്, ചെറിയ ചെറിയ പരൽ കല്ലുകൾ കയറി കാലെല്ലാം ഈ തൊലിയെല്ലാം പോയിട്ട് ഒന്നിനും വയ്യാണ്ടായി. അങ്ങനെ ഒരു 5 മണിയൊക്കെ ആകുമ്പോഴത്തേക്കും വയ്യാണ്ടായി. അങ്ങനെ വണ്ടിയിൽ വന്നിരുന്നു കുറച്ച് നേരം. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് മനസ്സ് വരുന്നില്ല, പിന്നെയും പോവുക, പിന്നെ അവിടെ എന്തെങ്കിലുമൊക്കെ ചെയ്യുക, പിന്നെയും തിരിച്ചൊന്ന് വണ്ടിയിലേക്ക് വരും. അങ്ങനെ എന്താ പറയുക, ഒരു 9 മണിയായപ്പോഴത്തേക്കും മുണ്ടക്കൈ ആ ഭാഗങ്ങളിലുള്ള ആളുകളെ മുഴുവൻ ഇങ്ങോട്ട് ഒഴിപ്പിച്ചിരുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ ജീവനുള്ള ആളുകളെ മുഴുവൻ ഒഴിപ്പിച്ചപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ പിന്നെ ഒരു 10-18 ബോഡികളേ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നുള്ളൂ അപ്പുറത്ത്. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ പിന്നെ വണ്ടിയിലേക്ക് വന്നു. അപ്പോഴാണ് അറിയുന്നത് നമ്മളെ സ്റ്റേഷൻ ഓഫീസർ സാറ് താഴെ നമ്മളൊരു വേറൊരു പാലം ഉണ്ടാക്കിയിരുന്നല്ലോ, അതും ലാഡർ വെച്ചിട്ടാണ് ഉണ്ടാക്കിയത്. ലാസ്റ്റ് ബോഡി ഏതോ കൊണ്ടുവന്നപ്പോൾ സ്റ്റേഷൻ ഓഫീസറും ഒരു ബോഡി കൊണ്ടുവരാന്ന് വെച്ചാൽ 3-4 പേര് വേണം സ്ട്രെച്ചർ പിടിച്ചിട്ട്. അപ്പോൾ അതെല്ലാം പൊട്ടി ലാഡർ വീണ് സാറടക്കം അന്നേരം പോകണ്ടായിരുന്നു എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു.
So we started working about 1 p.m. in the night. Next day till 5 p.m. like evening 5 o'clock. Totally worn out, especially working with gumboots in which pieces of mud, rock all go in, and walking, lifting heavy bodies, like doing this work, it's not easy. So it's totally, body was very tired. So at 5 o'clock I came back to the vehicle, but then my mind is not there. I just continued the work till 9 o'clock. But by that time we could rescue most of the people who were alive in that Mundakai region, and also transport a lot of dead bodies. Carrying a dead body is an effort of at least 3 people with carrying the stretcher. And one of the last bodies that were being taken, the stretcher collapsed, the bridge collapsed, and the officer and the people carrying everything fell into the water, but nothing untoward happened after that. Yeah.
എന്തായാലും ആ ഒരു ദുരന്തത്തിൽ ഒരുപാട് നല്ല പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ കാഴ്ചവെക്കാൻ പറ്റിയെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. ഇനിയൊരു ദുരന്തം ഇതുപോലെ ഉണ്ടാകാതിരിക്കട്ടെ എന്ന് പ്രാർത്ഥിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് ഞാൻ എൻ്റെ വാക്കുകൾ നിർത്തുന്നു.
I am happy that I could do some good deeds on that day, and I pray that let such a disaster never happen again. With that I would like to close my eyes. Let us stand up and give him a round of applause. To him and his department, all the team members. സാറിൻ്റെ കൂടെ വർക്ക് ചെയ്ത എല്ലാ ടീം അംഗങ്ങൾക്കും സാറിനും ഞങ്ങളുടെ നന്ദി ഉണ്ട്. ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഒരു സ്നേഹസൂചകമായി ഒരു ചെറിയൊരു ഉപഹാരം തരുന്നു. ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഡയറക്ടറാകുന്ന സണ്ണി സാറ്, ഈ അനുഭവങ്ങളൊക്കെ പങ്കുവെച്ച് ഞങ്ങളെ ധന്യരാക്കിയതിനുള്ള നന്ദിയുടെ ഒരു സൂചകം മാത്രമാണ് ഇത്. വെല്ലൂരിലുള്ള അവിടുത്തെ ലെപ്രസി അസുഖം വന്ന ആൾക്കാരുടെ ഇടയിലുള്ള ഒരു പ്രോജക്റ്റിൽ അവർ വേദനയിലൂടെ ഉണ്ടാക്കുന്ന അവർ കൈകൊണ്ടുണ്ടാക്കുന്ന കാര്യങ്ങളാണ്. അതാണ് ഇവിടെ ഗിഫ്റ്റായിട്ട്. അപ്പോൾ വേദനിക്കുന്ന ഒരു സമൂഹത്തിൽ നിന്ന് വേദനിക്കുന്ന മറ്റൊരു സമൂഹത്തിലേക്കുള്ള ഒരു ഉപഹാരമായിട്ട് ഞങ്ങളതിൻ്റെ ഇടനിലയിൽ നിൽക്കുന്നു എന്നേ ഉള്ളൂ. അപ്പം ഇങ്ങനെ സമയം എടുക്കാനും ഈ അനുഭവങ്ങളൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞത് ഞങ്ങൾ കേട്ട എല്ലാവരും ഞങ്ങൾ ധന്യരാണ്. കേട്ടതിൽ ഞങ്ങൾ സമ്പന്നരായിട്ടാണ് പോകുന്നത്. നിങ്ങൾ പറഞ്ഞ വാക്കുകളിലും ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള ആൾക്കാർ നമ്മുടെ സമൂഹത്തിലുണ്ടെന്നുള്ള നേരിട്ടുള്ള അറിവ് ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് കിട്ടിയല്ലോ. അപ്പം നന്ദി സൂചകമായിട്ട് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഉപഹാരം സ്വീകരിക്കണം. താങ്ക് യു. താങ്ക് യു.
Thank you so much for patiently listening to the stories and the voices of our rescue workers. We will now break for tea. We'll have exactly 10 minutes for tea. Please, it's served in the dining hall. Please quickly get your tea and come back for an exciting session ahead of us on the rituals of art and healing.
So it will be an time of activity. So no, I'll take some. So we have had a long day, no doubt about it, and but I think we are still back here because I think this is so much important and it's making such a great impact in our life. We have a very good mix of speakers, and next I would like to introduce to you a dear team member of T4L, Dr. Cami Thomas. She is an international expert with extensive experience in mental health and advocacy. She is a dedicated dentist serving in Kumpiam District Hospital in Papua New Guinea since 2018. She is raised in Delhi and an alumnus of Christian Dental College, Ludhiana. She has worked with the Kondh tribe in Odisha and advocated for the disabled in Kashmir. So presently she is serving in PNG. In a friendly way, I say that she has gone to the uttermost part of the world. So, and she is there, and every time we have a big program, we want her, but she will be there and she misses it. But this time her vacation coincided with this conference, which was in itself a miracle from God. So we are happy to have Cami with us, and she serves in a place which is tribal conflict is so rife. Every day happening there, tribal conflict, nothing is sure, nothing is permanent, anything can happen in the face of the conflict that is there in that community. So we are looking at collective trauma, but we are going to hear the voice of some person, of a person who is working in a group of people who are traumatized in a different way. So let us put our hands together to welcome Cami Thomas and your time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm very honored to be part of this. And full disclosure, I am no expert in mental health. I'm a dentist. I have a dental chair, and I like to joke that along with my dentistry, with the dental, I do some mental. So that's where the stories are coming from. So ethnic conflict is the topic, trauma is the topic. It's very different from what we've been hearing. Nonetheless, it's trauma. Before Dr. Sunita did her session on art and healing, I thought, let me traumatize you all a little more and then we all can go into some healing. All right, so Papua New Guinea is where I work. I'll just introduce the place a bit and then we'll go from there. So Papua New Guinea is a land that's rich in colors and flora and fauna, and we like to say it's almost paradise on earth. It's so beautiful in so many ways. And the people also are very lovely. Some of the most warmest smiles. These are people from the highlands of Papua New Guinea. And Papua New Guinea is a country that has 1,000 different tribes, cultures, 850 languages, one of the countries with the largest number of languages in one country. If you look at it in size-wise, you join Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand, and that's like the landmass of the entire country. Food, sweet potatoes, tubers, green leafy vegetables. In many ways, when I was coming up the road, Wayanad kind of reminds me of the highlands of Papua New Guinea. And I was talking to an anthropologist, and she had come and done a survey here some 30 years ago, and they found that tubers and these root crops were the food of the people of the land. And Pana, if I'm not mistaken, the sago that used to be our ancestors, that's what's eaten even in the coasts, even now in Papua New Guinea. In many ways, it looks like India, say 175, 30 years ago. So for those who don't know where Papua New Guinea is, I had no idea before I got to know about my posting there. So that's there, east to Indonesia, north to Australia. It's got the main highlands. It's the third largest island in the world, but it's an archipelago of islands, but it's got the main highlands, and I work there. So as I was saying, a land with just different cultures and colors and people, and it's beautiful in many ways. And it's a mix of ages. It's somewhere in between, Some people there says it's jumping from Stone Age to digital age without going through the in-between. So in terms of democracy, in terms of any parameter, it's somewhere in the middle, confused in many ways. And this is an interesting picture. This is just a cultural show, and they're representing how the ancestors were. Deep in the bush, some people still adorn clothes like that. But you have Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is very interesting, the way it has penetrated right in the middle of nowhere. Like for us Malayalis, it may be Onam Sadhya, we have it on a banana leaf, but there it's with, that's the pork meat and the tubers and the bananas and things like that. So now with the beautiful and the good in this fallen world, we have a lot of ugly. As a dentist, this is an eyesore to me, but this is the beetle quid. We see it in Gutka and Zarda. We've gone ahead, we've manufactured it and all of that, but they still have it there. They have about 10 to 15 a day. So that's quite carcinogenic, and that's another story. And along with that, there's this, the very real and obvious violence and trauma that is seen, especially in the highlands. In the coastal areas, it's still something different. So, tribal fights is one thing. I'll talk about it more. I'll show you some videos. This is sorcery accusation-related violence. Every time somebody gets sick or some disaster happens, it's the same question which we are dealing with. Why? Why did it happen? And the immediate thing is you blame somebody or something. So it's the why question. It's not like these people are behaving any different in certain ways. We ask that question, why? All stories, but let me move on. All right, so Port Moresby is the capital of Papua New Guinea. You take a 1-hour flight and you go up to the highlands of Kompiam. As I said, there's the archipelago of islands, and I'm deep in the bush. We call it bush. So again, just rolling beautiful mountains. Reminds me of Northeast India also. And like Wayanad, it rains every day. Some days too much rain. Landslides are a problem. That's the road. There's highway, and then you've got to take the dirt road, and sometimes there are landslides. We've got to build our own bridges. Some people reach hospital this way, or that's the way they travel. It's still like that. So this is the hospital where I work. It's Kompiam, that's a district, and the hospital. It's set up on a plateau. There's a river all around. That's the airstrip that you see. And people walk for an hour, 2 days, 5 days, 1 week, 10 days, 2 weeks to get to hospital. And we go out for medical patrols with MEF, which is Mission Aviation Fellowship, every 2 weeks. So when I came, this was what the hospital, one part of the hospital was. This was built in 1970 by some missionaries, and the work for the new hospital was starting. My dental clinic was there in that area, and then in these 6 years, that's the new building that's in front of my dental clinic, and that's how the clinic looks like. It's a little surreal because when you come by road or you fly in, it's just mountains and you have this setup, and well, there's hope. It's a district hospital after all. All right, so as I said, we have 11 different aid posts or health centers that we go to. It's a population of about 60,000, And we have to fly there or we walk there. If we walk there, this is us carrying a vaccine fridge for the place. We got to walk till that area. This is the doctor, Dr. David Mills, who set up the hospital, and so he's a jack of all trades. He reminds me very much of some of the older mission hospitals and the older doctors who did everything, right from fixing the roof to getting the solar light on to fixing the vaccine fridge. And then he does some ward rounds when he's out there in the health aid post. So this was one of my first times to this particular aid post. There were 4 or 5 patients there, and almost each patient is, in a way, a victim of violence. I don't want to go into too much detail, but that family, so the husband over there, he is a refugee. He ran away from his house because there was a tribal fight, and he went and stayed in his wife's place and married her. But as Dr. Johan was saying, the childhood trauma pulls on, and they're in hospital because there was a domestic violence. And the little kid had a swollen face because of dental problems. That kid who Dr. David Mills is looking at up over there, that kid was chopped on her Ashley's heel because, well, there was a banana tree that was slightly, tilting towards the neighbors, and there was an altercation. Somebody got killed, and this was a revenge for that. This kid fell into the fire that was in the middle of the house. But yeah, that's just There was this other patient, she's a young lady, 16, 17, the second wife of somebody, was brought in with low HB, but also with machete wounds and, chopped in different ways. So we had to take her back to the hospital. That's how we had to make the bamboo bed. They made it, and they crossed the rivers and got us. I mean, this is not new. This happens now in Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh and Orissa, even in our own country. So while we were going, there was a landslide, but anyway. And after 2 months, she was doing much better. Well, that's one story of hope. The other way of going to our medical patrols is via Mission Aviation Fellowship. And we go as a team, and that's where the people wait for us. Some of our health aid posts are like that, and there's immunization and general health checkups, and a lot of the time, again, goes in speaking with the community, looking for peaceful solutions. So this picture is one of my first health aid patrols, and I'm sitting there with this chart, and I'm thinking, what am I doing telling people about toothbrush and fluoride Colgate toothpaste in the middle of nowhere? Is this what they need? Is this what I'm supposed to do? And I was just thinking that right at this moment. And somebody happened to click this picture, and it's significant because this man in the stripe, he got up and he said, see, I don't understand what you're saying. My grandfather didn't know all of this. My father didn't know all of this. And then he pulls his 5-year-old son and says, but he should know. And it was like God telling me the only way forward is ahead. Little did I know, he was calling me to other things. And in this very camp, I first met, let's call him patient TA. I want to reflect a bit on his innocence. I hope you see the innocence. It took time for me to see it, but so this man came to me in that camp. This is one of my first bush camps, and he had a huge swelling, a mucocele for 8 years. So he said, it's been there, can you take it out? And I said, I can't do this here, you need to walk to hospital. So for me, it's a 10-minute flight with the MAF, but with him, he has to walk for at least a day. He can do it in probably less than a day. I would take at least 2 or 3 days if I had to walk it out. But then I saw him next only in May 2020. And I said, why have you taken so long to come? I told you long back. And he said, the tribal fights were going on, and it was not safe for me to traverse these lands because my enemies would be there and I wouldn't be able to cross. But now we've, gone through a bit of a compensation peace ceremony, and so I quickly came. And he continues, he's sitting on my dental chair there. And he continues and says, but when I go back, I'm planning to murder the man on the opposite mountain. He's just telling me, point blank. And I'm staring at him. I've never looked into the eyes of a murderer, let alone a murderer who's telling me his plans. And then I mustered up courage and said, why do you want to murder him? And he says, it's just obvious. 25 years ago, his father killed my brother, and now it's time for revenge. And I thought, okay, I see a lot of pastors here, I see some churches. Haven't you heard the message of forgiveness? You know, in my naivety, I thought, haven't you heard the message of forgiveness? And then he looks at me. He just blurts out in pidgin, talk pissin. He says, time me like him blood blow me, kirapam come, me like him blood the soul. Which translates to, when I want blood, only blood can satisfy. And I'm staring at him with judgment from the tip of my last white hair to my toe. And I'm just looking at him with all these thoughts in my head. And then I hear this gentle voice says, Cami, look down. How dare you stare at him that way? When someone wrongs you, suddenly a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye, and a life for a life doesn't seem like a big thing. So this man taught me, in a very twisted way, what forgiveness was, in a deeper sense. He's the first man who probably made me think so deeply about it. It's interesting, I was talking to one of the journalists in PNG, and he was saying that the word forgiveness is not very common in many of the tribal languages. And I thought that was very interesting, because it's like the Old Testament times in many ways. We say, tooth for a tooth, eye for an eye. There was a reason why it was. You step on my foot, I step on yours. That's just the way it goes. So this was my introduction in many ways to a personal meeting someone who's in the whole tribal fight. I mean, I have other stories, but no time for that. Well, this is another patient. This was at a refugee, they call them IDPs, internally displaced persons. Because it's their own land, but the tribal fights happen and they have to run away from that till they can get their land back, and there's a whole thing. So you can obviously see the physical disability that he has. His leg was chopped because he had to go rescue his family, and that's the story, but yeah. Now, this lady came to my clinic, and she had walked for, I think, a day or more, and there was a little child there. And she came with terrible pain. And I could see it wasn't all good. And I said, did you try to take out the tooth on your own? And she said, well, yeah, my brother tried to, take an umbrella spoke in a stone and take it out, but I couldn't bear it, and so I came. And I said, okay, you brought your child and came? She's like, yeah, my husband just died 1 week ago in a tribal fight. So that's the kind of, you talk about a bio-psycho-social, emotional, physical, health, and that's what you're dealing with. So that's why I call it a dental mental chair. It's more mental to me. Well, this is Anna with her twins, Martha and Maria. She has about 6 or 7 kids. This was these lovely girls. She had walked again to hospital, delivered very healthy babies, gone back, and we went to see her once or twice when we went for medical camps. But then we heard that a tribal fight had broken out in her place, and so the health aid post was shut. And so she had to, walk to the nearest health aid post, which was again a day's walk for her. And she had to get all her 5-6 children. The husband was probably in the tribal fight, so she was alone. But on the way, one of the babies died of pneumonia. So you're talking about trauma, ethnic violence. These are the repercussions in ways you don't see. So in 2022, we had election violence. So whenever there's an election year, you can be sure there's going to be violence. And this is the village of the main sitting MP, who's been a long-term MP. And this was a violence long in the making because of the situation there. It's a video. Maybe I'll put the audio on, but let's see. So this is a very telling video. It's, let me just see if this works once again. So there were churches, schools, high school.
This is a primary school.
So you see, that's the entire high school and a church. And so the guy who's driving, he's one of the most bravest men I know.
Oh my gosh! This is the SDA is a horrible church.
That's the church.
I am just fed up.
So this is James Timmel. He is part of this community, but he never ran away. He always stood there. He's one of the most educated men there, and he stands his ground. And he's respected for not running away. And so they block the roads and they make it very difficult. Anyway, well, this is another video. I know it's been a heavy day. I don't want to traumatize you. But while I was sitting today and I heard, the government officials come and the police come and counselors come, and just what this man, Mr. Das, spoke, it was just, yes, it's something that I think Doctor talked about in the morning, that we humans are capable of so much, cruelty and also so much goodness and kindness. And yes, natural disasters are painful. What if when we do things to each other? So we were driving, we were on our way to another place. And you see the smoke at the back. So that tribe was coming. And so the tribe over here were running away. And so when we drove back, we could just see the smoke and things. So this is quite fresh footage. Not many people have it. We just happened to be at that right spot at the right time. And so that's Dr. David Mills. Oh, yeah. And this is on the highway. This is not my district, but another district. But before we go any further, again, what Sunny Uncle was saying in the morning, the pre-disaster state of a person, of a community, and then there's a single event, natural disaster, which the trauma is kind of different. Now you add onto this, so we already have a situation that is pretty much, like this, and you add a natural disaster. So 2 months before the Wayanad landslide, there was a landslide in my province, in the Enga province. And it was very interesting looking at the trajectory of how things spanned out. The media came. The media said 2,000 dead and maybe more. And you can see that's the site. And well, this Catholic nun over there, she was one of the only reliable sources from where we could get information. She had gone from the very start. She knew each person in the community. She could identify who was, inflating numbers, who was not. So in this particular stretch of highway that you saw, this was further down where the landslide happened right on the highway. And so any rescue operations or any relief material that was going was being barred. They were not allowed to go further. And this nun was one of the only women, one of the only vehicles they allowed, because she just went in and said, remove it. And they couldn't say anything. And so she was the only one who went all the way when everybody else was being stopped. All right. So, place change. But you see, I have been in Papua New Guinea for these 4-5 years, and then when I heard about Manipur, I was like, wow, so this is not just a Papua New Guinea problem, because you tend to think, you're in this little boiler and, everything's it's just my little world. And then as I'm reading the Manipur stories between the Kukis and the Meiteis, and I'm just like, this just sounds so familiar. So, in January last year, 2024, I joined EHA during my break to go down to Manipur. Now, that was again 6 to 7 months after the Manipur disaster had happened. And as you see, it's the valley is the Meiteis, the hills mixed with the Nagas and the Kukis. So I was able to go to both the Meitei and the Kuki regions, because EHA was doing medical camps, but they wanted to do a survey on the psychosocial health of the refugees. And so I went to conduct that health survey. So we we went and spoke to about 50 Meiteis and 46 Kukis. And it was very interesting. What we found out, the emotional distress over the loss of their homes and lives was very intense. Concerns about the future for their children's education and security was the major concern. Anger towards the other side was quite intense, especially those who lived very close to the borders. Because they were friends. They used to have tea together. They used to have festivals sometimes together, even though they're very different, their religions are different. But still, there was a lot of cultural togetherness in some ways, even though there's a difference. This is looking from the Kuki hills towards the Meitei valley. And we were at a refugee camp, and this is right at the border. So when the whole fighting was happening, it was, right over here. And when I went down to the Meiteis, I looked up and saw the Kuki portion of things. And the stories are almost mirror images in many ways, as heartbreaking, as hopeful also to an extent. The trauma, it's almost same. It's interesting. Even though they were from different religions and different cultural backgrounds, that initial response is always anger and this want for revenge. But while sitting with the communities for longer, where there was, some sort of a respect, where the younger people listened to the older people, there was some respect and some calming down of that anger in the longer run. The young and the old, in many ways, seem to have it better than the middle-aged, this is us taking surveys with the team, and this is again, they're making hay while the sun shines. They're drying chilies over here. That's one of the villages that was razed down. And I just want to share this one story. If you can't read my wonderful handwriting, don't read it. But this is about this young lady in her late 20s. And what really stood out to me, she was in this refugee camp, and one of her aunties died. One of the aunties who was married into this Meitei home, the auntie was Kuki. And she died in this whole exchange, only because she was of the other tribe. And so what traumatized her the most was that it was a whole ordeal. It had been 6-7 months and she was fighting for justice. And all she could say is, they should at least ask the right questions before going ahead and just, doing what they want, the revenge part of things. And she just kept saying, don't kill her, don't kill her. That's what I would tell them. And this auntie had a little son, her cousin, who is now in, it's just that. So when you talk about trauma, as we've seen, it's all about those relationships missing, the ones who have gone. And she says, when I look at my nephew's face and seeing that he's so innocent and he doesn't even know that the mother's not there. He thinks that the mother was taken on a helicopter by the uncle and he's, making stories in his head. But she looks at him and, that's what hurts her the most. That's the little boy, oblivious as sort. And May 30th, this is the day that she was dragged out and killed. Anyway, so there are lessons from the young and the old that I took back with me. The young children played. They played. After the initial shock, I was going after 6 months, but there was still some hope when you looked at them. The older people had some perspective. What they grieved the most was the loss of friendship that they had with the other side. Yes, the loss of their home, their belonging, the sense of identity in many ways, but they still seemed better. And what I did notice was older people who had grandkids had some joy in life, right? The middle-aged ones were hit the most because they were like, how are we going to feed our children, take care of our children, what about their future, education, all of that was. Resilience is something I saw after 6 months. Was there wound? Was there hurt? Was there pain? Definitely. I think that the loss and grief of friendship with the other, that was very obvious. Loss of belonging in a way, and also the anger. How could you do that? The sense of betrayal was a lot. And yeah, they make baskets when the hay is ready after the sun has cooked them dry. That's resilience in many ways. So resilience is, I've seen resilience in Papua New Guinea, I've seen resilience in Manipur. I've seen many a stoic face, many a stoic, hard, stone face, especially of young women, young girls. They're emotionless in many ways. But I've seen strength like I've never seen before. They are strong. They are strong. So they traverse, this is the way things go from one place. This is just cucumbers, but they carry the babies this way, up and down these mountains, and their strength, yeah. As I was saying, there is strength. This is again in Manipur. I love this lady's smile. Something, again, in Manipur, some of the most resilient people, I met this woman, she was pregnant at the time when the other side had come. And she was 7 or 8 months pregnant and, she had to run away. She found herself in a refugee camp. Her family was in another place. And she had to give birth on her own. People in the refugee camp, who she didn't probably know very well, helped her deliver. And meeting them after 6 months, but she was one of the strongest persons I saw. She not only this was her first pregnancy, she delivered on her own with strangers around, and she was now taking care of her kid. And, while we were doing our psychosocial analysis, she just seemed to go on to the next, and she had a very clear sort of an understanding, which stood out to me. Yes, was she scared that people are going to come, even though she was 5 refugee camps away from the border, she was. But she was there, she was present, she was there. All right. That initial video I showed you of James Timmel, who is one of the most courageous men I know, that's him, and this is Dr. David Mills. These were the only 2 men who, after the election violence in my district, who attempted to take the road. Everybody else was quite scared. And every day they would drive and new trees would be blocking the way. And so they took the axe with them, and this is a small one, but they had big trees which they would just keep pushing at. And it's because of these 2 men that one road that leads to our hospital, an entire district, opened up. And we are just made like that. We go on. We push on. We do this. We are meant to. Well, this is, again, this is a patient of mine who saw me in 2019. I didn't know his full story then. This was 2 months after he first came. So his teeth are very white, and I'm very proud of it. And so I took a picture, and things like that. He left his betel quid smoking habit after listening to the education, and I was very proud and took this picture and went everywhere and told his story. But it was only later on in 2022 when the election violence happened, and there were these bursts of violence happening in other places, and he came to me and he was just he wanted to vent out, and he was just saying, this happened there and that happened there. And as we were talking, he asked me, do you know my story? I just knew that he was my patient, quite a principled guy, left his betel quid. But he has a backstory. He used to be a hire man, a mercenary. People would hire him for tribal fights because he's a sharpshooter. And he's joined many of these. But very recently, one of his cousin brothers was killed. And in retaliation, he went and killed another man. And in retaliation, they came to kill him, but he saw him first and killed him. And when he came to meet me in 2019, he was, in this place where he was expecting revenge to come, or this huge compensation fee that would have to be paid. But interestingly, the man who he last killed, his brother was a pastor who became a Christian 20 years ago. And he decided that he doesn't want any revenge. So he came, shook his hand, hugged him, and stayed with him. And that's completely something new for our culture, because it is a tooth for a tooth, eye for an eye. You don't come and sit and eat with your enemies, because there are underlying, they believe that if you eat the food from your enemy's tribe, you will die, or somebody in your family dies, and things like that. So he was completely countercultural in that. So, I was desperately looking for hope. T4L was right in time. It gave me hope, otherwise I don't know how I'd survive there. And so we're trying to make a documentary on this guy's story. This is just a teaser. We're, in the process, we're trying to make it in the Engen language, which would be the first movie made in the Engen language, to be used as an education tool. So I'll just play the teaser and you can have a look.
Yongam lo faralwa ni kiso ko yang ko wa beriam ni kiso ba ko yang ko wa ambe kisira bere yo bibo me amboni agini mo na mbole din serbe de banda ausi kene bi ausi na ke mi barala do le mi po inde wai le ya me don du be
e ba mungana da ya bera ga bi ko yeso enda wane enda wa ba ga wa mu me pyaje pya na bwe be ja.
Only no tipping long Jesus, only no worry long, power belong, Timon Gang, Satan, only put him, kine that's all inside long here.
Nima, Mijin man pijo, nim Mijinori do a period of Yaro, Combe do in my district about Aro Piamro, Ghana Maro.
Bonara number them no what, Emol Bibo, Tumbuna Sharli. Now Mibla Olim Ghana, Bushnetas.
Agal life there, end life there. Burger Pemba. For you do Banapia and game bomb, then about up and game.
In this kind fashion, in making you go back. You may not go ahead, you may go back. Progress you not come up, development you not come up.
No, you go Manda, family, the students, you would know Nago with an Aramina, name you know how to Nasra.
Do Rabin or one over Alamo. Oh, Bilimone, Mara Basilong, hanging to have another moon, me under Rabba. Name, oh, Haradam or Harabu and answer him. Oh,
You got hope, no problem? Yes, definitely. Man banana force him, money banana buy him, you know, some political something by solving, but God yet can move through all means and ways belong him yet.
What make it a how brother? Who keep the how brother?
Ongorem lab diam lengkere. Diam bukan main masana kan. Ongorem di sini dunia orang kita.
So this little girl that was there in the first scene and the last, she came to our hospital with bullet holes on her stomach and 8 wounds that had to be sewn up in her intestines. But there's this, she goes back and then, you know, we've captured her story and she says, I thought I'd died, but then I woke up and my life came back to me and I've forgiven them, you know. This little child tells us that. I'm almost done. Just before I finish this, the story of a community health worker of ours I want to finish with. Now, he used to be a nurse who used to work for our hospital, and a very wonderful guy in his work, but I went for holidays and came back and, you know, he was rusticated for some behavior and we didn't see him for a long time. And the doctor's daughter, who has grown in our hospital, she's about 8 now, she grew up as a baby, and so, you know, she would play around with everybody. And one day during these tribal fights, the doctor, Dr. Rebecca, me and the little girl, her daughter, Bina, we were driving back to the hospital. Nobody was traversing the roads. It was just the hospital car has some immunity. And I could see this gang of men, you know, with painted faces, guns in their hand. They had just finished a fight. And there's a difference there's this hardness in the face you can see. And so from the corner of my eyes, I noticed our ex-health worker there. And it really shocked me, you know, we say, oh, education is the answer to everything. Education, as Dr. Mills sometimes says, education can give you educated fools, you know, and educated idiots to some extent. There's an internal metanoia that takes place, a change. And from the corner of my eye, I saw this man, and he had that hard look on his face. You know, his eyes were set, very grave. And he looked at us, you know, at the side, and he ignored us. And then he looked again, and he saw little Bina, the girl, from the window. And I was noticing this guy's face. There was this hardness in him that scared me. And then I kept staring at his face, and then when he saw Bina, his entire face changed. There was this tenderness that came onto him. There was this beauty that I could see through the painted face. And he extended his hand and he shook Bina's hand and says, Bina, how are you? You know. And that day, I don't know what broke within me, but there was just so much hope for us humans in a way. Today, there's so much hope with what we've heard in the stories in the middle of it all. Yes, man-made violence and natural violence, which we don't have explanations for. I derive my sense of sanity from the book of Romans in chapter 8, but I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Cami, for your insightful session on trauma related to ethnic conflict and for your dedication to this important work. You really opened our eyes to the harsh realities of ethnic conflict, but you also shared stories of hope, resilience, and forgiveness, and for that we thank you. Please accept this token of our appreciation. We invite Dr. Johan to please present this token of our love to you.
So we have had a long day and appreciate your grit, determination in is taking on. We will call it a day now and we will resume tomorrow after breakfast. So, Dr. Sunita's session tomorrow. Full time. She gets full time and yeah. So we will resume tomorrow. You're free. Dinner will be ready by 7:30. 7:30 dinner will be ready. They are prepared food for 40. So eat double portion everyone. And so God bless. Take care. Have a good rest and see you tomorrow morning.
Something Cami did not say was that the man who produced is producing the film, he's so traumatized by just producing it, a filmmaker, that Cami asked him to contact me, and for the last 2 years I've been counseling him and mentoring him, and he's a Dutch guy. So traumatized by it. So this is an unbelievable experience. Is that right, Cami? Yeah. Yeah, so he's only producing it, can you believe it? So secondary trauma is also something very powerful. I just thought I'll mention that.